I'm feeling like it's pulling me under. You tell me take my hand and trust me if you can. I know I'll be okay if I hold you, and I'm not letting go. You've woken up this feeling inside me. It's opened up my eyes, this thing I cannot hide. Do anything to keep it around me, and I'm not letting go.
disappear. I'm your eraser in the cut just like a razor. Murder business, world my blazer. I got all the boys on me. I got all the lines on ring. Knocking dead, turning heads. I got all the eyes on me. Pretty face, 걸어 들어와. 유행 선두자. 원하지만 못하잖아. 애가 타잖아. You like roll, 달리 유도 gold. 난 알지, I know. 준비해, cause I like the ball. 멈추지 않아. 나는 내 그게 like a bag. 그거 말고 bye. 믿어봐, 그만큼 크게. 어깨 펴고 high. 100% 덤비지 못해. 죽여주잖아. 나는 boss. 간지 with the sauce. 원하면 줄게.
I'm doing damage when just how I planned it. I do what I want when I say. 모든 날 따라해 난 끝내주잖아. To live on the edge of insane. Coming at you up, real, real world. Here to light it up, set the world on fire. Gonna break rules and hearts and tools, cause that's what the baddest do. I never going back, nah, nah, that. Diamonds on drip, cause I came to make a splash. Gonna break rules and hearts and tools, cause that's what the baddest do. It's crazy. Sorry for the bad news, sorry I'm so bad. Only took a minute for me to get what you had. Sorry for the bad news, no it makes you sad. There for a minute, baby, you should pack your bags. Way that I look should be breaking the law. If I don't got it, I take what I want. My circle small like a round of applause. You know that I love the sound of applause. You know I mean everything that I say. When you see me come and get out of the way. Back in the sleigh, back in the sleigh. Back and I'm better and ready to stay. I'm doing damage when just how I planned it. I do what I want when I say. 모든 날 따라해 난 끝내주잖아. To live on the edge of insane. It's crazy.
Sorry, not sorry for being the best. 언제든지 내가 좀 해. Look at the gold, all on my chest. Look at the gold, call it a flex.
I think that Worlds never really go as expected.
Team FLICKR knocking out the LEC Sweethearts of G2.
Machi takes the win.
And let's be honest, it wasn't close.
It's Perks, baby! Knock, knock!
What a game! That's Worlds! That's why we're here!
Anything can happen, and all the teams should just be, you know, even like try to cheese, try to do anything you can just to make it out of group stage.
There's just that pocket of vision.
Flash available to him, not even going to be able to get away. Instantly taken out.
Flash stun, they've got the combo. Jankos is not going to be ready. The heal comes down in time. The flash auto is first blood for Tactical.
Mystic shot will not find him. SOFM looking to engage on the top side here as Angel's going to be caught out. Tries to go for the blast cone.
That ward from Mickey, he warded out the blast cone.
因为第一把打 G2 蛮可惜的嘛，所以在下一轮比赛里面，我们应该会做更多的特别的战术去打他们吧，所以也要 G2 小心了。
Almost up, and he has a perfect flank position. There to go.
Goes in. There comes your damage. So much can be poured down on the G2 line.
The perfect engage. They knock him down.
我觉得我们需要就是打一些特别套路吧，然后就打得措手不及。
Now Koala's in mid.
Dash arrow comes out. Mission's able to sidestep that. Koala helps out Mission.
下一轮我打好的话，确实是有机会出现的。
The very first game starts with Team FLICKR versus G2 Esports. Fantastic rematch.
I always felt like I'm better than Broxap when he was in Europe. I feel like maybe he was just like too scared to stay in Europe, and you know he knew that he will never win, so he just went to an A.
I think it's cute that Jankos thinks I went to North America because of him. He still has a lot to prove from my point of view in order to show that he's a better jungler than me, and maybe in this match I can put him in his place.
You never know what will happen at Worlds.
The stage is set. The curtain is drawn.
没人能够预见会是这种情况。
This is the game people want to see.
新的王者诞生了
Kaboom! They lit the fuse.
你看到了吗
They're gonna win. This is it.
Welcome back, everyone, to Worlds 2020, where we're diving into the second round robin of the group stage, where each group will be played out in its entirety. We are getting a look at G2's preparation for the second half of the group stage through the lens of the Oppo cam. A lot of stress for the boys, I can imagine, as they'll be taking on Team FLICKR, who they just lost to almost 48 hours ago. Not even a lot to prepare for this rematch, but I'm sure they will be ready. So, as you guys already know, I'm shocked. That was not what I was going to say, but I'm shocked. This is Veris, and this is your motto. What I was going to say is, as you already know, from now on, every group gets played out in its entirety. Today, we start with Group A. And before we jump into the competition between those groups, I'd like to check in on our tournament favorites and two undefeated teams, as you see reflected there in the standings. Damwon from Group B and Top Esports from Group D. I think this conversation of the favorites, we kicked it off at the beginning of the groups. It changed a little bit, but Damwon still in the game.
Yeah, for sure. The beauty of what Damwon have showcased so far is just the versatility in the way they've won games. In every single match is something different, whether it's individual skill, team play, a brawl match against JDG, a very clinical, precise game against Rogue where they had their hand on their neck and just pressed. I think, all in all, as a fan of League of Legends, as a fan of great League of Legends, I love watching Damwon.
Damwon give me very SKT back in the day vibes, you know? It's crazy to me to think that that example may not even be relevant to a lot of people that have just joined us because they don't even know who SKT is. But let me tell you, they were quite good, and Damwon is following the same trend. This team has been incredibly dominant. You only have to look at some of the stats on your screen to see how dominant they have been, not only in the early game, but in pretty much every facet of gameplay. They are clean, they are clinical, they are destructive. Damwon is a terrifying team.
They are a terrifying team, but up until this point, no surprises compared to last year. They also topped their group. They also convincingly won every single game in those best of ones. From what you've seen of them this split in the LCK and the entire year in the LCK, when you were also coaching, How do you think they have evolved when it comes to those best of fives? I know it is hard to tell, but that's what we're looking out for with Damwon.
It's so tricky because I don't think we can compare this team to the last year's team. We saw Damwon, of course, playing at MSC. We saw them play one best of five against DRX, where they carefully dissected them, 3-0'd them. I think in general, this feels like a team that is on the day always very well prepared. I think in terms of drafting and preparation, they seem to be on point because they only dropped 5 games out of, I think, 40 games, which is absolutely insane. 2-0 after 2-0 after 2-0. In the LCK regular splits.
Looks like the total package from Damwon. Let's also take a look at our LPL favorites. We came into the tournament talking about JDG and Top. Now we're mostly talking about Top Esports.
Yeah, I think that Top is a very exciting team to watch. I know a lot of people were hyped about Knight coming into the tournament, but there were a lot of voices yelling about JackeyLove, and I think this tournament you're really starting to see why. This man is really in form. His center performance is fantastic, and I stand by my statement. I still think he is the best center player in the world, but like, there's just so much talent on this team that I really feel like we are seeing kind of like a new version of IG back from 2018 where you have the addition of Castle. You also have some of that clinical execution on top of that. Like, this team is just extremely good.
Yeah, for sure. I just feel like this team has such a high ceiling because they're always managing to find outplays. They have so strong individual players. Sometimes it might look imprecise. Sometimes they give away some kills here and there, but it never fills you with any doubt or worry. And I think the potential is massive when it comes to the top lineup.
I will say, though, that unlike Damwon, I feel like that we are seeing some weaknesses and opportunities to exploit Top Esports because they are a team that likes to push their limits. A team that would typically go for 1 tower, Top will go for 2, and they will try to take as much as they can without losing anything. And there are windows where you can punish them, but you do have to be very good to do so.
The way I would describe that is just they are trying to squeeze water from stone over and over. And if you try to play on that limit, sometimes you just you know, press a bit too hard and you overextend and die with an ash on the top side.
You're such a wordsmith, Yamato. It's incredible. So as we look back at some of the big moments from last week, let's also look at Fnatic, whose turnaround fight in the mid lane last week against Genji was Red Bull's top play of the day.
Yeah, I really, really love this fight because like Fnatic are doing Drake and pushing down mid lane with 3 people. Like, this looked very dangerous, and I think all Fnatic fans, based on what we've seen in the past from Fnatic, where they kind of are disjointed and all over the place, were worried in this moment, but they pulled through with the beautiful team fighting. The Ornn TP in the middle just tanked up all the damage. The Rihanna ult came in and one-shotted 2 people. It was a very strong fight from Fnatic.
When you're such a big Chad that even the enemy team doesn't expect that you would actually pull this off, and you kind of just pincer move them, that's insanity. When I mean, obviously from the EU perspective, I was like, what are you doing?
Yeah, I was casting that game and I was like, this is not good. But they were able to turn it around. It was definitely a great play. Hopefully we can see week 2 Fnatic show up because they've only ever lost 1 game in week 2 in their history at Worlds. So definitely going to be a scary team to go up against coming into the second week.
And we'll see that group later, but in that group, Fnatic is tied for first, but that's the good news. The bad news is that Genji is also tied for first in that group, and LGD is also tied for first in that group. So that's going to be an exciting one in a few days, Yamato.
Yeah, for sure. I think it's wide open. TSM have kind of a rough time there on 0-3, but all in all, the 2-1 teams, it's going to be a battle for those slots. I'm looking at Genji as the favorite and Fnatic to come in second, because I think what happened in that game is going to be tough to replicate because of Rakan dying level 1. I don't think it's going to happen again.
I don't think that's going to happen again. All right, let's focus in on Group 8, and I want to take a look at some of the standout performers from that group and from those players specifically. So what I did is I asked Verius and Yamato to make a super team out of the group and out of the players out of the group. Now, all I'm seeing is Suning and G2 players. Explain yourself.
I think we can start off easy to convince you know, everyone along the way. I think Wunder was the obvious choice. I think when it comes to the top lane, I think he's one of the best in the entire tournament. He's so versatile in his play. He can play the Ornn, he can play the Camille. You know, if he's feeling it, maybe he's going to play a Pyke too. I think in all 3 matches that G2 has played, I think he was definitely, you know, the better top laner in those games.
I think that Wunder continues to prove why he is a world-class top laner. Last year at MSI, he was in the conversation for one of the best players at the tournament. And I think that right now he's kind of showing once again that he can perform on the international. Even back in 2018 at Worlds, on that G2 roster, he was able to show up a lot. So I think that we're getting to see a return to form of him, and I think that as the tournament progresses, we're only going to see more and more.
Sometimes gets the short end of the stick because all people talk about is like when he's raiding or when he's opening paint in-game or notepad in-game. But he has been consistently performing for G2 as he is doing now as well. Moving on to the jungle position, and jungle, which is so important in the current meta, but SOFM just stands head and shoulders above anyone in this group, and maybe also a lot of junglers across the tournament. This guy is a menace.
He certainly is. He's a pure joy to watch because, in my opinion, he's very different from many junglers. Many junglers kind of are a little predictable in what you expect them to do. Like, they have tendencies and patterns. SOFM has none of that. He is unpredictable. He is extremely talented. He will do things that you do not expect, and I think it makes him such a pleasure and joy to watch this versatile jungler go.
Look at that CSD stat at 15, a difference of 38.
Yep.
That's the highest out of any player in the tournament as a jungler. That just means he bullies anyone, Yamato.
For sure. Even though the Suning scoreline is 2-1, if we look at the 3 early games they had, SOFM with his team has completely annihilated everyone in that early game, and I think SOFM is spearheading that movement for Suning.
That he is. Would you say he's also in the conversation for one of the best junglers across the tournament so far in the group stage? It's hard to say, you know.
It's tricky to compare, but I think the names that come to everyone's mind is going to be Canyon right away. I think SOFM and Karsa are in the conversation, but considering Canyon's competition with Kanavi and how hyped he was, I think Canyon might take the cake.
Yeah, we'll see if they ever end up playing versus each other. Next up is the mid lane, and I can assume this one may be a bit harder to sell, depending on who's watching. You guys went for Caps. What gave him the upper hand over the other mid laners so far?
So I think, you know, in terms of play across 3 games, I think the Galio game and the Twisted Fate game were great performances for Caps. The only reason this might be a little bit difficult, because I do believe that Jensen performed better in that match against his Jace. He made the mistake of clearing the Raptor camp for Nidalee, and after that Orion got a base, and Jensen seized the opportunity together with his team. So this is the only kind of caveat, but it's still, at the end of the day, if I had to make a choice between the 4 mid laners in this group, Caps is the no-brainer choice for me.
Yeah, I certainly agree. I think especially when you look at Suning's mid laner as well, I don't think Angels had the best first round robin. We know that he can play better, and I think that him alongside SOFM were actually a large staple of what enabled them to get to Worlds in the first place. Whereas I do think that Jensen, he's kind of had mixed moments, and I think that a large part of TL's struggles have been the draft, which haven't done them a huge number of favors. Yeah. But I'm hoping that moving into week 2, they will be able to step up. But when you look at how Caps has been performing, I think that of the 4 mid laners, he has been a special standout.
And maybe we'll have to eat our words, right? At the end of the day, we'll see how everyone steps up. Then the marksman position, I heard there was a bit of discussion here as well, but Yamato, you at least ended up on Huanfeng from Suning in that marksman position.
Yeah, I think the only other candidate is, of course, Tactical. I think with this conversation in the matchup, I think Team Liquid are in a rough position because those 2 games that they lost were so one-sided. One against Machi, one against, of course, Huanfeng and his Draven. I think the matchup today might change my perception, but it's hard for me to argue for Tactical after that clinic of a performance that Suning had against them.
Yeah, and I think that Yamato does make a fair argument. I think Huanfeng has been extremely consistent this tournament, probably the most consistent AD carry of the entire group. His positioning in team fights especially is something that I hold in high regard, and he is a joy to watch, especially considering how far he has come being such a young player. But when I contrast that over to Tactical, I think that both being young players, both first appearances at Worlds, I think that Tactical has been one of the standout players for me on Team Liquid, and I think that he has done a great job. His positioning in fights, and when he does get comfort picks like the Kalista, I think Tactical as a player has showcased that he can also compete and compare to some of these top AD carries.
I think for Tactical, it's also just tricky with that Suning game and the draft difference and how everything went in the first game. That brings all your averages just down. But from what we've seen in the plains, in the LCS regular splits, and now at Worlds, he is someone to look out for.
He certainly is. I've been very impressed with what I have seen from him, and I think that his mechanics are top tier, and I hope that we get to see more from him today because TL are going to rely a lot on their bot lane if they want to come out ahead in this group.
Finally, support position, and I think there were a few candidates for this one as well. In the end, you landed on Mickey. Why Mickey and not some of the other supports in this group, Yamato?
I think the other person that is in the conversation is, of course, CoreJJ. Sword Art, I think he had some blunders here and there, but I think Mickey has been the reason why they won against Suning, why they're 2-1 in the first place. I think his bard performance was monstrous. Even in the game that they lost against Team Liquid, he found some Alistar engages. I think the other person in the conversation is, of course, CoreJJ. If it was only based off of that one game against G2, I would be like, okay, this is, you know, CoreJJ should be up there. But then you contrast that with the 2 other matches that they played, and CoreJJ couldn't do anything. And of course, the super role is bound by the chains of your team,
yes,
which makes it difficult. But it all comes down to how they perform today.
But I also think that Mickey has just also had an exceptional tournament. Yeah. Like, he was the reason why they won that game versus Suning. He has been able, even in that loss to TL, he was the one that found every opportunity that G2 had in order to bounce back into that game. And I think that to see him play at the level that he's currently playing at is great because he hasn't had the best year. So to see him step up right now is definitely a great thing to see.
Well, thank you for that context. And of course, we'll keep track of it as we see all the games today. And maybe we'll have to come back on that list after all the games are played. So let's look at the schedule. 6 matches between all of Group A until we have 2 teams left headed to the knockout stage, and any tiebreakers will be played at the end of today. Now, in terms of stakes, Group A is the closest group in any metric you look in this World Championship so far, in terms of every team having at least 1 win, which makes it interesting. Also, in terms of the games played between each other, they are the closest in terms of gold and in the games that every single team has played versus each other. So anything can really happen, and I can't emphasize that enough, especially with this group, Yamato.
It's so wild because it just starts off with such a banger.
Yeah.
Like, if Team Liquid managed to win this one, all of a sudden they have the head-to-head against G2, which is so much more valuable than just having a 2-2 scoreline. At the same time, Machi, you know, they lost a couple of games, but they also start off with a bang, and it's definitely like a group where anything can happen on the day. It's best of ones, and that's the nature of it. It's like dynamite.
And the thing for Suning is because G2 lost that game to TL, their road to first in this group is now a lot easier because they've been very consistent. Even in that game, I think many could argue that Suning should have won that game versus G2. You know, especially you have that Ocean Soul, like everything is set up for success, you know, and if they can get that win against G2 today, there's a potential for no tiebreak. You just lock in that first place spot. So I think that Suning right now is probably feeling the most comfortable when you see Machi, TL, and G2 all taking games off each other.
And to emphasize it once more, getting out of the group is a goal, yes, but when you're looking deeper in the tournament, it's not just about getting out of the group. That should be a given. It's about getting that #1 spot so you can avoid top esports and down 1 in the quarterfinals.
That's so dangerous. You know, that's crazy. You know, it's like you pray that you get a Genji, but that's tough too. That's no easy,
nothing is easy
fish to fry. In all honesty, I think the first seed is going to be so key, and that makes everything so much crazier because it's already crazy enough.
So spicy today.
Very spicy.
Yamato, just short, you've been coaching in this position. You were at Worlds with Vitality, you were at Worlds with Splice. Tell me about the difficulties in terms of having to play all these games back-to-back from a team's perspective.
I think momentum is super important. Like, we had the stint where we lost against Cloud9 in the final match, and that was because, in my opinion, we didn't phase out our energy good enough because the days are super long. You come in early, you play a match, you wait in between, and making sure that you have energy throughout, because you don't get to practice for this. There's nothing else where you get to experience game, break, game, break, game, break. Having that in your mind and having that experience is going to be so important. And looking across the board, you're looking at Team Liquid, G2, they've been in positions like this before.
Yeah. Well, maybe they need some of this. Anyway, when we return from the break, Veris is going to break down how TL beat G2 in their first game. And before we get there, we'll take a listen to TL's calls the last time they faced up against G2 in the sounds of the game presented by Bose.
Yeah, play 2. We can look. Arrow. We should fight still. Okay, let's start. I'm in lane. I should die. They're also killing me, okay? I should die. 80 dead. I can, I was fighting. It's okay. We kill 80. I don't have us. We don't have ulti. End of press. Yes, press. In the press. They are press. They are press. We can kill. In the press, yes, sir. Yeah. In the mana. Good job. Nice, good dragon.
Good check.
Yeah, good job. Got the dragon. I think AD is played too.
Welcome back to World's Countdown. My name is Vedius, and now I'm going to look at how TL was able to take down G2 only several hours ago, in fact. There are two important clips that ultimately decided this game, and we're going to start off by looking at the level 1. So, this should come as no clear surprise, but Graves, Kalista, and Set are in fact very powerful level 1 champions. And when playing into a Nidalee, an Ashe, and an Alistar, G2's trio cannot match in terms of damage. So the appropriate response here from G2 in the event of an invade is to disengage, accept your losses, and just go back and start playing the rest of the jungle. However, that is not in fact what G2 decided to do. They instead went for the skirmish, and as you can see, things were not going exceptionally well for them. Mickey and Poked initially started to disengage, but the communication seems to be, hey, we can actually commit to this fight, and it's Core JJ that you need to keep your eyes on, because Jankos gets a little bit too close to the red buff, ends up getting stunned up, and that is the perfect opportunity for TL to jump in, collapse, get first blood, get the red buff, and get level 2 onto Broxah. This is huge in terms of the bot lane 2 versus 2 matchup, and it's also huge in terms of the jungle matchup. So what we know at this point now is that bot lane for G2 is behind, and jungle for G2 is behind as well. So what does this mean? Well, G2 decide, okay, we need to try and get back into the game. And to do this, let's try and get Jankos back into the game, right? So the first thing I'm going to draw your attention to is the minimap. What I want you to notice is that CoreJJ has already reset and is pathing his way from base into the mid lane. Also, Kalista on the way back to the lane as well. Now, this duo from G2 is going to look to reset because what they want to do is contest this Scuttle Crab. The only way they can actually challenge this Scuttle Crab is if they have a numbers advantage, which is why they're going to bring their bot lane up, and they're going to use the TP from Jace so that they have 4 people versus potentially 2 or 3 so that they can actually secure that objective and help Jankos get back into the game. So this is what we're going to watch, right? So they shove this wave in bot lane, right? And then meanwhile, as we transition over into the mid lane, you'll see that the shove is coming in. Now, Caps takes a not very favorable trade, which initially doesn't look that good, but he's also running the teleport, so at the end of the day, it's not that bad. Meanwhile, Broxah is moving into the enemy jungle because he knows that his mid lane has that initial priority. This means that they can look to contest and challenge some of these camps, as we're seeing right now. Meanwhile, on the minimap, as I bring up the screen, what you'll notice is that Caps' back gets interrupted, which is actually very big. Broxah is looking to invade and threaten Jankos' camps. Meanwhile, on the base, both Alistar and Ashe have made their way back and are starting to make their way through. Meanwhile, though, the 3-man unit that TL have brought together is now ready to contest. So let's play this one out. As we're watching, Jankos loses his wolves. He's going to get put even further behind in experience. CoreJJ is here to assist, is going to secure that plate as well. And look, notice that the Scuttle Crab has already been started before the bot lane even arrives. So the idea of using numbers to generate an advantage is not actually working in their favor because the bot lane doesn't arrive in time. So as we continue to roll out this clip, what you'll notice is the Scuttle Crab ends up dying. Meanwhile, in the bot lane is what I want to really draw your attention to, because a wave is stacking down here and it's going to start pushing towards this objective. If no one catches this wave, that's a lot of experience lost. So what Pooks really wants to do in this situation is actually walk back to bot lane so that he can catch this wave, but that's not what happens. Instead, they go for a pick onto CoreJJ on a set. They flash and funnel themselves into this choke point where Orianna is perfectly set up to be able to land a huge shockwave. And notice that CoreJJ doesn't lose any health because he's set. He has a giant shield on his W, meaning that 2 flashes end up getting burnt. All of this farm in the bot lane is also going to get lost. As we roll out the clip, you'll notice that Tactical shoves in the wave, is going to get onto the tower, and the rest of G2 all have to reset. And at this point, jungle is behind, bot lane is behind, and now G2 have no real ways to contest or get back into the game. So it was kind of these 2 defining moments that kind of swung the game heavily into TL's favor, and then off the back of that, they just kind of controlled the rest of the game.
Yeah, and
Rockstar.
Rockstar. It's like a proud dad. Thank you for breaking that down if people maybe didn't catch it or you don't always see the intricacies, but it was a great plan from Team Liquid, and when it worked out level 1, they didn't take their foot off the gas at one time. They just kept pushing and get that advantage. With that, let's talk a bit more about this TL versus G2 esports match. This was a great introduction, and what we can take from that is that early game, that level 1, and also what you want to get out of that from the draft is going to be so incredibly important. With the lessons that G2 learned and TL learned from that first game, what are we looking at here, Verius?
Oh, okay.
You
I'll pick it up. Thank you for the pass. I think looking at this in contrast to Team Liquid's previous games, I think the key thing here is they actually have agency in the bottom side. I think CoreJJ and Tactical are world-class and can compete with the best. This time around, they went for the Kalista set instead of the Twitch Rakan, where they kind of relied on outplaying people, because on paper, those matchups are very, very difficult. It worked in play-ins, but here it didn't work any longer. And I like that they actually recognize that if CoreJJ is open to run free, then they can actually take control of the early game.
The other big thing is Broxah got his Graves, and it's been one of his most successful champions here at the World Championship. And I think that by focusing the bans onto Impact rather than him, Impact showcased that he can play weak side on anything, so it doesn't matter what he's playing, whereas Broxah needs that comfort in order to find success. And I think that this draft for TL basically kind of played into all of their strengths as a team.
A big point of contention was also the Jace for Caps in the mid lane. And Yamato, you said something very eye-opening about G2 and their approach to this tournament in terms of drafting in rehearsal. Can you share your wisdom?
I think it's very evident that they're trying to learn this whole jungle meta. Caps is playing very different champions in the shape of Galio and Twisted Fate, and Wunder as well playing Renekton and Volibear for the first time in a long time. I think for the first time we see a G2 that are followers. They're no longer leaders. In the past, everyone was fearing G2 because they would be the ones picking up the pike and throwing curveballs at you. But now G2 are struggling to figure out what is currently the world's meta. And that was a very big strength in the past that makes me kind of worried about the future of G2 in this tournament.
Not just what the meta is, they would dictate the meta in the tournaments they've done good. And that is not the case now. TL seems to have figured it out a bit more, at least in that G2 game. Graves for Broxa, so important. But I always ask the question, if from G2 you're going to then target Brox's champion pool, are you not also targeting Jankos' champion pool? Because let's not beat around the bush. He's not having a good tournament from an early game perspective.
Well, the key thing about Broxa is, like, if I look at the champions that he's been successful on, is just the Graves, over and over the Graves. He had the Lilia game that he lost. He had the Lee Sin game where he wasn't just, you know, Lee Sin is blind, but in this game he was invisible too. I think this is a good place to target ban. Everyone talks about Impact's champion pool, but honestly, he can play a decent amount of champions in the current meta. I think if you look at Team Liquid and what you want to target, I think it's the Graves, the Orianna, and then you begin to peel off some layers of Team Liquid and test them on different waters than just the same old waters that we keep seeing in these games.
I also think that Jankos has demonstrated that he actually has a pretty good Nidalee. While I do agree with you that their early game has been questionable, like given I think that Jankos has actually given up first blood in every single game. It's
not good.
I still think that his mid to late game on these champions is much better. The question is, what else does he have? Because so far he's only shown the Graves and the Nidalee, and I definitely agree with you in that if both Graves and Nidalee are taken off the board, where do both these junglers actually go? Do we have a set jungle versus Lee Sin jungle matchup once again? Yeah. Sejuani, yeah.
Well, there's a lot more we can touch on. We already touched a bit on Jensen Caps at the beginning of the day, but I would like to talk about the supports a little bit as well. Mickey and Core JJ are both having standout performances for these teams. You said the word, or you used the word world-class for Core JJ, and we especially saw it versus G2, right? So this matchup is going to be extremely contested.
It's just such a joy to watch, you know. At some point, you reach this area where there's no longer bans you can do against these guys. There's no longer, you know, oh, we banned these champions and they're no longer going to be effective. It's just a question of how smart are they in their choices. Last time around, we saw the Alistar for Mickey, which was the wrong choice in that particular game. Maybe good against Kalista, but all in all, it was a weakness in the game. And then Core JJ pulled out the set. I think it's all about champion choices for these guys because their performance at this tournament has been beautiful.
Yeah, we put Mickey on our super team for Group A, but as you rightly said, Core JJ had to have been in that conversation even prior to the tournament because they are both world-class players. They both have a number of titles, both domestically and internationally, and I think that the amount of growth that Mickey in particular has made over this period in time has been stellar to watch, and to see him perform against a world-class player like Core JJ is nothing but exciting and a great way to start off our day.
Oh, such an exciting one. I think, you know, you kind of want to say, well, TL, why don't you just do the same thing? But that's where this preparation for this stacked day comes into play. Stakes one more, Yamato and Vedius, as said again, all the games are played today. If you're TL and you can get this win, all of a sudden, everything looks different. If you're G2, all of a sudden, everything looks different as well, and much worse for you, especially if you want to get that first seed. It cannot be understated how important this game is.
Yep, it certainly is, and the ultimate question comes down to this early game. Will TL be able to replicate a strong early game against G2? Because if they can, that is their pathway to victory. I think it's going to be difficult, but let's see if they can do it.
Oof, what a fantastic game. With that, let's send it over to our friends in Seoul, Atlas and LS, for Game 1, TL versus G2.
Hello and welcome to our Korean caster desk here for Worlds 2020. Thank you so much, Shocks. I'm Atlas, joined by LS, as per usual, the Lizard specialist himself, here to save G2 from Renekton picks here for our first match of the day.
Renekton is allowed here today because TSM, that black hole, it's not here. All right, to break the Renekton curse. So Lizard supremacy probably going to be happening. We do have Suning, Machi also playing later on today. Could get quite a lot of Renekton picks.
I have a feeling that there might be more on the horizon. That is indeed true. However, this is TL's one match they managed to win.
True.
And I wasn't actually able to hear the predictions at the end because, of course, there is slight delays, things like that here moving over to Korea. So that is a mystery to me. Does that mean that we have to treat TL as the favorite moving into this match? Because I have a feeling both of our predictions probably don't state that.
So I feel like from watching the last G2 game, TL got a lot of advantages throughout the game, and I felt like G2 had a really, really, really rough team composition that just didn't make a whole lot of sense. And despite that, G2 still pushed back several times over, even against Seoul, and made the game look a lot closer than I think that it should have been. And so I'm imagining here today, if there's not any sort of catastrophes happening inside of the game, G2 is probably going to take this comfortably.
Yeah, it didn't necessarily look like a game that TL handedly beat, right? That they were the best team on the day by far or anything like that. I had a feeling that G2 were playing a little bit fast and loose, as they sometimes do here on the world stage. I don't want to take anything away from Team Liquid, though. I thought Broxah had a standout performance in that match that they were able to win. And this year, North America are a slow starter. So let's see what we're going to be able to do as we move into the second round robin of this group. Into champion select already here is Camille and Lucian to be banned away. Lucian warranting some bans. That dude does not lose very much on Summoner's Rift, as Ornn and Graves are going to leave. So G2 are doing away with their let's just ban out all of Impact's champions, and they're going to mix things up just a little bit.
Yep, and we'll see what the final bans are going to be. It's going to be the Twisted Fate for TL.
Yep, similar to what they were banning away last time around, despite the side switch. Lilia to be taken away from Broxah here, so definitely a different look as far as the ban phase is concerned for G2. As let's see whether some of your wizardry is going to come through here for our first pick of the day. Impact thinking about what he wants to go towards. Is Shen is available. Something worth mentioning, something we're not very used to over here in Korea.
Yeah,
but we're used to this one. The set first pick is going to be locked in. The master of flexibility. Flexing absolutely everywhere. Going to open up the draft here.
Extremely flexible despite his muscles.
Yeah, I know. I was going to say, he's got a bulky physique for such a flexible man. Doesn't seem like a contortionist, but that's okay. Wondering Jankos now, wondering what they're going to be picking up, and it could be the kitty cat and the croc. They could go towards it, but Electric Bear going to be locked in. And that is going to be a slight difference. Certainly more flexibility, although only between jungle and top lane, as far as we know.
The Freylord comp coming in now with the Ashe locked in.
I love it. We're a Braum away from like the absolute dream for our first 3 picks.
Sejuani too, why not?
Oh, let's do it. I mean, it's Jankos. It could happen.
And the thing about G2 in this game in particular, so in the initial encounter versus Team Liquid, their team composition had a lot of responsibility. There was a lot of onus on it in order to try to do things. And when you fall behind early with a team composition like that, it's generally pretty hard to play. So I'm curious here today if they're going to end up with a draft that has significantly less responsibility, and thus TL is going to be the one that have to make all the plays and all the action happen. And the Kalista pick is very interesting here because it's running into an Ashe.
Yeah, that's we've actually seen this over in the LCK, and I always get baffled by it. I feel like Kalista is the most handedly controlled by a champion like Ashe, who can just press a W, and that's going to slow down her attack speed. That doesn't necessarily always happen with that particular ability. That's okay. This is forming TL's composition into something very powerful in the mid game. Going to have a lot of pick opportunity with the Scat of the Week, and of course the Fate's Call to come through there, and also increases the amount of flexibility that Set has in this composition, making support Set the most likely, but he can still go elsewhere on the map, as Caps is going to be locking in the Echo into the mid lane. Of course, one of those inner vacuum counters to the Syndra.
And now we are at the jungle bans coming away again. Lee Song going to be removed from the table, as well as Nidalee.
That's 4 jungle bans so far.
Yeah.
Theoretically, we already have 2 junglers locked in, 1 per team. That those could be options, but Set and Volibear, they're sort of part of your Olaf collection that you like to talk about towards the end of the summer season of the LCK LS. If you guys aren't LCK viewers, it just means that they're basically clones of one another. They do very similar things if they are going to be in the jungle. Speaking of jungles, another one to be taken away is Kindred off the board. And one more jungler. Come on, Tia. What is it going to be? As look, we're digging right into the dregs of the jungle champion pool, and it's getting more and more likely that this Volibear and Set are going to be heading that way. Of course, Echo also another jungler, so theoretically 2 of them on the side of G2, and Aurelia to be taken away here.
And I feel like the Aurelia is more signifying that they perceive the Echo to go into the jungle, with the Volibear headed top lane for Wonder. And so that is very interesting. And there's Ashtom Kench. Now, historically, Ashtom Kench was the bot lane duo that you would pick to neutralize Kalista Thresh, and they just can't do anything.
Yep.
And so all of Kalista's pairings down in bottom that are traditionally found with her sort of just can't move Ashe and Tahm Kench, and that's what ends up happening. And so this is why the Kalista pick was so interesting, because now you're going to have to choose a off-theme Kalista pick if you're going to try to get a leg up over it down in bottom lane. Now, Lulu's coming in. We've seen her appear in top lane a lot. I'm completely unfamiliar with Lulu versus Volibear, if that's even a thing.
It doesn't seem good for the Volibear. That's what I would say. But Lulu Hecarim, a fantastic combination of champions. Hecarim, the last remaining jungler, really, that is in a tier towards the top. And that is going to be going into Brox's hands. He's going to be helicoptering around the rift on that one, as Sion being considered. Now, the really interesting thing about G2's comp is this last pick could be a whole bunch of different things apart from the bottom lane. As Sylas being considered at the moment, we were hovering a whole bunch of different things. There's a Teemo, so we have, okay, it is going to be the Sylas, and we still don't know where it's going to go.
Yeah. This is... There's a lot of flex on the top side.
We got 3 junglers up top. We got 3 top laners. We've theoretically got 2 mid laners. I haven't seen Volibear there yet, but I wouldn't put it past G2. So we're going to have to wait until this ticks down a little bit before we really lock in exactly what we're going to see. But I love flexibility in a draft. I think that's why you take red side and what you use it for. G2 has done a great job in that department. However, looking on the side of TL, I love this composition as it comes together, right? In order to make sure that Tactical has the best mid-game possible. As soon as you get an Ardent Sensor on that Lulu, this Kalista is going to be popping off completely and does have a lot of protection from the rest of her team. And Jensen also has a lot of agency to carry himself. So this is a dangerous composition moving into mid-game, and we'll see how G2 is going to handle it.
Yeah, and we'll see what TL is going to be able to manage to do here and how they're going to try to get ahead and get their advantages going here in the early stages of the game. Because of the dynamic of mid lane and bot lane, unless we see some Hail of Blade shenanigans and Echo getting some really insane trades off on Syndra early on, it should be a surety that TL actually gets control over the initial dragons, unless something goes miserably wrong for them in the early stages of the game. The mid game is going to be the most telling. I feel like that's where TL's team composition is going to be the most explosive and also the most oppressive, because the items that Kalista and Lulu and whatnot, Hecarim skipping jungle item, just going straight into Trinity Force, they come online a lot faster than G2. And there's that small timing window around 3rd and 4th dragon that should spawn where TL should be favored. That doesn't happen, G2 should almost always walk away with the game.
Well, we'll see whether they can make that one work out for them. I actually feel like, as far as well-roundedness is concerned, and with game, like, the way that you, like, win conditions in mind, I feel like TL's composition on paper looks very, very good. But G2 often throws that out the window when it comes to what actually happens in the game. So I'm very interested to find out what their plan is to try and get this composition actually moving and try to avoid what you say is that explosive mid-game, which is going to be very terrifying. I mean, the amount of wombo, it's like ease of execution is also on TL's side, right? Like, they just have a horse run in, get really big with a Lulu enchantment, and then things generally work out for them, right? With the Hopping Mad Kalista and the Syndra. So as far as ease of execution, definitely up there for TL, but G2 can certainly throw some spanners in the works, and there is a lot of skill expression, especially in things like the Echo that we've seen do phenomenal things worldwide. Of course, Knight does come to mind when you mention that champion, and Caps is a superstar himself. So very excited to see how this one is going to go as we get onto the Rift for the first time for the 2nd round robin of the World's group stage. Absolutely beautiful skybox as well, I have to say. We've had some great ones, but I really like this cityscape. It's absolutely stunning. As Jensen putting an orb down with FLICKR's skin in hand. Of course, FLICKR's not going to use it. You may as well use it yourself, guys. That's how it works.
Well, as we're taking a look at the runes, it's not going to be the Hail of Blades on Echo. It will be the Electrocute. And so we'll see how the trade patterns do unfold. You have Airy up there in top lane for Impact.
Yeah, I'm going to give you
Predator
a lot more
on
trading
Bear.
power. No real surprises. Looking down those keystones, of course. Apart from Mickey going back to his Hail of Blades Tahm Kench. Absolutely love it. Very similar to the Hail of Blades Brahms that we were privy to over here in the LCK. Works very similarly, just means that you can eat faster. And a gentleman like Tahm Kench, who does have a food-related skin, probably loves that. And Mickey using the correct skin as well. This is the Hail of Blades Tahm Kench skin, the Master Chef one. Yep. Perk's going to take half of his health bar and damage. Tactical taking a bit back, but still a great trade for TL. And our eyes are going to be on Tactical. This guy does the majority of his team's damage so far at Worlds, even if he is such a young gentleman on this roster. A lot of it, of course, having to do with Core JJ. And just how good he is as Haymaker comes down. Mickey taking a lot of damage here as there is some biffo towards the bottom side of the map.
Well, definitely a lot of trading going on here. Also, Exhaust versus Ignite is what's currently present. Looks like Mickey and Perks, they're really trying to get this level 2.
As
get it, yeah.
Yeah, it's going to be very, very similarly timed as Tactical's going to miss that CS, and Mickey's just going to lick Core JJ a little bit.
A little bit of a tongue work there.
Yeah, it was. I liked it.
And we can see on the jungle, Jankos already looking to get a little bit aggressive. Ooh, yeah. He's gonna. Ooh.
That is high value.
Okay.
That Storm Strike. Broxah does get the big one though, so not too worried there. As Jankos just going to make sure that this horse is well and truly in the stable.
Yep.
Of his mid lane.
He's protecting that ward.
Yeah, also doesn't have a top side that he can go to, right? So it's not like he can transition out. I actually really love what Jankos is doing, just playing goalie.
Is going to cheater. I think he's, well, he was looking for maybe a cheater recall, but instead, ooh, he's taking a lot of damage.
Yeah, this is getting real dangerous.
Yeah, he really wants to just crash this wave in and then leave. Impact.
Oh my god, it's a flash forward. The flash immediately from Wunder as well, but they're going to trade. That means now both junglers, their ears prickling at this top lane flashless situation. Yep. No one going to die just yet, as Wunder does actually have a decent CS advantage, having shoved that wave all the way forward.
Right, so he gets the reset off with 18 CS, so he only has enough for Darksteel plus the control ward. Going to teleport back into the lane, and now the question becomes is how long can Impact sustain inside of the lane with just the Biscuit and his current HP and mana value? Because then Lulu can get into Chalice if she wants to go that for the first item.
Yep.
Get herself some magic resistance as well as sustain.
Yeah, a lot of these Lulus really like to get towards the Swiftness boots as well, quite early on. As, of course, Noguri debuting this top Lulu here at Worlds demonstrated that one. Definitely a very supportive build for this particular champion, which is going to work out extraordinarily well for the TL composition as they move closer and closer to these team fights. Currently, TL do have a slight gold advantage, but it's absolutely nothing to write home about. As Wunder will be taking the Rift Scuttler here to deny that one away from Broxah. And I feel like since Hecarim came back into the meta, this has happened so much more. People have figured out that you just need to take camps away from the horse, and then he doesn't have nearly the amount of value that he had when he sort of re-debuted here in the jungle. It's just sort of like going back into the playbook, very similar to, you know, Evelynn playstyles and things like that. When she's meta, she's easy to understand, but if you surprise people, then it's sort of hard to get that muscle memory sort of back, which is why some of these cheesy picks can work out very, very well. Of course, not calling Evelynn cheese, she's extremely strong at the moment. But if you can make people have to readjust how they play the game, it's definitely a good idea. As Brox is going to sneak in towards the top side. Not sure how a hooved animal is able to sneak, but he did manage to do so.
This is interesting because you can see the Impact doesn't really need that much assistance. The only reason for Broxah to ever be doing this is if they anticipated that Jankos would come on this wave. And you can see Wunder, he's threatening a freeze. And this is really problematic because the cannon minion is coming. So this can end up going indefinitely depending on how Impact and Wunder both manage their waves here. Jankos going to move into the brush. Now, this is really scary because there's not a lot that they can deduce from anything Impact not even level 6 yet.
Yeah, there's Storm Strike, half the health bar now onto Impact. That looks like they're going for the dive. Great stun comes out, and First Blood's oh so easy for G2 topside.
And that's really bad because no teleport for Impact. This is a nightmare situation for him right now. He's missing so many minions, and he's already CS capped up there in top lane. So Wonder with a fantastic advantage. Also, he got the kill, so his Darksteel getting a little bit of AP.
Ooh, there we go. Added value.
Added value on top.
You really got to look at that. This is why you're the lost salesman.
This is, you know, I mean, the war on Boris, it rages on.
I know. Every single day.
Yeah.
As Mickey and Perks back down to here towards the bottom side. In fact, there are a couple of members extra for G2 as the slows down onto Core JJ. Immediate flash out from Tactical. Ooh. He's down to 2,500 health, but they turn it onto Mickey and grab that kill. Tactical's definitely dead, but he'll be typing worth in all chat, absolutely. After that trade, especially with the amount of resources invested by G2.
Yeah, and Core JJ able to retain both of his summoners as well during this. Jensen, now as we take a look into mid lane, he has a little bit of an XP advantage, it seems, over Caps. Not super big.
Well, Cap's actually going to go aggressive here as Wonder comes around. Broxah a little bit late to this party and only level 5. As Caps is going to successfully get the flash out of Jensen. This could really make things difficult in the mid lane as Brox is going to try and push the Rift Scuttler away from Wonder. Ooh. Okay, looking for a bit of an engage here as Broxah. Didn't expect him to kill him, but he is going to be able to get that smite off. Bit of health back and also the extra money the Rift Scuttler will provide. But an onslaught of shadows now available for the Sylas, which is very frightening.
Yeah, and Sylas is returning to a massive wave up in top lane that Broxah is now going to share the EXP on with Impact. And I'm scratching my head as to how we've arrived at this CS on Broxah. You can see all of his camps are up. And just the pathing that's coming out, overall, a little bit questionable. And Jankos, who's been able to be in multiple places now at the same time, he's also still retaining a slight CS advantage. He's now invading. He's going to steal away some of Brox's camps. And this is a pretty doomsday scenario if you're the Hecarim. You don't want to be this stunted and stifled inside of the jungle because he's such an integral part to their hard engage when it comes into mid-game. But also, because he's been constantly set on the back foot, and because of the stuff that's been happening in mid lane, the neutrality down in bottom, TL hasn't been able to threaten any sort of dragon shenanigans. And so, the game state for them is in a really awkward spot.
Yeah, in fact, no one's really looked at the dragon at all so far this game. G2 has pushed that gold lead back just a little bit with that extra kill. Is now Tactical having to deal with a big old bear running down here. Caps will turn up. Phase dive on top of the Callista as Fate's Call comes down. Only a single knockup, but Core JJ an amazing face breaker before he goes down. It is 2 kills for G2, and they have started this one off early as Impact now in trouble. Chain Lash comes through as Wonder's going to flash. For some reason, just exciting stuff. Sometimes you just want to press your buttons.
He doesn't want to get help pixed and then chained with
He was also very close to turret range,
yeah.
So maybe that was an adjustment there. But yeah, help picks certainly a thing that would have been his death. Some exciting top lane stuff though. Okay, Perks caught in the shot just a little bit as Jankos is here. Onslaught of Shadows comes down as Perks is definitely dead. He's going to throw out a volley in some direction, but he flashes away and will survive. Oh no, Core JJ, will he have enough movement speed from the Q? That's the question. Doesn't have flash, of course, wants to oh, the facebreaker max range! And the Haymaker will secure the kill. Core JJ saying, well, you're not going to take it, I will.
Well, that is a very big pickup though, because now Ashe, it's not just that she dies. It's that she's missing a cannon wave that's now going to go into the turret, and Tactical gets all of this XP, all of this solo golden farm, just allocated right into himself. It's a really big thing for TL after what just happened in bot lane.
Yeah.
And now, okay, well, Scuttle Crab going to be leashed over, so more bad news bears.
Yeah, bad news horses more than anything else, as they are going to try and get some retribution here, moving 3 members up this river. Tactical slightly avoiding the tongue lash there, as the Cloud Drake continues to stay lonely and asleep in his pit. Broxah will finally take a camp or two here on the bottom side. Does have his Wolves and Gromp available. We'll see whether that's going to spell Team Liquid heading towards something like one of these neutral objectives. Probably going to be aiming for utilizing their team fighting strength at about the 15 to 20-minute mark, something like that. The closer to 2 items you are, the better this composition is going to be. As Impact just trying to hold on here. It has been put pretty considerably behind, especially in farm. 15 CS going to be that gap as Silas continues to put on the pressure. This pick working out very, very well as Rift Herald has been started. Shelly just going to be fighting the bear here just a little bit as Tactical finds himself without too many friends towards the bottom side as he's down extraordinarily low, and Perkz will pick up that kill. Some great health to eat there from Mickey as Impacted teleported, but way too late, and they're going to lose everything.
Yeah. And just very unfortunate situations constantly popping up every couple of minutes for TL right now. All the small little edges that they do get at some points in bottom just end up falling away pretty quickly again. G2 now, they're going to take the turret plates. They have the Rift Herald. They're going to be able to summon it. It just looks like what's happening this game is that it's pretty much a lane kingdom everywhere. Mid lane, you can say that Sir Jensen is ahead in CS. Well, he's supposed to be.
Yep.
As well as Caps has gone places to make things happen. But the early pressure wasn't there to be able to translate into anything meaningful, and so the Echo just got to coast by entirely for free. And the longer that this game goes on, it's only going to get worse. We're at a 3,000 gold lead. Shirley is about to get a second charge here onto the top tier 2, and things are just looking disastrous because TL, who it's so important that their items came online faster and that they team fight sooner than their opponents and they look for those things, aren't going to be able to do it because G2 is actually hitting their item spikes faster than TL.
Yeah, and this is also like a genius time to make moves like this for G2. It's just before Team Liquid have managed to get to those spikes where they do want to get to some of these team fights around the objectives, and instead trying to put TL as far behind and as far away from that moment as possible as Perkz doesn't quite have the arrow. It's finally up as Wonder's turned up. Oh! There's the onslaught of shadows, but it's not the one coming from TL, and 2 very swift kills out of G2. This could be the beginning of the end for Team Liquid as Caps not able to find the parallel convergence, but that would have just been the cherry on top.
Well, able to get the ghost at the very least. More turret plates now going to go down here in bottom, and this is a massacre.
Yeah,
that we are absolutely witnessing. I think this needs a mature audience warning. People tune into the stream.
I didn't check out the rating actually beforehand. Maybe we'll need to do some adjustments. You're absolutely right. As Perkz going to come through, try and grab this last turret plate before it falls down in 10 seconds time, and he will do so. 460 gold in the back pocket. He's 3-1-3. Guy has been doing a hell of a lot of stuff around this map, despite that one whoopsie from earlier on. Immediately hijacks the onslaught of shadows. Does Wonder. Zach's replay just demonstrating how good G2 are at these early game skirmishes and team fights that they can orchestrate for themselves, because they needed to with this comp. I just love how G2 have managed to navigate how their comp works in this earlier stage.
Yeah, I mean, they're up 5,000 gold exactly at 14.5 minutes. I mean, things are just looking fantastic for them. Everything is just going super well. I wouldn't be too surprised to just see a Magi Soulstealer, the correct book, actually be picked up by Caps here in just a short moment. Impact is just so far behind inside of this game from where he would ideally like to be.
And also, I mean, the Lulu's not supposed to lose a lane like this, right? Like, Lulu is there to be a bully. She always has been. But this Silas certainly working out very, very well. It's an okay matchup. Of course, Silas was picked into Kennen a lot of the time. This is a pick that is pretty good into some of these majors towards the top side. And Wonder is just demonstrating exactly how good at this point in time. As now the red buff. G2 not going to be letting up the pressure at all as the arrow sails by through that pixel brush. The TL have been effectively moved out. Oh, Brox is going to be able to grab that Smite Steel Facebreaker. Down onto Caps, interrupted as he tries to go over the wall, but the flash will get him to safety. As the Rend pulled out there by Tactical, and only Mickey X taking a little bit of damage. But G2 can do this. They can afford to add all this pressure. And now CoreJJ going to get locked up. The Fate's Call has to be invested, and so many R buttons now falling down. Haymaker comes in. It's another good Facebreaker from CoreJJ. He's doing the best that he can. Doesn't quite have Haymaker back available, but doesn't need it. as there is another fight here towards the north, as Wonder's at full health and not at too much risk of dying. The health bars of TL looking a little bit worse for wear, as G2 will go for a reset. Yeah,
G2 are going to just get the reset here. They're piling quite a bit of gold. That was really close between the bot lanes there. It almost looked like Caps was actually going to fumble and give over a kill, but he managed to get the ultimate off just in time. Everything's fine. Ocean Dragon's coming up in 1 minute and 20. It means that we are going to have a pretty meaningful dragon.
Yep.
This game, obviously, given that Cloud was first.
Yep, Mountain or Infernal this game. Those of you playing at home. Perkz going to be taking down his Brambleback. As although he got caught out by Core JJ earlier on, Perkz has been pretty integral to this composition thus far. I absolutely love the 3-item build that he's going for on the Ashe. I think that the damage potential out from the Hurricane, Essence Reaver, and Infinity Edge build from Ashe is just really, really strong once you get to that point. And he is going to be able to reap those benefits quite effectively. Is now just back into farming mode. You mentioned that 5,000 gold lead. Well, that is still there. 30 seconds on this Ocean Drake. G2 in full control at this stage of the game.
Yeah, everything is just going very well for them. You have the resistances coming out. That's going to make it really hard for Syndra to be able to really do anything. And when you have opponents that are itemizing magic resist for Syndra, when Merc Treads are incentivized on the enemy team, it not only hurts the Syndra, it also really hurts the Lulu, because she's already going so supportive. She's not really going to be able to add anything other than just pure support. But when her primary carries that she's supposed to be bolstering are not able to really do anything when they're so far behind their opposition, then Lulu just ends up feeling pretty hopeless.
Yeah, you kind of lose any of the upsides. As speaking of which, G2 going to be starting off this Ocean Drake. TL not wanting to give this one away for free. They did manage to get that first one. Wonder getting pushed out just a little bit, but the Drake is going to very cleanly go over to G2. And the arrow, not going to connect there onto Tactical, who walks intelligently towards Wonder as Caps is going to close the gap. Core JJ over with the Hex Flashes. Now Broxah looking to get into that back line. He's by himself, though, and he gets put underneath the turret. Oh, dear. As that's a decent facebreaker out from Core JJ, trying to salvage this fight, but you can see in the health bars that it's not going well for Team Liquid. Jensen underneath his turret, but that is not as safe as he's otherwise like it to be. Impact doing a decent job there, but even the Storm ripping him apart as Wonder gets underneath the turret and takes down the Lulu. And now G2 will be able to take down this outer turret in the mid lane. 10-2 in kills. This is getting towards a shellacking.
Oh, this is a massacre in the making right now. G2, they're up almost 8,000 gold. And you have 10 stacks Darkseal on Wonder, so he does recall, he picks up a blasting one, so it's not going to be the Magi's for him just yet. Everyone on the side of G2 is just so far ahead.
Yeah, I have to give it to Wonder, though. Being able to choose exactly the right ultimates at a moment's notice, that showstopper, absolutely amazing. I mean, Broxah probably shouldn't have gone that deep. Oh, I know Hecarim's love doing it. We've all had one in the solo queue, but that was
he had a hot date.
Insult to injury as we're going to have a look.
He can see that set ultimate, the angle is perfect to just superplex him right into the turret.
Yeah,
I have no idea what he was thinking. And then here inside of the replay, Wonder just doing so much really good mouse control, just playing at the edges of his screen. That's always nice to see when players are able to do this if they don't just reposition with spacebar. And just managing to rip right onto Impact at the very end there. And just look at the level discrepancy on some of the members. It's 1 in support. It was almost 2 in top lane. I guess Impact did just ding 11. Yep. But G2 are in such a commanding position inside of this game right now. Pick up the second Herald, 3 minutes until the Mountain Dragon, and with so many resistances being built on their champions, even just one Mountain Drake, it really does help.
Well, that's going to be in 2.5 minutes time, however, as we tick over the 20-minute mark. This is the moment that Team Liquid's team composition was supposed to be coming online, you know, but G2 have done such a good job at snowballing any advantages that they were able to pick up. And it felt like from about 12 minutes onwards, they were like, oh, well, this is where we're going to start winning the game. And they absolutely did that. Shirley going to pop down in this mid lane to try and eradicate it of the inner turret. And she will do so fantastically well. It is, in fact, her job, of course. Caps over with the parallel convergence. Not going to be able to find any stuns just yet, as Broxer feeling very squishy at the moment, as this Hecarim does have his Trinity Force, but not much else. As now Inner Turret being smacked down by Wonder. Perk's going to come through as well. Get the last few hit points. And this gold lead is just getting masterfully extended. 8,000 now for G2. And the Baron is wide open. The map is so dark for Liquid right now.
Yeah. Everything is just really hard to play. I mean, it's almost 10K as we approach 22 minutes. And you can see Syndra going Void Staff second. So trying to get a little bit of penetration so that she'll deal more damage, but she has Merc Treads herself. And that's not a super good feeling to have right now inside of this game.
The item difference, I think, can be epitomized by having a look at Tactical versus Perks.
Yeah.
A couple of daggers and a Blade of the Ruin King versus Hurricane, Essence Reaver. A cheeky little Null Magic Mantle, because why not?
And a
BF sword.
Best friend sword.
Yeah, that is... Yeah, that's a I want to leave the game soon sword in this particular one, as that is demonstrating exactly how far ahead they are.
Well, QSS on Tactical.
Okay.
All right, because I feel like if he's having to QSS, the game's already over at this point.
Well, I mean, there is a lot of CC coming out of G2, especially having a look at that Ash Arrow, if he is hit by one. And it's going to be a rough time. And no cleanse on the Callista was an interesting choice anyway, but now at least he does have the itemized version. And Core JJ not going to be building Mikaels or anything like that anytime soon. Could theoretically be a third item for Impact, but he's struggling to get towards the second just yet. As G2 will have a Mountain Drake to pick up if they'd like to after this, but looks like this Inner Turret in the bottom lane is going to be their first port of call. As Broxer taking some poke from Wonder. I say poke, I mean that's a third of his health. As Leandri's has been completed. Boris not welcome over on G2's side by the looks.
Yeah, he's seething.
Yeah,
right now, for sure. He's a little bit upset. He got new inventory in, but we're not seeing it here today.
Well, the arrow is going to majestically sail
Brownie's comment
towards the west. See whether that comes through from the eastern side in a little while. Always wondered whether Runeterra is a sphere. Do you believe in flat Runeterra, or are you? Oh,
Runeterra is a globe. Yeah.
Okay, there we are.
Just so you...
Look, I was just wondering. It might be like Discworld or something like that. Read into that particular part of the lore. As Team Liquid in the Fnatic brush here for a moment, but it looks like a reset is where G2's minds are at. I'll just replenish their wards that they have in their inventory. You can see Mickey X coming out with a full stack of regular wards and a couple of controls, just to try and start establishing some Baron control here at 24 minutes into the game.
And I really like that G2 they're taking the game really slow. They know that with each minute that passes, everything just gets better for them. That's just what ends up happening. And they're moving very slow and steady. Mountain Soul will end the game. There's going to be no chance for Hecarim, Syndra, and Lulu to chew through anything. Callista even is just going to be hitting a wall, essentially, with all of her auto attacks. And G2 know that's the inevitability that they can just keep gravitating towards. So unless TL feel like they need a hot date, I imagine that we'll have a Baron dance, and if not, then maybe a fight at the next Dragon.
Yeah, it's going to need multiple miracles on TL's side. One will not do. As we have a look at that gold graph descending towards the 10,000 gold mark, which is just being crested now. As from about 12 minutes, G2 have just been able to choke TL out of the majority of their resources around the map. It has been a very, very good lesson on suffocation of an enemy team and capitalization of power spikes as well here from G2. Very different from the G2 TL series that we saw in the first round robin, to be perfectly honest. It was a little bit more fast and loose in that one. And G2 have come to play here at this stage of the tournament. Jensen down here towards the bottom side hasn't really been amongst it so far this game, still sitting on a few zeros. In Australia, that would get you onto the police, by the way. You want to call that number? as we've got a secret agent for G2 in the form of Jankos 008. Don't remember which one that was. Personally, as Tactical may have overextended, the Super Soaker is not going to quite find the mark.
Well, 10,000 gold lead right now for G2. 2 minutes and 20 seconds till that Mountain Dragon comes up. It looks like Syndra is going to try to get to Death Cap. Here's that Baron.
Yeah, I don't know whether this is going to be contested. They do have a vision of it. And Broxah can certainly canter pretty quickly. I think he's going to try and play Keeper. Ooh. Arrow's going to connect. That should buy them a fair bit of time, but Broxah, very quick, can get over the wall, of course, as Wonder with the blast cone. Impact in trouble. Chain Lash will land as Jankos diving on in, but he might have been a little bit overextended as he is going to be taken down very quickly. Wild Growth onto Core JJ to keep him alive, but there is the hijack Onslaught and Shadows, and I feel like the wallets are too heavy on the side of G2. 2 kills already, make it a double for Perkz now as Tactical is doing the best he can, but it is not going to quite be enough. Triple kill for Perkz, that's the ace, and this should be the game for G2.
This is definitely going to be the game. I think the death timers are very high, and with these characters being the ones that are remaining, I think it's almost probably a surety that this game could definitely end. But G2 actually looking like they might just go for double inhibitor. They're not gonna try to end, or
sometimes you got to play it safe by the water. Yes, as they are going to let Team Liquid respawn. Will be the Baron's still available, of course. This was a peel away, so the old take a couple of inhibitors, go back to a Baron, and then finish the game could be their option.
So Core JJ starts this off with a fantastic Facebreaker into a Haymaker. They get a kill onto Jankos pretty early, and then, like you were saying, Atlas, the wallets are just way too big. G2 so far ahead in gold and everything else, and Perkz gets the triple kill for himself. So at the end of it all, we're still inside of this game, but that was a glimpse of how the teamfight looks right now. It's only going to get worse, and if Jankos was able to live longer, more problems would end up arising. He looks like he's building towards Locket of the Iron Solari. So Boris definitely fuming.
Yeah, he's upset. As Cap's going to turn up, Tactical dancing around, but able to get a lot of damage there onto Caps. The arrow is going to miss. There's the Fate's Call's Facebreaker onto just one, but you can see Perkz is just melting Core JJ right now. It is going to be Tactical taken down at the beginning, and that is disastrous. Scatter the Weak for a couple of stuns, but the follow-up just isn't there unless you're talking about G2. Impact caught out of position. He'll go down, he'll sacrifice himself for the good of Broxah and Jensen, but I don't know whether it's going to quite be enough as those chains very, very close. Caps just says, nah, flashing on you, mate. And he is going to be able to take down the Syndra. Only Broxah alive as G2 are going to push through for the final time.
Well, it does look like G2 are going to clap back in the game here. And from start to finish, they were just in total control of the game.
Yeah.
Pretty much all of the laning phases inside of the jungle. Jankos was just... He was running a bit of a clinic on Broxah, and just the ability to influence more of the lanes as well as gain intel on Broxah and things of that nature. So G2, I think they show up the way that people expected them to the first time these two teams encountered.
Yeah, this is, I think, what a lot of people were expecting out of this particular matchup. G2 just so good on the international stage just in general, but they sometimes do have those for fun games. And that felt... The last matchup between these two teams certainly felt a little bit more like that, whereas this was 100% business.
Yep.
This was a G2 that, despite the fact that there were certain positives about the TL draft, G2 were just able to dissect it, and they decided, okay, we need to make sure that we stop the Hecarim from getting any farm. Check. Jankos got on that one very, very early, but I think Wonder also outlaned Impact very, very effectively there towards the top side of the map, and also held on to his advantage so beautifully as that game went on. I think that was definitely, if I was going to be the one giving the player of the game, mine would 100% go over to Wonder. The Sylas performance was just so good.
Yep. Completely agree with you. I think that Caps also did a really good job. I mean, we're getting selective camera pans to mid lane, but the fact that Syndra wasn't doing anything, I don't know if that's more just Jensen, but given that there's not enough camera pans, I'm going to have to assume Caps was probably partaking in it to some degree.
Also wasn't letting the Syndra out of the lane at all.
Yeah.
So it sort of wasn't on Jensen. He couldn't actually impact that game very much at all. But we'll be back for Machi Esports versus Suning after our Spotify song break. When you're listening to Takeover from League of Legends official playlist, do not go anywhere.
I got the height of a lion. I know the harder you climb, the harder you fall. I'm at the top of the mountain, too many bodies to count. I've been through it all. I had to weather the storm to get to the level I'm on. That's how the legend was born. All of my enemies already dead. I'm born. I'm ready for war. They know I'm ready for war. I told them we're taking over. We're taking over. Hey, look at you calling my name. You ought to know by now. We're taking over. Maybe you wonder what your future's gonna be, but I got it all locked up.
Welcome back, everyone, to the State Farm Analyst Desk. We'll have an interview with G2 shortly. But first, let's talk about the game. They got their revenge versus Team Liquid and are now in sole possession of first place in Group A. So much of what we talked about coming into this game was about the early game shenanigans and the team compositions. And Yamato very eloquently put, up until this point, G2 has been a follower and not a leader. They are trying to play what they think will be in the meta. Well, we saw a different look from them in this game.
I like the approach of just grabbing the Volibear. Like, if you pick Volibear blind there, you almost instantly know that it's going into the jungle. I think if you look at the composition, I can see many moments where Kalista Lulu can just kite all of these, you know, boys that are melee here on the front. But it was all about the early game. G2 had the decent lane matchups, and Volibear could get active, and this is what Jankos is known for.
I think what was pretty clever was that the first pick Volibear came through, and we've been seeing it so much in the top lane, but then it was locked into the jungle. We've seen it from Machi. I believe we've also seen it from FlyQuest so far at Worlds.
Yes.
And I think that G2 clearly decided to go back to what made them successful domestically, playing through your lanes. This is a style that they have found a lot of success with, and it came to fruition beautifully. Like, they were able to get Wonder ahead even after he lost his flash early. They were able to invest heavy ganks towards the bot side of the map. And overall, we just saw a very hard investment into early game, which heavily paid off for G2.
Talk to me about TL's perspective then in this draft. I know there was talk about Impact's champion pool and what it could do, and he does come up with a new look here, right? The Lulu, which we saw in Nagari's hands earlier as well. What do we make of this draft? Because it looks like it has some ingredients that we wanted to see, like the set for Core JJ, a real playmaker.
I think it's so tricky because we've been talking about what are Team Liquid's strengths, and I feel like G2 just saw that because they kept diving and pressuring into the bottom side. They kept having the prio, and never at any point did Core JJ have a chance to really roam around the map. I think if G2 as a team lock down those lane phases, all of a sudden Broxa doesn't look that good. I think Broxa is successful when his team is winning, but he's never the one that is going to get the ball rolling when some things need to happen. Especially on the FLICKR pick, we saw the Graves ban come in, and now Team Liquid looks very different in comparison to the first match.
Varius, talk me through these bot lane shenanigans and these bot lane dives early on.
Well, so basically, as Yamato was saying, the whole game plan was to attack the bot side of the map. And what they did is they used the Echo to gain priority in the mid lane 1v1 matchup, and then they brought caps down on the Echo. And utilizing Ashe with the Tom Kench ultimate, you can see how easy it is for them to actually attack this bot lane. G2 had set up the stacked wave, denying a lot of farm, and this was just a beautiful collapse from Wonder. He'd already taken the top lane tower with the Rift Herald, and he had the time and opportunity to work with the rest of G2 to attack the bot lane once more. And I think that coming into the mid game, Tactical was sitting at a 1-5 scoreline. So much investment was the whole purpose was to shut down Tactical and Core JJ. And we talked about it at the beginning of the day, right? This duo is really the highlight package of TL right now. And if you can stop them from carrying, then you can shut down TL.
And to just add to that, I think these were all the question marks regarding TL kind of come in, you know, with the Graves ban coming in, no Orianna on Jensen, you know, Syndra's okay, but if you allow an Echo to roam freely together with the Volibear, it means that you've missed the mark on how you need to play the game, because you need to strike first in that 2v2. An Echo roaming in the Syndra matchup is like, what is going on? It's just a mid-gap.
All right, I have to. We don't have a lot of time, and I need to crown the Oppo player of the game. Ooh. It was Wonder, an absolute Chad in the top lane. Yeah, this was a bit suspect, though, from Broxa, but in the end, a great game from Wonder again, who we highlighted.
Well, it's fortunate because he's the player that I wanted to highlight anyway.
Okay, good.
Because,
that works out.
I think had a fantastic performance, and I think that what this really sets us up for is showcasing how talented of a player he is. And if G2 has gone back to this approach of playing through their lanes, they seem to be way more focused. They seem to be very clean today. It's very scary for teams, especially like Suning, when I think that going into that matchup, you're looking at a lane that they can quite easily play through in the Wonder versus Bin topside.
So let's now look ahead for both of these teams. Wonder had a good day. He is smiling from ear to ear. We saw two very different games out of G2 and TL, but it still means it's a 1-on-1 between these two teams. So that might be good for TL later in the day. However, it is very difficult for them now. They have to start by winning the next two games. If they drop any of those games, they have no chance at all of qualifying for knockout. So that's what they have to do. Can we look forward for both those teams? For G2 and what you've seen now in their games versus Machi versus Suning, and for TL and their next two games?
I feel like what it's going to come down to is just what is Machi going to do to disrupt this group? If Team Liquid want to have any success now, they need to rely on the things around them, because if Suning end on a 4-2 score or a 5-1 score, the same thing for G2, a 4-2 score, then all of a sudden there's no chance of coming back, because Team Liquid can only land on a 3-3 scoreline. So they need to hope that Machi does some damage for them.
We'll see. And it's Worlds, so crazier things have happened. For more on G2's impressive win, Lore is standing by with Jankos.
Oskar Gurum.
Thank you very much, Shox. Lore here, joined by Jankos. And Jankos, honestly, this game was night and day compared to what we've seen on Wednesday. You decided to ban a lot of junglers during the draft. What did you think it was the good solution here?
I knew that question was coming. So we thought that Broxa is most comfortable with Graves, and we also thought that Team Liquid drafts are good around Graves. So we decided to ban that out, and then the rest is history. Like the rest of the bans were like really random because we didn't really expect them to, I mean, go 4-5 with jungle. We thought they would pick Lee Sin 2-3 or 1-2-3 like at some point, but they didn't. And apparently coaching staff said that he played these champs in solo queue, so he just banned the champs that we did, and then we just kind of went with it.
That makes sense, but honestly, I'm just poking you here because you had an amazing early game. And to think about what you said the other day during our longer interview, I remember we talked about the Volibear pick, the fact that you didn't find your marks within the meta here. So you went for the Volibear. You've been very proactive in the early game, helping out your lanes. What is necessary to play like this as a jungler at Worlds?
Well, I don't think it's like a correct way of playing the game. I mean, we saw Machi do it too, and I believe that you can get some advantages early game, but against a lot of farm junglers, you will just get out-farmed. I think that the matchup against FLICKR makes sense because you can pressure him early game, like which I did, right? Just went to his jungle straight away, and then he couldn't really farm, and that way I didn't fall behind. But let's say you pick it against Nidalee Graves or Lilia, you would probably just fall like really behind in farm, but we kind of knew that he doesn't play Nidalee, and then we kind of also knew that we are banning Graves, and then Lilia probably wouldn't play it, but we also decided to ban it. So the Volibear was a flex pick, and then we decided to put the jungle. I think it was a good idea. I also felt like I wanted to play it very safe against Team Liquid because I felt like if we play the old style, we will never lose to that team. And we did kind of play the old style where I could focus on helping lanes and they could focus on like playing their game, which is like how we look the strongest, right? When I can help them early. And then I think the most important part was we didn't actually lose level 1, which happens to us like every single game almost, like either lose with level 1 or level 2. So I'm very happy that we could like go past 3 minutes in game, and then I kind of knew the game is over when we went past 3 minutes without like dying or losing a camp.
I agree with you, and I'm very happy you mentioned level 1. This is something we will be looking out for G2 later today during Young Games. But for now, thank you very much, Jankos, for the interview, and good luck for the next games.
Thank you very much.
And we're going to take a short break, and we'll come back in a few minutes for Suning versus Machi Esports. Stay tuned.
When Suning got unlocked on the map, you saw how quickly they were expanding the gold lead.
Will you still be able to say, yes, we will win through lane domination and outperformance? And Machi just looked back and said, well, yeah.
Another twist of the mind, turning the screws, it's all in your mind, and it's fighting you on yourself. The storm is coming. Well, kid, what you gonna do now? It's your reflection looking back to pull you down. So are you gonna die today or make it out alive? You gotta conquer the monster in your head, and then you'll fly like Phoenix fly. It's time for a new empire. Go bury your demons, then tear down the ceiling. Phoenix fly. And now you're playing with matches, come out of the ashes underneath you. A million voices in the crowd, they're screaming. Well, let them swallow the pride, you're turning the tide to true believers. Got them in the palm of your hand, you're playing. Calm down, what you gonna do now? It's your reflection looking back to pull you down. So are you gonna die today or make it out alive? You gotta conquer the monster in your head, and then you'll fly like Phoenix fly. It's time for a new empire. Go bury your demons, then tear down the
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to LOL Park for game number 2. These are the other 2 teams. In Group A, I'm of course still Atlas. This is still LS,
Really?
and we are still without a first pick Renekton as we move into this game.
This is true.
However, the LPL might be here to save us on that front. Although, the Jax has certainly been working out a little bit better for PK there towards the top side.
True. Well, we'll see if Renekton does come out here today. Suning is going to probably be considered the heavy favorites coming into this. We're going to manage to see...
I don't know why I decided to say PK for some reason.
Yeah.
I'm just a moron. That's absolutely fine. Thankfully, the ban and pick is here to save me from my own idiocy, as the Nidalee going to be taken away from SOFM. Currently, he's 100% win rate on that champion and 0% win rate on anything else. Sample size of 3, so take that as you will. But certainly a good first ban here coming through from Machi.
Well, SOFM, can he do it again? Can he Flame Horizon his opponent? We'll see if that does end up taking place here again today. Renekton is going to be banned, Atlas, so no excitement for you.
Yeah, I'm very upset. And it was the LPL team that banned him away as well. This is just, I feel like I've been affronted. As the Camille to be followed up by the Lilia here on Machi's side, just trying to deny as many of these high-powered AP junglers away from SOFM. Certainly a lot more in that champion pool for him. Very exciting jungler at this point in time. Looking forward to what he is going to do. But final ban to come through from Suning, and it will be the TF. I think Twist of Fate is very, very strong at the moment, but has been banned in our first 2 games so far. We'll see whether he does get his nose in the next few for the day. Still a lot of League of Legends to come, as Syndra going to be first picked very, very quickly here for Mission on Machi's side. He had a little bit of a lackluster Azir game last time out, but certainly did break out onto the Rift much better than I was expecting. My experience from Mission was more about, you know, the other side of the coin back when I last commentated his games, which I believe was 2018 Rift Rivals, where they did not do so well, but certainly debuting fantastically so far. So we'll see whether he's going to be able to continue that form here on the Syndra.
And honestly, I feel like Mission, if people have been watching his gameplay, what he does with waves and things of that nature, he's been really impressive for a mid laner so far this tournament. He has seemingly a lot of awareness of what is going on inside of the laning phase and what he needs to be doing, and those trade patterns that he ends up taking. So I'm looking forward to seeing him against Angel here today on the Syndra. On the flip side, they have the Ashe and the Volibear. Obviously, on Suning's side, there's a lot more control going on inside of the Champ Select. Bard is coming out.
Yep, Brad going to be the lock-in here. Prioritizing support for Sword Art. Of course, Sword Art, a phenomenal player throughout the years. Had a lot of experience with that particular gentleman, but you give him agency and he will certainly take it. So Bard, a brilliant choice there for him. Karma going to be taken away, going to try and get rid of some of that that lane presence towards the bottom side more than anything else, as Ashe Karma can be extraordinarily difficult to deal with. As we'll see where Machi are going to be focusing. I have a feeling that Huanfeng could be where their mind is going to go. We've already heard a lot of our analysts talking about how pivotal he has been for Suning thus far. Also, he's one of our Draven players, so that just makes it really, really fun. We're not going to talk about the other Dravens that we've seen, because that makes us sad over here in LoL Park. Ezreal is going to be the first one to be taken away, and I think this is genius. Ezreal Bard, one of the strongest Bard lanes that you can have.
Yeah.
Certainly still a lot of options.
And Tahm Kench getting banned away as well, which is a little bit surprising because Bard X would just be able to have a lot of freedom, even though it's Ashe Tahm. So that one does strike me as a bit surprising. Wonder what Machi X wants to ban away next. Okay, it's going to be Wukong removed from the table.
Certainly would have been fantastic as far as AoE teamfights are concerned, but certainly been aiming towards a lot more of these split pushes rather than teamfight top laners thus far, considering his 66% pick rate of the Jax. Huanfeng though, this is the other Bard lane that we've seen a lot of, as Jin's going to be picked into the Ashe this time around.
And Machi X now hovering Jace as it currently stands, and I feel like that begins to set up for a lot of things. It even begins to set up for Malphite if that gets locked in, and it does.
Okay, so Jace likely to be towards the top side of the map as Nautilus going to be picked up here as well very quickly. Looks like a lane kingdom comp to me out of Machi.
Yeah, Machi trying to go for all lane dominance with a very easy jungler that can set up ganks, but the worrisome thing for this is that Graves, SOFM, is just going to be able to power farm and match counter gank everything, and if that ends up happening, Sunin just comes out ahead. So Aurelia is the hover. Okay, it's going to get locked in.
This could be a very good taxi for Mr. Galio there to get into these team fights exactly where he wants to. It's Blade Surge, and then you just pop a gargoyle down on top of the lady, and then team fights can work out relatively well, but Machi are not looking at team fights. They don't want to look past the laning phase. That's where they want to really put this one in the bag for the beginning. So certainly look towards Machi to see whether they can get these advantages very early in this game. And I think despite that, a lot of people's eyes will be on SOFM and where he's going to be in this jungle. It's been very exciting to watch this year. And I'm really glad that SOFM finally sort of has his time in the spotlight to the level that he has this Worlds. He's always been a phenomenal player.
Well, Machiacs have sort of sealed their own fates. They need to get ahead in the laning phase, and if they fail to do so, things are going to be rough. I'm very worried because Aurelia, if she just clips Jace once, it's basically lights out for him. She will take over the laning phase, and he won't be able to really recover. She's the popular pick into champions like Kalista, Lucian, Jace, things of that nature, because of her E, if she's able to just get on top of them with her stacks. And in mid lane, Galio, Syndra, Graves is there to back up Galio, and as long as they can sustain throughout the laning phase, get to level 6, all of a sudden Galio's then able to help alleviate any other pressure or create pressure, depending on what Suning wants to do. I just feel like they have so many more gears and a more clear-cut game plan, whereas Machi X is really all in on trying to get kills early and lane kingdom their opponent.
Well, we'll see whether they can do that. I think Herald is going to be very important for this one as well, so keep your eyes towards that top side of the map and see what Bin's going to be able to do on this Aurelia. I find it really interesting because my mind was going towards picks like a Malphite to really neutralize, whereas Bin was like, no, I'm just going to counter kill my lane, and then we're going to be able to take over that way. A little bit more of an aggressive mindset, and I like it moving into this particular game. I think Suning do still have a lot more to show. Looking forward to seeing what it's going to be up against Machi. Machi's back's against the wall at the moment. It's feeling like this group is getting more and more clear-cut, and if it is a Suning victory, then it makes it very, very difficult for Team Liquid and for Machi to try and make their way out. 3-1s apiece for both G2 and Suning, if that were the case, and then 1 and 3 for the other two. Still, you know, possible to get to 3 3s across the board, but not very likely considering what we've seen so far from the group. Not exactly as up in the air as a lot of these others, and especially compared to what it looked like moving into the beginning of the day. But let's have a look at how this one's going to go. And LS, as we have a look at these comps now, we know what Machi's aiming to do, but do you think they're going to be able to do it, I guess is my question.
I really don't think so, because top lane as well as the jungle, like Graves versus Volibear, that's an interesting matchup in itself because Graves can choose to go offensive against the Volibear. Sometimes you also see the Ignite come out and things of that nature. But I like what SOFM's doing. He's taking Fleet Footwork on Graves. He should realistically just be able to permanently power farm his own jungle and then just read where Gemini is going to try to appear. And if he just keeps doing that over and over, he'll accrue a very big CS lead. He'll open up Galio onto the map, and then from there, Suning just have so much better scaling than their opponents that I don't know how Machi's supposed to win.
Yeah, I feel like Suning, as far as compositions are concerned, does look much better. You understand the mindset from Machi, just don't really consider team fights. If you can smash your lanes enough, then that snowball is going to be enough. But whether they're actually going to be able to do that is going to be the question. And the wild card of SOFM is just so dangerous here on Suning's side. But already Fight breaks out towards the bottom side. Koala, the Aftershock's going to wear off, but so are the auto attacks. As that fourth bullet, Hunfeng really wanting to get that one off onto Machi. But already the fight's actually breaking out top side as well, as Bin doesn't have another Blade Surge. Yeah, at level 1, does have that Ionian Fervor stacked up. It's now the first Corrupting Pot Charge is going to go down. This is going to tell us a lot. This top lane is very important for both teams.
Yeah, and right now, I mean, Aurelia just already showing that she's in the driver's seat of the lane. Still 2 Corrupting Potions remaining. Gemini continuing to clear out his jungle, but look at Graves. I mean, this is sort of what we were alluding to. He's just full clearing his jungle. The Hog Shot comes out, gives everyone intel, but honestly, if you're SOFM, you're probably just thinking, well, of course I was doing this. So it's not like there's any surprise, because again, the onus is on Machi X to get ahead. Looks like Angel actually found himself a recall. No, Mission, I think, pulled the minions to threaten a freeze, so Angel stops his recall. Casting off the mini-map right now, Atlas.
Yep, this is what you were talking about as well, was Mission's ability to control a lane, which has been very impressive, and I'm glad that we've already had that demonstrated to us very early in this game. And that's going to be another lane. Of course, I think it went without saying that Syndra was going to have a lot of control in the lane against the Galio. Galio's job more to just survive and then be a bit more utility moving into the mid to late game. Koala lying in wait. There's a bear here as well. Koalas, of course, not bears, by the way, guys, just a PSA.
Why are they called koala bears then?
They're not.
Oh, wait, really?
Yeah. Not a bear. Australia doesn't have too many bears. Got a lot of weird animals, but...
You got kangaroos.
We do have kangaroos, that's true. But if that's a bear, then I'm insane as Bin. For a Blade Surge, we'll find it as PK offering a fair bit of damage back there. Very nicely done. Evens things out relatively, but this has still been in a lot of control. You can see demonstrated already in the CS as well. This is absolutely not how this lane was envisioned by Machi when they picked the Jace.
No, and
oh! No, this is a solo kill underneath the turret. Bin's going to be able to take him down, and yeah, this is a disaster already.
The lane's over. The lane is so over. Oh, man. So Aurelia's going to reset. I'm curious what Bin is going to end up going for as the first items. That'll give us a lot of insight into how he's planning to take his trades and what he's going to do with the lane. Okay, so it is going to be the Vampiric Scepter. So we're not seeing a rush straight into Trinity Force, nor are we seeing a tier 2 boot rush. Those would basically be the options. You'd pick up Sheen and then go into boots, or you would just start powering into Blade of the Ruin King, go boots, or you just outright go tier 2 boots and then start to get a component item. But looks like he's valuing the mobility and the sustain via the Vampiric Scepter, so we're probably going to have a lot of lane freezes and then another kill taking place maybe on level 7. I think it's going to be really hard for PK to resist that.
Well, this is the replay of Bin just biding his time, waiting for that Blade Surge, and then just the way that you can fish for stuns as well, it's just so beautifully done by Bin on the Aurelia.
Really, really well executed mechanically. Now, both of them still do have flash, but the Vanguard's edge and Aurelia's ability to approach is just so scary.
Well, speaking of which, here's a demonstration. Flash comes out immediately, as PK didn't actually have time to use it in that first blood solo kill by the top laner of Suning, as Sword might be in a little bit of trouble here, as Koala gets himself the Titan's Wrath. That auto attack looked very strange out of this, but Sword will keep himself alive and prepare some hot cocoa as well. Has been looking for potentially another tower dive, but if you don't land that the E, then it doesn't even really matter. You just walk away. You can threaten these dives so comfortably on the Aurelia.
Really cool thing about that tower dive is that Aurelia is not alone there. She has so many of the spellcaster minions as well as the cannon that if Jace tries to reciprocate damage via auto attacks, all of the minions are going to start helping Aurelia, and that's a lot of excess damage that a lot of people don't think about when they're doing tower dives, but obviously players at this level are going to think about that and entertain that. So very close call by PK, managing to dodge it, but his lane is just in a nightmare spot.
Yeah, SOFM thinking about a 1 versus 4 at this stage as Angel, Unleash Power, is going to go down, avoids the Scatter the Weak pretty nicely there. Will get the Graves to safety. Magical Journey there will remove Sword Art from any danger, but SOFM, he loves danger. He's still chasing after 3 people that are going to go for a bit of a reset. Hunfeng here towards the bottom side was bought a lot of extra time as Machi were sort of milling about in the river there. They were able to lock down the Rift Scuttler, but I don't know whether it's quite going to be enough of a prize to save them from this early game that Suning had provided.
Well, SOFM is just going to go back to clearing his jungle now. Close encounter there in the mid lane, but the top lane threat is already there. It looks like lethality is going to be the route for Jace. It's not going to see any Monomune or Black Cleaver attempt. He might not be wanting to go that route given that he's behind. He's trying to bait right now. He's trying to make Aurelia think that he's an idiot.
Yep.
But he's not. He's got a bear.
He does indeed. There's the flash forward, and you can see Bin trying to keep himself alive. Koala's here as well. They understood that it was probably not enough to just try and gank the Aurelia, but I don't know whether he's going to be able to survive this one, and he's not. PK will be able to assert his revenge. He called his cousins, got them to come through and try and take him down, you know?
Yeah, that was a really fair fight. So, Bin does end up dying. Now, he does have teleport available. He's going to be able to come back into this lane. Not going to be the end of the world. SOFM now in Sword Art over here on the right-hand side.
Yeah, Rift Herald will be started, but will be foregone for the moment. Suning with only a small lead at this current point in time. Largely to do with Mission taking a fair bit of control here in the mid lane, and also the jungle gap not quite being at SOFM levels just yet.
Yep. And Machi, right now they're only down 600 gold. Infernal Dragon, first one on the map. We'll see which team is going to be ending up to get it. Obviously, Machi has not been having the kind of lane success or ganks that one would have
Oh, the
hoped.
dredge line, beautiful there from Koala. Nicely done. Sword Art just goes back into his journey. Sorry, continue your point.
No, you know, I mean, it's fine.
Very rudely interrupting there.
It's, you know, it's totally, ooh, Bilgewater Cutlass!
Yeah, he's going to be able to land that stun. Vanguard's edge comes down. You can see PK, he's running in the wrong direction, but Bin having to contend with the turret and does have to flash, as the empowered Shock Blast may have been enough to take him down. Didn't want to take the risk. As the wave gets shoved in, he's going to potentially be denied this plate, but it looks like these minions aren't going to be able to take that one down. Ooh, PK's skating on thin ice right now.
And so I think because of the proximity, Aurelia got no turret plate. Right there, unfortunately.
Yeah, I don't think so.
And so that just went into the void. Angel getting poked. Ooh, that W did not end up hitting that second minion. A little bit,
yeah.
Definitely a Sag moment.
Yep, that is mission winning lane right there, 100%. As, well, we're calling the police a lot here. As Gemini, turn off that siren, my dude. Is this... Oh, okay, no, never mind. It is going to wear off. I thought we were going to have that another Zonya's bug, but instead it's just like the cops are here for the rest of the game. As, indeed, they are back. As SOFM now thinking about trying to help out Sword Art, but I don't think it's going to quite be enough. He flashes out of the way, but Koala is going to be able to lock down the kill. Decent stun there from Hunfeng off to the side, but you can see still Machi on the aggression. Oof. Great collateral damage as here comes the curtain call. He's searching for Bruce and Gemini, but you can see Koala just going to be tanking this one up. Mission just offers himself as tribute to the last bullet. As captive audience, pretty nice there onto Koala. Hunfeng get some control back, but it shows that Machi, they're not done just yet.
Yeah. Sword Art did end up getting caught out, didn't quite have level 6, so he couldn't just Bartle himself. Angel tried to come in and save him, but wasn't able to do so. Now, meanwhile, up in top lane, Jace had that close call with Death, managed to survive, but things are going to get scary again as soon as Blade of the Ruin King is completed.
You say get scary again. I don't think it's ever stopped being scary, to be honest, on that top side of the map. See the Aurelia, the Aurelia currently with a 33 CS advantage, very close to the Blade of the Ruin King, and now with the luxury of heading down to assist with this kill onto Shelly. And if that heads towards top lane and puts even more plates into the pocket of Bin, or at least a few plates. Doesn't have any just yet. SOFM going to collect the eyes. Now PK pokes his head around. You can see Machi. All 5 members are here. Mission has to flash to get out of the Tempered Fate. It's sort out a brilliant Cosmic Binding to lock up both Bruce and Koala, and Bruce agrees, giving him the thumbs up there.
Well, we'll see what ends up happening.
Gemini, he's going to have to run away here. The smite does go down, as SOFM is going to be pushed back by the threat of Mission and Koala.
And SOFM, I mean, he's ahead about 20 CS. He's up in EXP, and once he hits level 9 and the camps are consumed, the camps start respawning, he starts accelerating very quickly ahead of Gemini. He starts getting 35% more EXP per camp that he ends up taking. So long as Geminis aren't respawning, he's still stuck over there. So that'll be pretty interesting. There's always that little mini game that junglers like to try to accelerate towards that breakpoint for themselves and their camps.
Yeah, well, SOFM going to find Koala here as the curtain call comes down. That's a great stun. That was incredibly creative as Wanfeng. He notices exactly where that dredge line is going, and that is a dead Koala. Oh, I just made myself sad. As now SOFM is going to start off this Infernal Drake, and will be the first of the game going over to Suning.
And things are just not really working out that well for Machi X here. And this is actually very akin to the previous game that we just cast, Atlas, where Machi X, onus is on them to get ahead, much like it was TL.
Yep.
And even though we're not having the kind of lane, well, actually we kind of are. Top lane is a little bit of a massacre again, just like in that series. But
it's weird, yeah, you're right.
It's very akin to that game, yeah.
Different picks, different regions, very similar outcome.
Yeah.
As far as how this game is going. And I did want to, you know, talk to you beautiful viewers at home and just talk about the way that we're talking about this game, because we are talking a lot about Suning being in a lot of control and winning, theoretically, but the gold lead was not massive by any means. It's just the fact that Machi, they needed to have much larger early advantages.
Yes.
And so despite the fact that the game looked close, it was absolutely not in the earlier stages of the game. And you can see that is only extending towards Suning's favor as this game progresses. It's going to take some mid-game genius from Machi to try and get them back into this one. They do have pick options, absolutely, but having a look back towards the top side really reaffirms the control that Suning does have, as SOFM does have full vision of what's going on here, as Mission's going to steal away the Gromp, but he's going to be turned golden, and the Facebreaker does come down. Sorry, it's not a Facebreaker, that's a big old taunt from Angel, as immediately Mission's taken down. It is the bear to get rid of the Gargoyle, as this magical journey will get Suning towards Bruce, who flashes over the wall.
What?
Another Cosmic Binding. This guy invents physics. Swordheart, you're ridiculous.
That was truly interesting, as now Suning, they propel themselves to such a comfortable lead. Oh, Koala.
Oh no, don't corner the Koala underneath the turret. Wanfeng. Okay, that Cosmic Binding isn't going to land, but the rest of the abilities probably will, and SOFM will clean this one up. So Nautilus dead, and this bottom lane outer turret probably soon to follow as well.
3,500 gold advantage now for Suning, and hold on!
Yeah, we got another solo kill underneath the turret. Bin this time does have to flash, so not necessarily as impressive as the last one. As Suning, they're also getting to work here on the bottom side, and it looks like this team just has more players on the Rift than Machi do at this stage of the game.
Everything going really well. We take a look at this replay here. Bin holding the stun. Mission, I mean, it wasn't even really necessary. There was no chance to kill Bin there.
Yeah. And this is Mission going down as well. Koala's dredge line was certainly very odd. But yeah, Angel nowhere to go. But it didn't really matter. The rest of Suning were able to rally together. And without the Volibear being there, it's like, how does this happen? Swordheart just...
Yeah.
No, he finds Cosmic Bindings where they shouldn't necessarily exist.
Oh my, you know what? Boris he's seething. Umbral Glaive on Graves.
Oh, lovely.
Oh man.
SOFM gonna have to flash there as Gemini. He ulted in, but Angel just goes into his stopwatch. We'll see whether he can actually survive this one. The Tempered Fate gets rid of a lot of the damage there as Swordheart saving the rest of his team. Justice Punch comes through, and oh my goodness, could be an Aurelia party, but no! Unleashed Power denies it completely. completely as Mission throws out the gameplay button and Bin says that he can't outplay that one. He's been outplaying a lot, but you can't really do it towards that ability. Is now PK going to get slowed down? The curtains have been called. It gets rid of the minion wave. Is the last shot not going to land there onto Mission? As they are still trying to make plays on the side of Machi. But it hasn't really amounted to enough just yet. 4,000 gold the lead for Suning.
Yeah, and I mean, right now, Suning are just in a very comfortable position. They're up 4,000 gold. They have an Infernal Dragon. They're probably getting this Mountain, and that's just going to make things that much worse. And you know what I love to see, Atlas? I love to see Trinity Force second after Blade of the Ruin King, and it does seem like that is where Bean's going with his itemization path.
The cheeky dagger there, sort of giving it away just a little bit. I agree
Pointing
with
to
you.
it, yeah.
Definitely much better than heading towards something like a Black Cleaver, if you are the Aurelia. Just because Trinity Force just synergizes with her so well. Onfeng picking up this lane of minions in the mid lane, as Machi are going to go towards Shirley. Looks like we will be one Rift Herald apiece. Has 20 seconds on the Mountain Drake, and we'll be able to discover whether it is going to be cloudy or oceany today.
Well, what are you feeling? It was a really bright day today in school.
I'm feeling some Earth, Wind, and Fire. That's what I'm feeling. So I think I'm with you there with the clouds.
I think it's a very rainy day for, yeah. I think it's going to be ocean. I think it's going to be a very rainy day for North America.
All right, well, Koala, that was almost a very cute play out of SOFM, but he may actually just, no, unleash power. Not going to be enough damage there onto SOFM. He had enough grip built up in order to keep himself alive, and we are going to transition into that Mountain Drake that was aforementioned. And unfortunately, this Nautilus is just falling further and further behind. Turret goes down towards the top side as Bin is 100% out of control. And Suning, it is in fact the Cloud Drake. I'm glad that we're on the same page there. Correct predictions here. But Suning not going to be able to find any sort of pincer move towards the mid lane, as Bin's taken down Gromps, things like that. So Grompulus removed. Mission going to pick up this top wave, and Bin has been unlocked to get elsewhere on this rift. 1 minute until the Baron spawns. Probably not where Suning are going to be looking, but is still a fact.
And right now, Machiax, they're probably... We likely have one more team fight left in us when we complete our second core items before Suning completes their third. That's probably the timing that they're going to be going for, so...
Oh, sort of. Beautifully done.
Yeah. But I don't know. They're all grouping mid lane right now. This is the TSM Classic.
Well, we've got a big flanking teleport here out from the Aurelia. Bin lying in wait towards this control ward. A lot of pings out. Machi understood that something was afoot. And PK going to go for the face check. They do find SOFM. The arrow connects! And it is going to be the kill going over to PK. Just a little bit overly aggressive there from SOFM. He does feel like every single camp on the map belongs to him. That one certainly did not. Swanfang will be able to take this red buff in the meantime. So, a little bit of punishment there out from Machi, and they will get themselves a bit of respite as a result.
Yeah, it's a really good breath of fresh air for them. They're still down 5,000 gold and 2 very unfortunate dragons. But one of the other flip sides is that it is Cloud Soul. So, the third dragon of this game itself doesn't totally matter. Getting 10% ultimate CDR on Suning, not really going to affect the state of the game at 24, 25 minutes. Bean might die, actually.
Yeah, I might be looking for it as he flashes. Oh, does manage to grab the kills. Now Gemini trying to fight him off, but the rest of Suning turn up, and Bin gets out alive! Magical Journey taken by Angel. That's going to get the Galio out of there as well. And take a bow, my friend. That was beautiful.
Man, he's putting a clinic on. Honestly, the top laners today, they've been on point.
I actually have just been impressed by most of the LPL top laners, to be honest. I mean, we've got 369 and Zoom other than Bin. Like, this is very stacked towards the top side of the map when it comes to the LPL. As Mission, he's got an R button, and he's not afraid to use it, but not going to find anyone stepping up into range.
Well, looks like Mission. Yeah, he's. Oh well.
Yeah. Did you see the certain item in the inventory of Bin right now? Like, I don't know whether anyone can go anywhere near the Aurelia.
Yeah,
they might need Nexus turrets now in order to survive. You'll need to walk all the way back. One turret, not going to quite be enough to avoid getting bursted, as we're going to have a look in our Axe replay of the Aurelia managing to do what looked like definitely at least the improbable, as somehow he manages to teleport, and the Volibear not enough to be able to take him down.
And everything's just going really well. We look at the inventories across the board. Almost the Zanya's completed for the Galio. Spellbinder almost ready for mission. Jace continuing to go lethality. Dead Man's Plate on the Volibear. And another serrated Dirk, actually, for SOFM. So really nice to see this. He might pick up the Yumu's Wraithblade. And then after that, or Ghostblade.
Yep.
After that, pick up Lord Dominic's Regard, just to really complement the lethality that he currently has. Or we've seen the variation where they start going into crit items on Graves after picking up 2 lethality items.
We'll see where he decides to go, or if this game even lets him get any further than his next lethality choice. Could theoretically just build all the lethality items and call it a day from there. I think Edge of Night certainly does have some value here as well. Stop any stray Scatter the Weaks from being a problem, as well as arrows picking off SOFM. That has happened already this game. Rapid Fire Cannon completed by Huanfeng, who's just looking for an Infinity Edge to complete his trinity of crit items, as the Dredge line just going to go wide. SOFM takes that as an invitation, as Bruce is going to get caught out by the Tempered Fate. Sword Art getting into position, does find the Cosmic Binding, but not the stun. Gemini has to flash, get himself out of the way, as Angel almost takes him out with a Proto Belt, as there's the heroic entrance, but SOFM is already dead. 2-man taunt comes through from Angel, though, who's looking to save this team fight, and Bin dashing around. Is he able to find Koala is the question. He's tanking up the turret. Angel grabs that aggro, as Sword Art will be able to soak the Shock Blast to keep his Gargoyle alive and soon and keep pushing forward.
In a really, really, really close encounter right there. They were able to get Graves right before he released collateral damage, which would have added a lot to this team fight. Some more members on the side of Machi would have probably went down. At the end of it, they're going to have their jungle stolen away. Cloud Dragon's going to be captured by Jhin. And the gold lead's almost 10,000.
Yeah, and we've seen SOFM get caught twice already, just by himself, and also, well, I guess not by himself in that last team fight. However, he was popped very early. But you have a look down at the CS numbers, he's 50 CS in the lead. This guy's 2 levels above Gemini. He's 100% doing his job, making this Volibear as useless as possible. So let's have a look at this fight one more time. Angel played this one beautifully.
Yeah, I mean, they just get in there. Now, fortunately, Koala does lock up Graves, and Mission is able to bring the kill onto SOFM before he adds any chaos to it. But no matter what, Suning, they just march forward with their wallets.
Yep. This is starting to get to a very heavy wallet situation, absolutely. It's Mission back on the Rift. You can see PK off to the back, but he's got a couple of lethality items, but doesn't really have much use here in this game, as Angel might have been caught out. There's the Tempered Fate going to land only onto Mission, as Justice Punch is interrupted by Koala. Angel does go golden with his Zonyas, as SOFM is going to get dredged. But you can see now Bin finding his way into this fight. The Vanguard's Edge comes out. That's going to be that first kill, as the Unleashed Power does basically nothing to Bin. Avoids the Scatter the Weak with the stopwatch, and he's going to be able to walk out of here for now. SOFM looking to try and flank, but the volley is going to slow him down. Teleport comes forward as the 4th shot does a lot of work onto Mission. And now who's chasing who? Is Angel full health now as he comes back into the fight. And SOFM over with the Blast Cone. That is going to be a dead Bruce. And how much more can Suning gather? As Koala down to 200. PK tries to find one, but SOFM not going to be falling down this time. Scatter the Weak avoided expertly by the rest of Suning. The magical journey comes through. Bin, the one that's very, very comfortable dashing on forward. And that is going to be the chase down onto Koala. Bin not going to be able to find it. That is going to be the execution as Nautilus does go down.
Well, seems like Suning now, they're going to pick up the Baron. This will almost persist into the Cloud Soul as well if they don't manage to end with the Red Bull Baron power play. We'll have to see what they do manage to get with it.
Yep. 3 minutes now of split push heaven for good old Bin here towards the top side. See whether they're going to be able to stop him. I don't know how it's going to happen, as we're going to have a look at this one once again. Angel just saying no to death.
This is definitely a pretty interesting team fight because I felt like Mission had such a good performance in it, and he was really helping push back Suning, that we're in such a commanding spot leading up to this whole fight. And Machi, I mean, they had a really good team fight, all things considered. Just didn't quite have enough in the end, especially not when Angel re-teleported back in.
Yep, and I'm really glad that we did focus on the replay. However, there was a double kill that happened in the picture-in-picture. I know you guys could have possibly seen that one. And that's been grabbing a quick couple. Bruce going to be turned gold here as well by Sword Art. That's the double taunt, beautifully done by Angel, and this will be the ace completed by Suning. This has been a massacre start to finish. Has been very close to falling just there. Did manage to nullify a bit of that damage, I guess. But now we'll be able to stack up that fervor and get himself home. Teleport is available, and it looks like Suning are going for the end here at 27.5 minutes. Gemini has respawned. Mission going to be up very soon as well, but the Nexus turrets won't. As Ben has made his way back through, does have himself a Guardian Angel as well. That's going to be a great knock up there onto the Volley Bear. The taunt to follow through. That's going to be an afterthought kill onto the Volley Bear, as Mission says, well, I'm going to spend some time on the fountain. And Suning say they're moving to 3-1, as we have two teams at 3-1 now in Group A.
And oh man, this is a day of domination basically happening. Game number one, game number two, very identical almost with one another in terms of how both of these two teams that are standing now victorious on the day managed to conduct themselves and just overcome everything that should have happened in the early stages of the game and completely tell a different story.
Yeah, exactly. It felt like top lane dominance into a lot of jungle denial as well that worked out very, very well for Suning. I don't know, it's the same thing, like you say, happened with the G2 game earlier on. I don't know, man. Suning looked absolutely terrifying, and if they're going to be at this kind of form, definitely look out for that G2 versus Suning game that's going to be coming up a little bit later as well. But it's now time to check out Suning's Mercedes drive to victory. We'll be able to see how they put it all together as well, because I'm looking forward, like, I don't know, I just absolutely loved how Suning were able to transition a different composition to what G2 did, right? It looked like it was a very similar situation, but it was sort of a masterclass on how a very different comp can do a very similar thing to what we saw just earlier on. We're going to have a look at good old Sword Art's magical journey and some of his experiments with physics, the Einstein of the Bard.
Yeah. I mean, the Bard gameplay this game was really clean, setting up so many different things, and the Cosmic Binding's really on point. Magical Journey is just escorting all of his teammates to exactly where they needed to be, and here it was. Not sure what kind of Doctor Strange stuff this was, but I'm not sure how that works.
It was just ridiculous.
Yeah.
The one earlier where he managed to throw it at someone and then it went backwards and hit a wall. I don't know, hitboxes, man. Sometimes they do things that we expect. Sometimes they do the complete opposite, but they're definitely very, very fun. And that game was absolutely fantastic. And as we head to break, be sure to check out the League of Legends official playlist, where you can stream the World's Anthem Takeover and watch the full behind-the-scenes video on the making of this video, available only on Spotify.
Jake from State Farm. I would like to formally extend my gratitude for the Russell rate on my insurance.
Do you mean surprisingly great rates from State Farm?
I don't believe in accepting help, but I'll make an exception.
Here's the deal, Russell. There's no special rate. These prices are for everyone.
With the oak and the eagle as witness, consider us square. I made that from memory. I know your face that well.
You want the real deal? Like a good neighbor? State Farm is there.
Hey, Mercedes. Legends run wild. Each one unique. With astonishing power. Unstoppable. Master warriors. Ready to compete. Seeking glory. We live it, we breathe it. We have each other's back. Together, we become legends, icons of a new generation.
Welcome back, everyone, to the State Farm Analyst Zone for Machi versus G2 Esports. Now, before we get into our pre-match, we are going to take a look at the stakes. Now, for Machi, one loss, or if they lose this game, basically, they are eliminated from the from playoff contention or from knockout contention. They are out of the groups. The same, of course, goes for TL later. And for G2 and for Suning, it means that one win locks them in to the next round. So with that information, it is do or die for Machi, and G2 is looking to win another game after they won the opening game versus Team Liquid. Now, we wanted to focus in on a role that doesn't get talked about that often and doesn't get praised that often, but it should now. The support role, and Mickey X in particular for G2 Esports. Now, Yamato Cannon, you were actually a coach for Mickey when he started out in Splice here in Europe. What can you tell us about his origin story?
My goodness, good times, good times.
Oh,
I miss Mickey so much. I think, you know, when we found him, I think that was the only good thing that ever came out of Dynamic Queue, because there was no solo queue at the time. So we were playing fives. It was me, Spirit, Kobe, and Mickey was just solo queue player at the time. And then we saw how quickly he picked up on whatever I shared with him, whatever Spirit shared with him, and he just improved so rapidly by just us playing five in solo queue. And then I was like, okay, Mickey, I'm going to grab you into the team. And then already in his first year, second place, we lost against G2, which is no shame in that. G2 was dominating back then.
Yeah.
And we went to the World Championship, and this guy together with Kobe, solo killed Uzi and Mata.
Oh, if that is not one for the history books, of course, the story changed then for Mickey. A stint on Misfits we don't talk about. He ended up with G2 Esports, and that is really where he started to solidify himself as one of the best, if not the best support in Europe. And I think we also have to highlight the fact that Mickey, he didn't get it so easy with G2. He had to adjust to different marksmen when they role swapped with Caps, with Perks, but it was seemingly easy for him.
Yeah, it's just, I think his personality just matches perfectly for it. Because the only issue I had with Mickey was the man was playing too much.
Too much.
He's just playing too much. I was like, calm down. I know you love League of Legends, but you know, you need to relax a little bit. And I think in terms of the approach that you need to have when you have someone switching from mid, Perks for the first time going to bot side, I think you just need to put in a lot of time and efforts. And Mickey and Perks, they share a love for the game, and it was noticeable in the off-season. They played so many solo queue games, so many games, and for that, Mickey is just, you know, the right person for it.
He is. Well, could you just look at the camera, please, Mickey? We're trying to talk about you here. Just kidding, of course. Last year was a huge success, but I want to focus in a bit on this year, and then Mickey X in particular. He had the wrist issues, of course, also last year. That all seems to be behind them. What can you tell me about Mickey and how he's been performing with G2 in this World Championship so far?
Honestly, it's great to see him perform so well, because, you know, it's crazy to think for me, now I know Mickey in such a rookie-like, you know, because I worked with him back then, but now he's a full-fledged veteran. The man knows how to perform when it matters. He had the wrist issues, which I think also gave him the chance to recognize that taking breaks and taking a step back is going to be beneficial for you. And I think he has nailed that combination of how much he needs to play and to perform when it matters, because coming into the group stage, he is an absolute monster.
He has been. I mean, the cheeky ward play here versus Suning was so important. You know, this game that they ended up losing, he tried his best on Alistar as well, but unfortunately ran into a big core JJ. So let's define what we've seen from Mickey now and take it in the context of what G2 is trying to achieve here, which is a deep run in the tournament, but for today, a first place in Group A. That means they'd have to beat Machi right now and Suning later. How does what you've seen from Mickey, his playstyle and his initiative, fit into the game plan that G2 needs to do well here on the day?
I think we've seen so many different sides of Mickey. I think the bigger the responsibility, the more confidence I have in G2 to win. When he had that Bard, a champion that has such a powerful ultimate in order to set the team up, he basically dominated the game on his own. When he was on the Alistar, the level of agency he has is not that big. So I just want to make sure that he's in a position where he can do as much as possible. You know, maybe put him in the mid lane. Maybe he can become a mid laner, play an OP role. No, of course he can't do that. Maybe he pulls out the Gragas, maybe. But I doubt it in this situation. I just want him to... Honestly, I think that's a good one. I want to see Gragas support.
You want to see Gragas support already? So we keep that, you know, in the back pocket
maybe I shouldn't have
later.
revealed it. Oh, no.
Regardless, now they're up versus Machi. They won that game the first time around. But, you know, with G2, sometimes you don't know what you're going to get. What do you think they're going to focus on in this game versus Machi?
I feel like that loss against Team Liquid feels like some of those best-of-5 losses they had in the double elims in playoffs in the LEC. I think now they're kicked into new gear. I think they know what they need to do in order to get the games that they're supposed to be winning on paper. They're going to come in with a solid idea, maybe the same approach as they did against Team Liquid, because this is a way that G2 knows that they can pick up wins. Maybe against Suning, they're going to bring it back and play, you know, what is considered the meta. But for now, I think G2 just needs to keep it simple.
All right, let's see what happens. Mickey is having a standout tournament so far at Worlds, so we'll see what he can do after this.
G2 has persisted, and Perks insisted on a win in this game.
But it was Machi with better control, strangling TL out of this game.
bring to fall the giants?
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Worlds 2020. We're here for game number 3, where G2 are going to do battle against Machi. Now, Machi, I think this is their last chance.
Yeah.
They don't win this one, they're going to be going home.
Yes.
So G2 definitely going to be a tough road, especially after what we saw in game number 1 of the day. That was a G2 that was all business, and Machi's going to have the work cut out for them, because that's the nature of today. Is you do have to play back-to-back games, right?
Yes.
And Machi having to bring it back after that loss against Suning that was just so quick and simple from Suning. You know, they played their comp to perfection, and it looked like Machi didn't have a chance. That's one of the most difficult losses to come back from, and if they're able to, it's going to be huge props to them. But it is still going to be a very uphill battle against our other 3-1 team here now in the group.
I feel like the worrisome thing is, like, PK just went up against Bean, who just dominated him, and the game before that, Wonder just was completely on fire in that game, Silas versus Lulu, and so top laner might be feeling a little bit agitated, but maybe all the other players are actually looking at that game like, wow, we were really, really far behind, but we still put up a fight in some spots, and maybe that invigorates them with the do or die coming into this series now against G2, and another chance for Renekton.
That is very true. This time, a chance for G2. Wonder could be bringing the Lizard towards the top side of the map, so keep your eye out for that one. Currently, it is the Volibear and the Syndra to be banned away from Gemini and Mission if you're looking at the last game, but of course PK could be playing the Volibear towards the top side of the map. Twisted Fate not going to be allowed this time either, as the set is the final ban on the blue side. Try and remove that one from contention. Of course, Zed can be one of those champs that you first pick, but it looks like G2 have their eyes elsewhere. Nidalee's still available, Graves is still available. The jungle is where I'm looking at, because there is a lot of priorities still left up. Lilia's still there as well, so maybe a jungle first pick isn't even going to be necessary, as the Nidalee is going to be banned away. But Graves for Jankos certainly standing out in my mind, as Wonder is going to offer the Jace and the Aurelia. Cheeky devil.
Ooh. A little bit of BM going on here right now. See what he ends up locking in.
I have a feeling neither of these champions.
Yeah,
it's
going to be Lucian.
Captain 100% win rate, possibly towards the mid lane, but of course could be going into Wonder's hands as well. As let's see what the answer is on Machi's side. Oh, it's very difficult to pick Renekton now, as you could be facing down against a Lucian that does have a decent time in that matchup if they want to flex it. But Ornn is still up. He's too busy focusing on the Crocodile. We didn't realize that the Forge God himself was still there. And the Graves is going to be locked away as well. So 2 coveted picks here from Machi at the beginning of their draft.
Yeah. And I mean, that's a lot of scaling, obviously, with the Graves and the Ornn on the same team. So we'll see what ends up happening. Now, that Lilia is interesting, because she can go top lane against Ornn.
Ooh.
Which could mean that Lucian could end up in mid.
I wonder whether they'll keep the Lucian flex alive. Could certainly do that by taking away a priority 80 carry. Something like the Ashe could be an option here. But Silas could also be considered, one of the old thought-of counter picks into the Ornn. But the Shen, another option as well, and that is what they're going to decide on. Still flex options, you know. Shen can go into a whole bunch of different lanes, and the river, if he would like to, as Orianna is going to be snapped up very quickly by Mission. If we're looking down the tier list of champions that have received the most bans so far at Worlds, Graves, Ornn, and Orianna are well and truly at the top. So Machi certainly grabbing the power picks, one could say.
And there's definitely not going to be a lot of onus on them to make things happen with the picks being the way that they are right now. So they're kind of taking the Suning approach to things right now, immediately following that game. Caitlyn now getting banned away. But still, G2, all of those champions are flex. Shen can go jungle, support, top.
River.
There you go. Lilia is able to go jungle and top lane. Lucian, top mid, and AD carry. And so it's very difficult for Machi to know where they're necessarily going. And so Caitlyn and Twitch bans being allocated. So trying to remove hyper carries off the table, probably trying to get perks to go on to Ezreal or something.
Yep, Ezreal is sort of the last one remaining here, as Bruce also with the option of picking that one away if he would like to. Perks might need to dig into the very bottom of his bag of tricks for this one, as Ezreal likely to be locked in here, and you can see Bruce already hovering it. Leona was banned away from Koala as well. So we're going to have a lot of that CC and early power.
And with this happening, I wonder if we'll get something spicy out of the bot lane now.
Yeah, I wonder if it... Well, I mean, Jhin is still up.
Jhin, yeah.
It could just be Jhin Bard, right? We could just see that.
Jhin Bard would be interesting because if you don't take Bard and you take Jhin, Bard and Ornn just create nightmares.
Yeah,
but the thing for G2 right now is they have to really run into Machi with their champions. Ornn is already very good against Jhin. And no, it's not going to be Jhin Bard. It's going to be Jhin, and it looks like Alistar and Mickey. He had a pretty insane performance on Alistar this tournament so far.
He's just been pretty good this whole tournament. It doesn't really matter what he's been picking up. I wouldn't mind him playing the Bard, because he's also had fantastic performances on that. Rakan being considered definitely a favorite of Mickey's, and that is what he's going to decide on in the end. Certainly engage options. I love Rakan Shen. Does manage to keep him alive, deposits the Shen in there, and he can battle dance out as well. And I think this is going to be a game that's going to revolve around Jankos and how effective he can be at putting caps forward, allowing him to lane kingdom against the Orianna. And this is definitely G2 taking a different approach, as this is going to be domination from very early on, especially in the mid lane, making sure that Jankos has as much space as he can to get his Lilia around the jungle and scoop up all of those camps, as Gemini tries to do exactly the same thing on the Graves.
And we'll see if G2 are going to be able to get those advantages and unlock the Lilia and the Lucian and to start snowballing out of control. That's basically what the battle is all going to be about. So both of these teams are now on the opposite ends of the spectrum from where they were respectively in the games they've already played today.
Yeah.
So seeing them pilot the approach will be very interesting. Machi obviously wants a very stable and slow game. They want to get to the ornaments and then try to get to the point where their champions can just fall onto G2s without much difficulty.
And I actually really love the approach psychologically from Machi as well. I think it's brilliant to go for more of a slow-moving composition where you don't have to make the early aggressive moves if you have just been beaten in the way that they were against Suning. Because you then get to sit back, you get to understand that all you have to do is weather the storm, and then theoretically your composition will be able to get to a point where it's going to win. And the amount of Ornns that have got to ornament items and been able to stabilize games has been very high this Worlds, which is not what a lot of people were expecting considering the scrim meta moving in, but when the pressure goes up, so does the game length.
Yeah.
And Ornn certainly is able to capitalize. Not to mention, like you already said, I mean, there's Orianna and Graves in this squad as well. And so they are going to scale excellently. And even Ezreal. I mean, man, this is a late game dream for this particular team, and especially with sort of self-winning team fights with Yornhorn, Shockwave, and everything else being piled in on top. So I do like what Machi have done, but G2, they know how to just switch it on. They know how to turn on a dime. And this is the team that doesn't have the onus on them. They can play fast and loose, and they don't have everything to lose in this game, right? I mean, victories are going to be very, very important. Do not get me wrong, but moving up to 4-1 in the group is going to be absolutely paramount as far as facing down the rematch against Suning and putting them in the best standing to come out of this group at #1, which is what a lot of teams are expecting. A lot of people are expecting, sorry, from this one. G2, of course, always performing very well internationally. So, onto the Rift now. Caps versus Mission here in the mid lane. And it is the Dark Harvest Lilia that we've been seeing a lot more of.
Congrats to the Undying there on Ornn for PK in the top lane. Conqueror on Ezreal, Phase Rush on Alistar, press the attack on Lucian. Not a whole lot of surprise going on so far here in this game. G2, they really want to win this one. This is the important one for them.
Feels like they want to win it pretty quickly.
Yeah.
As well, is what I'm sort of noticing here based on their choices. I think bottom lane is going to be pretty G2 favored in the earlier stages. Of course, you have a look at an Alistar lane, and he's not going to be doing too much at the very beginning. And look, we're back to LCK as the sepia mode has begun, and it's our first pause of the day. Our first pause, I believe, of the tournament as well. And pauses are where we do most of our best work.
Oh, absolutely.
So I'm glad.
Before the game tries to interrupt us.
I know.
Yeah, that's...
I know. And so how have you been enjoying Worlds so far? I haven't really asked you that question so far.
No, I've really liked it. I feel like this Worlds has been the most interesting competitively.
Yeah.
The plans I actually think were way better than previous years from a viewer standpoint. And even from a analytical standpoint, I think the games were just way higher quality. I made a tweet about that wildcard regions were really showing up a lot better than in yesteryears, and I think that's obviously really good. But overall, the World's experience is pretty nice. I'm looking forward to see who's going to get to quarters, and then how's it going to wrap up, and, you know, how does Dom1 win it all? You know?
I'm actually really interested in when or if we're going to get top versus Dom1, right? Because the draws into the knockouts, they've been against us in the past. You know, we had IG versus KT 2018, which is not necessarily what we wanted. I mean, theoretically, you could have dreamt for a T1 versus G2 and things like that. But as, you know, of course, this is incredibly biased, guys. And we're allowed to do that because pause time is our time. And so we're allowed to provide some bias. Don't exactly know why it's been paused just yet. Will we make sure that we update you on that one? It's just a bit of a settings issue, guys. As I say that we don't know, we get told. So a little bit of an in-game settings issue there on G2 side, and we're going to be resuming pretty soon as well. As you can see, I believe it is Caps that's trying to figure out exactly how things are supposed to be running. And we've got double referees. So I guarantee you, don't worry, we're going to be back in pretty soon. And I've completely forgotten what I was talking about as well. I think I was talking about, oh yes, of course, when we're going to get Dom1 versus top.
Right.
Oh, I think the last time I saw Dom1, I was just imagining the rest of the tournament being top versus Dom1.
You just don't get it, Atlas.
Every single game.
It's Fly and UOL getting out of that group.
Oh, really?
Yeah, that's it.
Whoa. Is that on the script?
It actually is, yeah.
Oh, okay. Just to those of you that don't watch the LCK regularly, LS does have access to the script of all League of Legends worldwide. If you watch his co-streams, also has the script for those, and often does take away all of the surprise for our LCK matches where he just reads the script. You're not supposed to do that, you know? You're supposed to keep the mystery alive, but instead, it's just giving it away. That's why we end up talking about Pokemon and things like that.
True. That is indeed true.
What I said, I was never going to talk about. So let's bring it back to this particular match. G2 versus Machi. This is G2 teetering on qualification.
Yeah.
If they win this game, they move up to 4 wins, and it's basically insurmountable. So this is huge for them, and we've got a bit of a fun stat for you. This is just production trying to bring it back in line. As Wanderer's had a CS lead at 15 minutes for 19 straight games. And he's played 14 different champions in that time span. And after his performance in game #1, that is definitely a stat that we're going to have to pay attention to moving forward because he's been so good this tournament. As we are back into the game, and there's some happy bees out from Machi as well, showing that their mental is in order at this point in time as Perks gets a very nice trade onto Bruce. But that's how we expect this lane to go, as Wonder is just going to be smacking down onto PK. The Shen power, even taking a turret shot, still wins the trade.
Yeah, still wins the trade. We'll see what he tries to do on wave 3, or if there's any shenanigans that are going to go on their caps. Meanwhile, perfect CS up until this point currently. Gemini clearing into his blue side jungle, actually smites the blue camp.
Sometimes you just want to get it on cooldown as soon as possible, you know? If it's available, then, you know, you're wasting cooldown time, is my opinion.
Yep.
Jankos does have his flashback available as well. See how quickly he's going to use it as he's clearing his top side. Has full cleared the bottom of the map. And we're just waiting for these Rift Scuttlers to come up to see whether our junglers are going to interact with one another. As Caps utilizing the extension of the Piercing Light that was in a few patches ago to take down Mission's health bar just a little bit. As Perks and Mickey make their way back down towards the bottom side of the map. Koala does find a really nice double pulverize here as Bruce. Not a lot of follow-up damage necessarily. Koala certainly putting some fear in the hearts of G2.
Beautiful Alistar skin, by the way.
Yeah, it's
that
cool,
looks
right?
really, really, really nice.
Here I was thinking you were going to analyze the play. That's ridiculous. Wow.
I was just so captivated.
Yeah, I know. It is
by the Alistar skin. Well, Gemini, I mean, he picks up the Scuttle Crab. He's starting to path into mid lane. Any time that you can relieve pressure from Orianna, who already is somewhat good against Lucian in the solo lane, it's always a good time.
It is. This may not be the best time for Jankos, but does manage to get his red buff to work onto Gemini. Caps does have teleport, surprisingly. Has another pulverize here towards the bottom side. Mickey very healthy. The ignite down onto Bruce, the flash forward, but the stun from Koala denies Perks the auto attacks. And now he's reloading. Does get the bullets back into the chamber, but it's too late. Bruce is going to make his way to safety. So both ignites burnt from the bottom lane, but flash now down for both of our ADs as well. And Bruce, of course, with the teleport. So similar as far as bottom lane kill threat is concerned. Gemini, speaking of which, it's going to take a lot of damage from Caps, but Mission teleports in, keeps his jungler alive as the orb spots out Jankos.
Yep. And Jankos, I mean, he takes away a camp from Graves. He dings level 5 as well. Now they're going to come into mid. They're going to shove together, and this is going to allow Caps to get yet another reset off.
Ow.
Because he doesn't want to play this lane after that trade with Graves. He's too far down in sustain. He has no potions. Even though he has the pickaxe and a call, it doesn't really matter because Mission's just in such control of the lane. And again, I mean, this is another one of those games where Mission is doing fantastic despite things around him maybe not going as well as he had hoped.
Is this all a bait is the question. As you can see, Gemini making his way back down. Perks does stop it. It's now Koala and Mickey fighting momentarily. Mickey's just going to grand entrance in place for fun. Gemini looking to take down this Mountain Drake very, very early. We've had late Drakes so far today, but this is certainly an early one out of Machi.
Getting the Mountain Dragon this early is super big. Just a little bit of extra armor going Orianna's way, going Ornn's way inside of the laning phase. It's really big for them against the champions that they're against. And Orianna, we'll see if she ends up even picking up a Seekers, but it's nothing to really scoff at. Doesn't quite give her like an extra armor rune in terms of stats, not at this current level, but Caps will definitely notice some damage. This is going to be a little bit off.
Yeah. Having a look, Wonder in a little bit of trouble here as the Ornhorn does come down. Knockup going to be flashed there as in goes Koala with the gank. Double knockups come through as Wonder looks to be absolutely fine. Unfortunately, these are two burly champions, not with a lot of damage at this stage of the game.
They look like brothers.
Yeah, they really
When Alistar has that skin.
The big Bash brothers.
Yeah. Well. And Wonder, I mean, he's just been able to farm the entire wave before resetting, and that's going to be a nightmare. PK just reset. Yes,
Ooh, a little bit short there on the grand entrance, but they do get Mission's flash, and that is absolutely worth for Mickey.
Yeah. Now, Wonder, he's going to reset, and he's resetting with 20 more CS than PK did.
Oh, God.
So we're going to get some pretty big item discrepancy here in the top lane in just a bit. Now, Ornn, obviously, the Forge God, he can build items inside of the lane, so it's not as catastrophic as it would be for some other champions, but G2, they're in a very comfortable spot so far here in this game.
Yeah, it's a Tiamat and change for Wonder as he goes back, teleports right into the minion wave, as that's the shockwave onto Caps to try and keep Mission alive. Defensive shockwave for the mid laner of Machi, but that will keep him up for now and positioned in this lane. Not a lot of mana there for Caps as these command attacks are working out, but Jankos in position. See whether he can canter around and grab himself a kill, as there's the bowling ball, and Drowsy is the Orianna. Flash gets past, and Caps gets in there. All too easy, as now plates will come in as well for G2.
Yeah, and Lucian is now just going to get further and further ahead inside of this laning phase, so really good here. And also, because Mission's being a little greedy, he's not going for the Seekers, perhaps because he's respecting that it's hybrid damage coming in. Yanko's obviously dealing tons of magic, Lucian physical. Maybe he feels like he doesn't get enough value, so tries to just go double Dorans.
Whoop, there's some layering of CC, but that's a really good interruption there from Koala as the flash forward. Gemini flashes out, not going to get tagged by the Q. And the Graves will survive for the moment, but double flashes there for both of the junglers. We'll keep things interesting there as Shelly going to be started off. And Cap's going to eat some honey fruit there as well to keep himself in the mana and in the health bar. As G2, this is what we're expecting, right? They did need to make early moves, and they have absolutely done that. As I talk about it, knockup avoided there by Wonder. As in goes the Ornhorn, the Ram comes down. Not a lot of mana for anything else, as the Brittle is procced, and PK will win out in the trade.
And Jankos, he's going to pick up the Rift Herald for himself. Another big trade. I mean, the action just doesn't stop.
It's only level 5, and Perks had a 4th bullet to give over to Koala. And Bruce unable to follow up there either, as this is a lane they shouldn't be fighting like this on Machi's side. This is Ezreal Alistair. They don't really do that much earlier on, especially when you've gone tier cull. So Koala maybe getting a little bit more hyphy than he necessarily needed to. And it's 2,000 gold at before 10 minutes. This is huge from G2.
Yeah. G2 are in a very comfortable position. This is the type of thing that this comp needs to do. It has to get ahead.
Well, blue buff. Watch out. Eep comes down there as Gemini gets himself over. Bowling ball will miss. And Wonder was thinking about cheating down, but you can see Mission, he has roamed, as has Koala. Jankos still waiting here.
And you can see, yeah, Jankos, he's skipping going to his camps in favor of shadowing Wonder to make sure nothing happens to him so he can try to get that crash in freely. Now, in doing so, it is going to delay his clear a little bit. So he's not going to keep accelerating as far ahead of Gemini as he could have, but still, everything is very stable. Infernal Dragon's up, 35 seconds. We're going to take another look at this replay. So, Koala and Bruce, they think that Perks is alone, but Mickey was really close by. The quickness into the 4th shot.
Yeah.
Mission now, I mean, he's going to solo the blue buff. He's taking a little bit of damage from it as well.
Looks like he should be okay. Amazing that Perks was able to avoid most of that CC just with a Rakan without using his flash. Ooh. Brilliant stuff. Looks like G2 are looking to snowball the Caps lane.
Oh, Yanko's big blunder.
That's not what you want to do. As the passive did a bit of damage there to Mission and absolutely trolled the Lilia. So it sometimes happens, you know.
And that's a problem because Jankos didn't want to be resetting right now, but he's forced to do so because he doesn't have any HP. Infernal Dragon's up.
Yeah, this will be the second Drake, of course, with the early Drake take by Machi.
If he gets anything on his reset. He's waiting. Okay, he's going to get Ionian boots.
So a little bit more high value than we may have expected. And you can see Machi, they're playing pretty delicately around the advantages that G2 already have. We have to remember that Machi do have a comp that scales really nicely, but scaling is maybe a dirty word in this particular game, as the lead for G2 is only expanding. And we talk about these leads as needing to get to certain benchmarks to know whether you're ahead by enough. What would you say a benchmark for around, 20 minutes is for G2? How far ahead do they need to be to feel comfortable?
I mean, I think with this kind of a team composition, with some of the smoke and mirrors that it has and what 20 minutes probably means for some of the items on Machi, I think it's a lot closer than it would normally be.
Jankos just exploded. As Mickey goes in with the grand entrance, finds the quickness onto Gemini. They're looking to try and trade junglers. as Gemini moves sideways. Perfect movement there as now Koala in with all the CC, but doesn't land very much of it at all. Caps canceling an auto attack here and there as now Koala taking some shots. The curtain's being called, but the Drake has been taken, and Machi grabbed a couple. Mickey? That was an odd move as the culling does not enough, and now PK is teleported in very, very late and isn't able to find the knock-up onto Wonder. Does find Perks, but I don't think he was aiming for him as the flash out of the shockwave saves Wonder's life. A little bit of a brain fade there from G2, but a really good breath of life for Machi.
Yeah, and I don't totally know what's going on. Caps is just now gonna ding 10. Mission's been 10 for a little bit, but they're so close despite everything that's happened around mid lane. Is very surprising. 2 dragons going over to Machi. Now, unfortunately for them, it is Cloud Soul. So Ocean could have probably just ended the game outright against G2. Cloud will still give G2 some glimmers of hope in the event Machi get there. But this was so bewildering. Jankos just dies right away. Stand United comes in. Perks drags Wonder a little bit too far backwards, and just watch Mickey here.
Yeah. I don't know. I get. Okay. Flash forward. That's going to be the double tap, and Caps takes down Mission. Thankfully, that can take our mind off what we were thinking about prior. As now Wonder does get the taunt onto PK, but he didn't know that Gemini was coming in, and now he's going to get that bad news. Great knock up onto the Shen. See whether they can take him down. PK taking a bit of damage, but he is able to get that last boop on the noggin. And the Ornn is 1 kill richer. He is still 20 CS behind, but any sort of advantage like that, and Ornn's going to be very, very happy. It's still approximately 3,000 gold, but it's moving closer and closer to 2 instead of the other way around. And G2 gonna have to stop with the funny business.
The other thing about some of these kills and the way that they've been happening is the solo XP that ends up being given over. Gemini is actually ahead of Jankos right now in EXP, and very comfortable. He's returning to his camps. And, I mean, Jankos, he's having some of his own camps taken away from him by his teammates. So, Perks and Mickey, they're going to get a little bit more under their belt right now.
Yep, some nice items for Gemini coming in as well. Does have his serrated Dirk. It's going to be a decent power spike for the Graves as far as his damage output at exactly this point in time. As, he's just going to dash over. They find that control ward, and they will be able to eliminate that one. Mission continuing with a little bit of control here in this mid lane, but he is without his turret. So that's why you can see Gemini milling about in the area. Koala also.
Well, I'm not totally sure what G2 is thinking as their next plan of attack. They're just going to wait. Oh, hold on. Koala might just bring it to them.
Yeah, Shockwave is going to completely miss, though. Is just encircling the cow, who will be given away in tribute. As Caps picks up that kill, Mickey, he battle danced over, but didn't quite get there in time to assure himself an assist. This might mean Shelly number 2 does go down in favor of G2, as now Gemini spots Wonder, but is able to quick draw his way out. He's going to be absolutely fine. As Jankos just doing all of the shellfish in the river at the moment.
Well, Jankos picking up the second Rift Herald. Now the thing is that the mid-tier 1 has already been broken down. So this will probably just be used to capture either the last remains of the bottom turret in the event that Perks doesn't end up getting it. I mean, they might just actually plan a top lane, given everyone's so close in proximity. Gemini gonna tango really quick.
Yeah, Searing Charge does get PK out as the quickness has been brought in. He's taken so much damage as Caps. Locks him down. Jankos pressed the ult button. I don't know whether he necessarily needed to, but better to be safe than sorry. And G2 are looking for a bit of a reset here. First back comes forward. Jankos very close to the Leandries is okay. In comes Machi. Looking for Wonder. The backs were completed. That is going to be the dash out, but the Shockwave pulls him right back in Mission, locks down the kill into the Shen.
Yeah, and that was a pretty good pickup because 30 seconds on the Shen. He's probably going to have to use teleport now, or I'm not sure if Machi's just going to start the Cloud Dragon immediately and what the response is going to be because he doesn't have a Stand United. So Caps right now trying his best to complete towards the Miramana, did complete the call, already has the Essence Reaver. Leandri's probably very close for Lilia. On the flip side of Machi, though, Ornn very close to level 13.
Yeah.
So he starts getting the self-ornaments, almost has that Forge Fire cape that's going to be ready, as well as the Infernal Mask. Bruce also pretty close as well. They really want to get this Cloud Dragon, and then that'll bring the game to Soul Point, and that's a pretty scary situation for G2.
Yeah, Soul Point for the team that has the scaling advantage as well is absolutely terrifying. As in comes the curtain call, they're looking to try and take down the Drake, but they're not going to be able to. Knock up onto PK there, is taking a lot of damage. That's the shockwave, but it only lands on a Mickey, who tries to battle dance out, not quite able to. It's a 1-for-1 so far, as now Koala is on the run. Wonder so close to death as the Mystic Shot will catch him on the end. Bowling Ball tags Mission, but otherwise he's going to be absolutely fine as Cat goes on over, takes down the cow eventually. As Bruce Arcane shifts his way out, it is going to be an even trade, but the Drake went over to Machi. And G2 trying to go aggressive, but great defense being played by Mission here on the Orianna. It's a great position for Machi right now.
Yeah, Machi, they're only down 2.8, 2.7 thousand gold right now, and that's a fantastic spot to be in. And like I was mentioning, they probably feel a little bit bad that it's Cloud rather than Ocean, given that Ocean could have just likely outright ended the game. Yeah. But this is still a fantastic situation for them. The ornaments are going to start being bestowed soon. Ornn's going to ding 13. Shortly thereafter that, he's going to be able to give Ezreal the Frozen Fist because of Mirror Mana. That doesn't just give him the enhanced armor, but also the extra mana converts to some AD that ends up being given over, so that's nice.
Okay, a bit of a knock up there onto Koala as Gemini shows up, doesn't find end of the line damage onto anyone, and that's going to be that. Caps will take down the Rift Scuttler, and that'll be the end of the story.
I think I feel it, by the way, Atlas.
Yeah?
I can, yeah. You know in those movies when you can feel the evil presence?
Yep, yeah, I can. Is it the music? Is there like...
No, I think I sense Boris.
Oh, no.
Gemini is, yeah, I think he's in his ear.
I don't know, I can feel an edge of night, and I'd be okay with that.
I feel the phage and the Kindle Gem.
Oh, really?
I can sense the tremors.
Oh, oh dear. Oh,
Those are...
How dare you? You read the script, I decided to go off it because I still had faith and hope, and now you've murdered it. Oh dear, we need to look elsewhere. Let's have a look at Jankos. That's a really nice mask he has. That's all I got. 6-0-0 though for Caps. He's already capped out his bounty. It's exactly where a lot of the gold on G2 is residing. And remember guys, this game has the 100% win rate champion in it, which is Lucian, the last remaining one of those that we have here at Worlds. He's extraordinarily strong, but we'll see whether he's going to be able to carry the rest of his team. Teleport forward. Double Essence Reaver was purchased there and was bought back. And that was as the teleport was going. So unfortunately, Caps is now sitting on a lot of gold that he wasn't able to sell. Didn't waste it.
Yeah.
So we've got that, but maybe a little bit of a whoopsie there. We'll see whether it gets to bite G2 as he's going to go back. And there's the Infinity Edge that he intended to buy. But the teleport was a little bit wasted. By a little bit, I mean completely.
Well, at this point, G2... they have 2 minutes to get whatever they possibly can before this Cloud Soul fight. Caps might even just try to get to Tier 2 boots by that point. Doesn't quite have his Mirror Mana yet. Ezreal, however, much more fortunate. And PK, we'll see if he can ding 14 before that fight and hand over at least one upgrade, which is going to be on Bruce.
Yep, he probably wants to get to level 14, back, grab his Forge Fire cape, and then they can look for another fight with an extra ornament and 2 on the Ornn, which is going to be a huge swing as far as power is concerned. 4,000 gold, the approximate lead here for G2, have still been able to retain the snowball somewhat, but it's starting to become more and more difficult as this game goes on. Need to find something creative, I think, as 1 minute until that Cloud Soul rears its head.
The one fortunate thing for G2 here is that I don't think Orianna nor Graves are going to be able to complete their second core items prior to this fight.
Ooh, Orianna does have a Spellbind.
Oh, she did just get it. Okay, so Spellbinder is completed. Will Graves be able to come up with the gold? I don't think so. And so there is that little benefit there.
Oh dear, Koala taking way too much damage as the culling. Not going to follow him over. It's just a pesky bit of wall in the way. Caps is going to chunk out the Alistair, and that is actually going to be a big deal. And the Alistair now without the flash, only having the Hex Flash to rely on. Dancing Grenade doing some work there on the minion wave for Perks. It's the right time to chunk out Koala there, as now G2 will have some vision dominance. Taunt not going to land, but PK still taking a bit of damage. Good snare comes through, but the Searing Charge will be buffered correctly. PK escapes, but does lose over a third of his health bar. And that could be important.
Well,
keep your eye on Caps, guys. He's got 3 items. They are going to be able to take down this Drake very quickly. Curtain Call comes in. Not going to be able to land the first couple of bullets, but the third one will connect as Gemini getting chunked. Caps down to half health as well, but he does so much damage. See what he's going to be able to get done. It looks like they're not looking to start a fight. The Dragon was taken, and now we move back into a pause.
It really is an LCK kind of day.
This really is an LCK kind of day.
I think you're looking exquisite, by the way.
Oh, you too.
Yeah.
You too. I think your tie looks especially expertly crafted.
Yeah. You look like you have an ornament on. That's how.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Which one? I don't know. I got a blue tie and a black jacket. I kind of look like a security guard, but that's fine. I like.
Yeah.
As we will get you guys informed as to what exactly happened. I believe it might be on the G2 side. As you can see, it's Mickey that's getting a little bit of assistance here. We'll see whether everything is going to be sorted out. That particular passage of play didn't actually teach us too much, to be perfectly honest. The Drake was taken by G2. They're delaying a Cloud Soul to the team that does have a bit of a scaling advantage. So to be perfectly honest, like sometimes when you see Souls denied, right, it's really pivotal because it's a mid-game team that wants to be able to use it to guarantee a victory, right? That is not what this sort of Soul means.
Yeah, the Soul for Machi is not integral to their ability to win the game. They're sort of approaching that endgame inevitability as it stands. They're like Thanos trying to complete the Infinity Gauntlet right now. Now, they're part of the way there. Orin's about to ding 14. He's going to start handing over all of his ornaments, and G2's champions are going to start slowing down, essentially, with their effectiveness the longer the game goes. Shen's about to start becoming a similar champion for the rest of the game. Lilia's about hitting the point where it's just going to start being Lucian and Jhin taking all of her camps, and she's just going to act as roughly the same champion, just Runic Echo, Leandri, and getting the Zanyas, and that's it for her, most likely. But Graves still has a long way to go, especially with ornaments being given over.
Yeah.
Ornn's going to get massive. Orianna is just going to keep getting more and more AP, but AP for Orianna, an ornament upgrade if she gets Death Crown or something, isn't just AP and damage, it's also EHP for her teammates because of her shield. So she's getting a little bit there. It's very problematic for G2 if this game goes another 10 minutes.
We already spoke about all of the scaling that they had available. We are going to be resuming the game very, very soon, and Mickey X, he paused it. It was for something that was going on in-game, and I assume it's been resolved because here we are, back onto the Rift. As now Perks is going to dance some grenades over this minion wave and wonder what G2 are going to do next.
I see what you did there.
Yeah. I'm pretty clever sometimes.
You were on a mission with that one.
I was.
Almost like Bruce.
Yeah. I've got a pet koala.
Yeah.
That wasn't so good.
That was, yeah.
Yeah.
It was not.
Well, True Shot Barrage is going to spot out the Baron that was tapped for a little bit, as Baron doesn't get angry at Mickey just yet. And he's going to be able to clear out some vision. Smoke screen, trying to get some damage onto Mickey. Not going to be able to. As, we got a Luden's Pulse. Oh, dang it.
Well, you know, you win some, you lose some.
It's a lack of patience, isn't it, really? I mean, getting as much power as early as possible definitely makes a lot of sense. So that's absolutely fine. I'm not gonna be too upset.
Well, Caps just trying to raise this top tier 1 turret.
He is so huge.
Yeah, he is.
This is we're witnessing all of G2 trying to take down this top lane outer turret. Shen going to be moving towards the bottom side. Wonder is going to just keep the pressure on inside lanes as much as he can.
Will propel them to about a 5,000 gold lead. 3 minutes until another Cloud Dragon comes up. Shen going for the Locket of the Iron Solari. Boris seething somewhere.
Even more crit now for Caps. Looks going to be building himself a Zeal item of some kind. See whether it's Phantom Dancer or Rapid Fire Cannon, something like that. I assume Phantom Dancer would make some sense given the shorter range of the Lucian. We'll see where he decides to go. This Perks clears out this Raptor camp. Gonna go into the Brambleback. Jankos gonna help him out there. And G2's certainly still in it, of course. They got a 5,000 gold lead. This is still good for G2.
Yes.
Just we haven't illustrated that, you know, there is still a chance. But you can see Bruce is pretty big. As the side step comes in for Perks, he does make it out. But you can see the 1v1 certainly working out here for the Ezreal at this point in time. And he doesn't even have his Death's Dance yet. There's the headbutt pole onto Mickey. Massive damage from Perks, though, as Koala said, nope, this is not what I wanted. The Ignite was ticking down, but it's not taken just yet. As he gets taken out by the passive of Jankos. Over the wall he goes. It's a double kill for the Lilia. Make that a triple. No, it's the Shen that steals it away. And G2 have manufactured themselves a team fight victory. And this may spill over to a Baron.
And I mean, this game just blows wide open. Machi, they had a hot date in left side River. The game was so stable. They had no reason to posture for vision or a fight because they know G2 can't just arbitrarily start the Baron.
Yeah.
The Scryer Orb's still up. They have total sight on some of the G2 champions. Bruce was just popping off in mid lane even. This is so peculiar. Killing Rakan is not necessary for them, and yet they do it because it feels good if they end up getting the kill there, and they end up potentially just losing the game off that decision.
It's not what you want to see. It was just a shockwave onto Caps, but unfortunately the damage had already been done with just how chunked Koala got from that opening exchange. And Caps was trying to go back. I mean, that was Machi trying to go for an opportunistic pick. Their comp doesn't have to do that. You just don't have to do that. You just take team fights when you feel like taking them. You know, 30 seconds from now would have been a decent time to do it because there's a Cloud Drake coming up. And instead, they're now facing down a G2 that has the Baron and now has complete control over what happens around this Cloud Drake. It's Mickey. Poke his head in, looking to try and clear out this control ward. All 5 members of Machi are in this area as now Caps will turn up. Huge engage out of Mickey. Not going to escape, but has he done enough damage and enough crowd control? Gemini having to get out of there as Caps is godlike, taking down the Orianna. He will fall, as it is answered back by a Bruce that does a lot of damage. But Machi still without control of this area. You can see Jankos, he's relatively low. Is still looking to try and start off.
Now they do have Jin 4th shot, so they should still be able to get this. Oh man.
I mean, Smite's still there, so they are going to be able to take the Drake, and that's a big pop onto the cow. Bruce now taking a lot of damage as well as Perks looking for some revenge, and he'll get it. Double kill comes forward now. PK against the world. Gemini does have his health back, but it looks like he doesn't want any part of this fight whatsoever. Not going to be able to land the W there is Perks, but the Searing Charge I don't think is going to be enough.
It's too tanky.
Yeah, Perks is going to chase past. Yeah, I like the Deficio quote, but he's not too tanky.
Yeah.
Don't you worry about that one.
He finally does end up getting brought down, and this is another example of Machi approaching something that wasn't totally necessary and then paying for it yet again. So G2 really reaping the benefits of Machi's decision-making. And now they're in such a comfortable position. They're about to raise 2 inhibitor turrets. Caps looking like he's going to get that bottom inhibitor.
Yep, Wanda. He's able to get himself out of there. Oh my god, Perks does so much damage alongside Caps as well, who's going to be able to complete that kill as that's second last bullet. Sorry, third last bullet. Sorry, still did enough damage to make it look like a last shot, as Gemini's going to get chunked by just a double tap. And Caps gets himself out with a relentless pursuit. And this is the end of the game, LS. I don't know how G2 have managed to do it, but they find that one fight, and immediately the game is just over against a comp that scales so beautifully. Machi just weren't able to follow it through. Gemini and PK against the world now is not even going to be able to find the knock up there. Spirit's Refuge from Wonder, not even necessary. So now Cap's going to be able to take down this turret there. Stand United just to get Wonder in there. A little bit closer to the fountain, and the Nexus will go down. G2 have now qualified into quarters with this victory. Doesn't matter what happens elsewhere. It's now all about seeding against Suning. We'll see whether they're going to be the first seed. First seed so important as it looks. Yep. With the rest of the groups being so stacked. You got top, you got Damwon. Avoiding them certainly seems like a good idea. Still more to play for today, but congratulations to G2. They have qualified.
Yeah.
Quarterfinals.
And they do so in pretty dominating fashion in both of the games. There were a couple of hiccups in this game, but it was mostly due to team composition, where Machi ended up being able to almost stabilize, but then got a little bit overeager and reckless.
Yeah.
In left side river for no reason, and that was the one opening G2 needed to just bust everything wide open. So now, the next few matches that we have here tonight become that much more interesting. Suning, I believe, can still clench first if they win every single game.
Yeah, they need to actually take down G2, which I believe is our last game of the day.
Of North America.
Beautiful. Absolutely.
Amazing. It always comes back in the end.
It does. What goes around comes around, my friend. Unfortunately, there is a sad side to this story as well. This will be the end for Machi. They will play one more game today, but it'll only be a spoiler. They will not be able to make it to the quarters. But Machi actually put up much more of a fight than I think a lot of people were expecting. From what I saw from Mission in the one game that he played in 2018, which was the last time I personally saw him, his performance was fantastic. I think the way that he manipulated lanes was very good. So Machi, definitely a better performance than we were expecting.
I think Mission is one of the best performing players at Worlds in terms of just his laning phase control and then his discipline in a lot of fights. I mean, yeah, it was pretty nuts.
Yeah, it was really nicely done. But the Oppo player of the game for this one will, of course, be Caps. What an extraordinary performance on that. Lucian continues, by the way, guys, his 100% win rate. And let's have a look at some of the plays that we saw here. As put to sleep is Mission, couple of taps, and then a flash forward into a boop. I really love how this was filmed, but I say filmed, but I guess observed is the right word. But this was where it all went wrong, to be perfectly honest. The hula hoop around Koala as well did not help.
No, and I mean, I think Caps was really integral in a lot of the team fights for setting up damage, because he was the nimble one of the two marksmen that is able to weave in and out of the team fights and still get in, whereas sometimes Jin can have a little bit of difficulty and just end up becoming a W bot for his team, which is, I mean, it's partly why he's there. So
yeah. I think that actually Perks and Caps did their jobs perfectly. I mean, we've seen so far this Worlds that a lot of the damage is reliant on them, and this was a 1-2 punch that unfortunately Machi weren't able to figure out. But ladies and gentlemen, it is time for a break, and when Worlds returns, it is going to be Team Liquid up against Suning Gaming, and you do not want to miss it. Stick around.
And welcome back, G2, with the second win here for day 5. And Wonder, my first question is going to be very simple. You were hovering Jace and Irelia in the draft. Could you explain why?
Well, I mean, they just played a game previous to this one. It's a bit, I guess, unfortunate that their top laner got like a bit dumpstered by Irelia, right? So I just had to we just had to get the mental edge, right? It's not a fair trick to use, but I just had to do it. It's like a little bit cocky as well. I feel a bit bad for him at the same time, but I mean, that's the game, you know. You have to abuse the mental advantage when you can.
I'm really curious about this, actually. Do you really think that there has a mental effect on players when you hover their favorite champions like this? Does it have an effect on you?
Oh, I don't know. I mean, it doesn't really have an. I mean, it's funny, right? I mean, I always pay attention to, I guess, stuff like this, right? And even I think when we played against Team Liquid, I hovered all the MSI finals matchups we played. I'm not sure if I did, but I wanted to at least. I mean, it's just a fun thing that I like to do. We giggle about it backstage, you know. So I don't know if it has an effect on the player we just played against, because I mean, didn't really talk to him, you know, but it could have an effect on players, I think.
All right, just something you like to do, but okay, focusing on the game here. We had both Shen and Ornn in the game, which is interesting because they have been the two top laners that have received the most bans since the beginning of group stage. So how do you explain that they fell off in ban priority recently?
I mean, I think he just likes playing Ornn, right? And he's comfortable in any matchup. So they left Shen open, which I think is a fine matchup into it. There's other champs you could play, but I think with our first couple of picks, I think Shen kind of matched it well. I don't think I played very well though. I mean, they also had some help, I guess, coming topside, so help him actually lane. But I should for sure have done way better in lane and just in the game in general. And then I think I could have probably taken over the game with this pick. But luckily, I guess our Lucian was really fat and he did the carrying instead. So.
Yeah, Cavs played really well here. But focusing on G2 a bit more, you have a very low dragon rate here at Worlds so far. So how much do you rely on team fights to get you out of tricky situations?
Yeah, I mean, it's not like a goal of ours to not do dragon ever or anything like this. I think we've just had very weird games on stage. We have had games where we couldn't really do anything early because of level 1 or something just went wrong, right? Then we also had games where I guess we had a different game plan, because it's not like we want to do Drake that much with Lilia jungle, for example. It's not the best at doing Drake solo, and all our lanes were very just a lot was happening this game, so we didn't really have time. Maybe we had time to do Drake at some points, but we didn't really I guess look for it as much, as opposed to just trying to snowball our advantage, I think, which we did decently well this game.
All right, well, you have one last game at the end of the day. What can we expect from G2 and also from you for this one?
I mean, we're playing against Suning, right? It's a rematch. Last time it was quite a banger. And I mean, Bin has been showing that he's pretty good top. So I'm looking forward to my match in particular against him. But yeah, I mean, you can hopefully expect some crazy stuff going on. I think we are locked, and I think they might be locked as well. They play before that, so it could be a battle for first, which hopefully we'll win. If not, then well, I think we can beat other teams in other groups, so we should be fine.
We're excited about this game nonetheless. But Wonder, thank you very much for the interview, and good luck for the last game in group stage. And now we will take a break and we'll come back in a few minutes for Suning versus Team Liquid. Stay tuned.
Winning the group stage, knocking out the LEC Sweethearts of G2 and getting a taste of revenge. The better team today, the better team next week most likely as well. Suning tied for first.
Welcome to the world, no heroes and villains. Welcome to the war, we've only begun. So pick up your weapon and face it. There's blood on the ground, go and take it. You get yourself and rise, rise. Make them remember you. Push through hell and rise, rise. They will remember you. Welcome to the climb up, reach for the summit. Visions brave and one false step lead the end. So higher and higher you chasing. It's deep in your blood, go and take it. This is your moment. Take to the skies, go. Prove yourself and rise, rise. Make them remember you. Push through hell and rise, rise. They will remember you. It is you fight among the dead beneath the dirt. Or do you know yet? Or do you want it? And when the giants call to ask you what you're worth, do you know yet? We don't die. Prove yourself and rise, rise. Make them remember you. Push through hell and rise, rise. They will remember you. Prove yourself and rise, rise. Pick up your weapon and face it.
Welcome back, everyone, to the State Farm Analyst Desk, where it is time for Team Liquid to rise. If they drop one more game, they are knocked out of playoff contention, quarterfinal contention. This is where they need to step up, and they're loading up against the LPL's Suning. As said, do or die from now on for the NA squad. For Suning, of course, they have their eyes set on first place, and then they need to keep winning. If you're a TL fan, this is how it goes. TL beats Suning. TL beats Machi, G2 beats Suning, you get a tiebreaker versus Suning to get to the quarterfinals. That's what you're hoping for here. So let's look at this matchup and what is possible for TL. Of course, Suning has been looking very, very strong. They dropped that one game to G2, but that could have really gone either way. What are we looking at from the perspective of Team Liquid to get the win here?
Well, I hope they did everything in their power to forget the first game, because that was annihilation on all grounds. But that was like before Team Liquid realized their strengths, and that was their bottom side. If they put themselves in a position where they have agency in bottom, then maybe we might see a different game.
So let's start with the jungle matchup. Perhaps early will be so important. Broxa did not have a good first game versus G2, and now he's up versus SOFM, who we know goes ham in that early game and actually the entire game. So how do they shut him down if they do?
Oh, well, I mean, first of all, you've got to take SOFM off of some of his comfort picks, things like the Nidalee. That has to be taken off the board. And you really need to try and get Broxa on either his Graves or his Lee Sin. And even if Lee Sin is not optimal for the current meta, it's really the only thing that TL can go for based on what we've seen from his champion pool, because comfort for Broxa is so key, because what if his laners get strong enough that he can properly facilitate around them. But I think Yamano made a great point earlier in the day where you can't really rely on him to get your laners ahead. He is just someone that once the laners are ahead, enables and uses very well.
And I said he's up versus this guy, Yamato Cannon, been one of the most impressive junglers in the tournament so far.
My goodness, just the contrast. We see this B-roll right before this. We saw Broxa and his champion pool, and it was just 2 champions there. And then you have, of course, SOFM. You know, he plays more champions than these 2. He played the Graves. He has the Lee Sin with the crazy build. Like, who am I to question his Lee Sin build? You know, it works, it connects. Just SoFM has been above and beyond better than everybody in this group.
And that makes it so tricky for the side of Team Liquid. Verius, you have your eye also on the bot lane. And it's a great story on either side. We have Hanfang with a fantastic road to the world stage and now been impressing, up against a Tactical who is also a rookie and who has been impressing people. But now he really is going to have to go above and beyond to keep Team Liquid in the race.
Yeah, I think Hanfang has been very consistent, reliable, someone that, I mean, you just look across his stats and he is just someone that has been Mr. Reliable and can play those aggressive carries too. And I wonder how he's going to approach this game versus Tactical, because last time we saw them shut them down clinically. They picked the Draven, one of the big comfort picks. And I think that Tactical couldn't compete. We need to see Tactical on a playmaker. We need to see him on something that he can have agency with and become a carrier later. Otherwise, it's going to be a dark day for TL to be able to come out ahead.
The crazy thing about Suning's games, always with best of ones, is always hard to judge, but I feel like the recipe for their success is so easy to replicate. They get one advantage and then it just spreads everywhere. So FM with Sword Art, they work together so well. We see the mid prio into a jungle camp, and this is what makes them so dangerous. They're going to continue doing the same.
There we go then. TL with their backs against the wall. Let's see if they can beat Suning here and stay in the race. And let's hand it off to Drakos and Frosk for Game 4.
Thank you very much, Shocks. Of course, very excited to be casting this do-or-die match for TL. Big stakes to be going up against, and you heard it on the desk already. After a rough start to the day, have to hope that TL, with the 2 games that they've had off, can compose themselves, can come into this one fresh-faced, because it is going to be a monumental task to take down a Suning that, outside of that G2 match, has looked pretty near unstoppable.
Yeah, and you don't want this to be a story of heartbreak for TL. You want it to be a story of redemption, and the fact that they're now looking up at the mountain of Suning, it is a must-win for them if they want to continue their Worlds run, and this was perhaps the biggest stomp that we have seen in the group stage so far. Suning absolutely, to use the word that Yamato used on the desk, annihilated TL. But they immediately learned from their mistakes. You know, immediately after that, it was no longer the Twitch Recon blind pick. It was pulling out Tactical's Callista, pairing that with high set priority for Core JJ, and then using Core JJ to unlock the rest of the map. So we'll see how TL fare the second time around, especially from the blue side.
Yeah, and of course, a very interesting game. We talk about the picks. When people hear Draven, if they didn't see it and they hear about domination, they assume that it was kill heavy, but no, it was just such an oppressive laning phase. We were looking at a 2-3K gold lead built in the early game in an otherwise not very blood, not very action heavy, but about systematic denial of resources across the map.
And the blueprint has been laid basically the entire time against TL, and it's to ban out Impact's champion pool. We've seen this a number of times. If you take away the Ornn and the Shin, his next go-to is usually that Mordekaiser. If you pinch him there, then he starts grabbing hold of that Volley Bear. So it should be a fairly obvious pickup of what Ben will be facing up there.
And it's hugely important that TL can have Impact be their rock in the top side as he has been for so long for this team, because as we saw earlier in the day, Ben, he is a man left alone. Lowest jungle proximity, spent 75% of every game completely isolated. Now that stat was coming into the day, so there's a little bit of room for change, but understand that this is going to be the closest to a pure 1v1 we're going to see in competitive League of Legends. So if Impact falters, if he falls down in the way that we saw Machi fall down earlier today, it is going to be disastrous for TL.
I do want to point out, though, as the bans have finally gone down, that Lucian has completely slipped through the ban phase. We saw how devastating Caps was with that pickup, and neither team are willing to touch it on the first rotation. It was prioritizing Sofum's champion pool by grabbing that Graves, and then the response, again, that high set priority that TL have shown on Core JJ. Obviously also a flex pick for Jinsen or Impact, because we've seen it played in all 3 roles over the course of Worlds so far, but Lilia set the response.
And this is very interesting because on the one hand, I like the drafting response for TL. They don't expect to see the Lucian locked in because they do not see an EP jungler on the opposite side. Split damage profile is hugely important in pro play, something that has been respected immensely at Worlds 2020, so they get the set prio for themselves. They get the Lilia as well. The concern now comes in, however, is that it is Brox's Lilia. This is not a champion that he has the same consistent performance on. You saw on the desk, it is the Graves, it is the Lee Sin that we respect from Brox's, but we're going to need to see a different shade of the Danish jungler here on stage today in what could be TL's final game.
And I already want to talk about the first 3 picks that come out of Suning. Suning, to me, are a team that if you cannot skill check them in the lane, then you just get run over. And I think you can see that very clearly in their 2 games against TL and G2. Against TL with their competition couldn't skill check them in the lane and got run over before teamfight ever became a priority. G2, with their composition, were able to skill check Suning in the lane. It got into the teamfights, and then you can start seeing some of the inconsistencies of Suning because it is a younger squad. They're still really finding their footwork when it comes to the LPL. So right now, with Twisted Fate, Jason, Graves, you know, pressure is on for TL to survive the lane phase, to get out and hopefully get to those team fights.
And while for the early lane phase, Impact might struggle a little bit, the range disadvantage is going to be a big deal. Ganking top lane isn't really going to be an option for Suning. Not that it's necessarily something that they've looked at in the past, but once Malphite starts to stack a little bit of armor there, early lethality from Jace or Graves is not going to feel very effective whatsoever in those tower dives. So easy itemization path for TL heading into the mid game, at least on the top side of the map. We're going to have to see how they round out the rest of this composition. The Ezreal taken away as well as the Syndra.
You would imagine that Orianna is kind of the go-to for Jensen here. He's grabbed it a couple of times. It also fits very well with the composition. That said, maybe it gets banned away from him. Maybe you give him the Orianna and you have the Twisted Fate and you say, it's fine, hang out in this mid lane. I don't know. I think TL, they're, I wish they would put higher priority on the Lucian, but I can understand.
I mean, at this point, we'll have to see what they want to go for, how they want to round out this composition. Malphite going to provide a decent amount of magic damage. Of course, even if he isn't opting to build AP, as many of you Earth Fiends are going to be feeling this time of the year. Now, Ashe pick, of course, would make a lot of sense to me with everything that has been banned away. If they do pick in the Jhin, they're expecting the Ashe to come in on the opposite side. Tank killing power does come in from the Lilia, so a lot of Jhin's normal teamfight weaknesses don't quite have to be as big of a concern.
But also, there's not a lot of tanks for him to deal with right now. You know, assuming that Sword Art might be the only reliable hard engage outside of Gold Card and tank on the team, it's actually a pretty decent matchup for Jhin. Players have to funnel into him, and he's going to be hitting for a ton of damage in the late game, so I don't mind tactical going for Jhin here.
Yeah. And additionally, TL's bans against AD carries, while they may feel immediately bot prioritized and bot focused, actually more strong in the mid to late game. When the Malphite comes online, champions like the Senna, champions like the Ashe are pretty much powerless in the face of Malphite's ultimate in team fights. So have to keep our eyes on if TL can keep it an even game, if they can keep it close and match in this laning phase, how they play out these team fights mid to late, because the Malphite is obviously a powerhouse. That said, looking at Suning's composition with the final Tahm Kench lock-in, does not look like Suning are interested in the big scrappy 5v5s, but instead could look to find a 1-3-1 here.
I mean, usually this would insinuate to me that this is about the mid-jungle and not necessarily roaming around the Twisted Fate, but if you walk into the lane phase, depending on what Jensen's going to take here, hit him with the gold card, and then as long as Graves has access to level 6, you can probably single rotation and instantly kill someone. I still imagine Sophum's going to be playing for his jungle, for his gold, for his experience lead, and not necessarily unlocking this Twisted Fate to roam around the map, unless it's to help out Ben. But like you said, Ben is usually literally left on an island, and it is going to be that set mid.
So we'll keep our eye on top lane briefly, checking in on the CS discrepancy, checking in on any solo kill potential, but otherwise don't expect us to head up there very often. Ben putting on an island and Impact being put on Malphite means we aren't going to expect a lot there early on. That said, Jensen now busting out the set mid. This is a pick that I have loved to see for what it allows you to do in the mid lane, stealing mid lane prio from so many champions early on before being that utility bot for greater damage sources elsewhere. We're going to have to see how Jensen can pilot into this matchup against Angel.
It's also just really hard to punish the set. You already talked about, you know, how he's able to get priority in a lot of different matchups. Usually when you have a Lilia, you need to create space for her to power farm through her jungle, and wow, we dropped in real hot into this one, Dracos.
Absolutely did. Now, of course, if you are just joining us, Suning at 3-1 currently, a single win will, of course, guarantee them a spot making through. TL looking to crawl it back, push themselves up to 3-3, hope for Suning to lose to G2 later and force a tiebreaker. It is a long shot, but it is still possible for Team Liquid. A loss here guarantees they walk away with nothing, everything on the line for TL.
Now, already in the early game, we want to talk about the setup. It's traditional that with a Lilia, you would have a delay invade onto the Raptor camp. We've seen it done over and over, and teams are starting to get creative about the counters that they'll have. So TL already holding hands, grouping up in this pixel brush. And you would imagine that Suning, knowing that this is going to happen, because it's happened all tournament long, should have some type of answer here as TL walking in.
But I like it. They look at the situation, they see Bard level 1, they see Lilia level 1, and they're going to wait. They want to bait them in a little bit further. Gold card now coming in. Brock's going to be in trouble. So SOFM getting a decent amount of damage down, but the battle for the Raptors, and the big one will go to SOFM. Big damage, though, down onto Hongfong as he's going to run for his life. Brock's now trying to chase him. Extra movement speed, hard to get away from that Lilia, and it's not going to happen. That's first blood for Jensen. TL finding the level 1 advantage in the end. SOFM happy with the trade for experience. If he takes this red buff, though, it's disastrous. Still, though, Jensen's going to walk forward. SOFM getting just a little bit greasy. Phase Rush Brox zooming in and out, trying to find a way back into this one. Gold card going down. Who's going to get it? Brox is still level 1. It's ticking. Brox gets it. That's level 2 now coming in. But it's Tom Catch to the backside, and it's absolute chaos. TL fighting with everything they have. It's back and forth. Another gold card. Sword Art walking forward. Hongfong back on the way in. TL, they've bitten off more than they can chew, and they're getting run down. They need to make it out as fast as they can. Run for the hills, TL. You bet it all on this level 1. Do not give it up here. Flash forward. The red card committed. Jensen now in trouble. No one is laning because the lanes do not matter. The level 1, the longest one we've seen this tournament, but TL walking out of the jungle alive. 3-1 the kill score. They make it work.
Yeah, Angel grabbing the red card right there, maybe thinking that his damage was enough, also with the slow to allow Senna to catch up as opposed to grabbing the gold card, or maybe it was just a mistake. We'd have to look at the footage again. Now, everyone take a breath. I know North American fans are probably, a little bit on the edge after that one. Ultimately, though, I think good things for TL fans. You're going to slow down SOFM pretty considerably, despite the fact that he also got the Raptors. Him dying, he's immediately now on the blue side of his jungle, while Ben is trying to get this bounce of the wave off of Impact's top lane tower. And Broxa got to go back. He's got 3 assists to his names, and the jungle should go back to power farming.
The big things, of course, that are going to make this difficult, we check in on both sides. Broxa feels okay because he did manage to secure that red buff. It cost them a lot to do so, but in the meantime...
I think the issue is that Sword Art got the red buff and then died.
Yes. That's going to be a problem, too. And the other thing that's really difficult about this is that because of this, Jensen early on, normally you can expect Set to kind of cheat the push by getting the W early, but... Of course, JJ has the red buff. Oh, no.
He's got the red buff on Bard, too. He's going to be slapping him with the meeps. Yeah. Hongfong and Sword Art do not want to stay in this lane phase. Yeah. This is all about, okay, shove it forward, ward in, and I think they're pulling the blue buff for SOFM.
In about 3 minutes, everything will return to normal. But for now, there are a lot of early CS discrepancies and XP differences across the lanes. It's going to be a lot to keep track of. But ultimately, because no side has gotten a greater advantage quite yet, only 400 gold in the favor of TL, it may not amount to too much, especially as SOFM is going to grab his second blue buff. Or JJ, though, walking down, looking to contest this one. Good stun onto the wall, good follow-up. Sadly, Sword Art, a little bit too tanky to be taken out that easily. The smite battle is going to come in, but SOFM would rather have the champion chasing forward. Angel over the wall, and SOFM will grab that. Level 4 now for the Graves. 2-camp advantage to SOFM, even after that early game.
And this is kind of one of the biggest differences that I think we've seen between the LPL, the LCK teams, and LCS and LEC. More so for G2, I think, but it's, you know, playing for your jungler versus your jungler playing for you. The priority of bot lane, even the contested push in the mid wave, you can see that Jensen and Angel were actually fighting each other as they were walking towards the jungle. Everything was there for SOFM. His laners dropped everything they had to make sure that he could get that steal off, and now Broxa,
big,
possibly looking at Ben.
Broxa already behind in terms of camps overall. If this does not net a kill, if he's not able to get something here, it is going to cost them dearly. If they're flashing forward, they're looking to secure it, and that is going to be one take it back. Broxa finding the kill onto Ben is huge.
And you can see what Ben was thinking. He just saw that Broxa was on the bottom side of the map. He thought he had enough time to hard shove that wave to get it to bounce to him, but Broxa creatively immediately goes top side and does find a gank. And like you said, he really needed that one to pay off.
Jensen though bowling forward, and this is the glory of set mid. If you haven't experienced it quite yet, he tanks your damage, and then when you hit him, he uses a big fat W on you in the wave and pushes you under tower. So this priority in the mid lane is actually very big for TL, and it's very big for Broxa. And after that kill in the top lane as well, things are not looking too bad for North America right now. It's going to take this win, and it's going to take a 1 to follow, as well as some favorable results later in the day. But TL are certainly not out yet, and with a start like this, maybe there is hope for North America.
But there's also, you know, what do you play for now, or what do you have set up for your map, since you're still missing a lot of key summoners. Broxa, I still feel like on the Lilia should be playing for his camps, and again, it's playing around the priority that his laners create for him. You can see Tactical and Core JJ down here have push. You can see that usually Jensen was having push into his lane, but Broxa should just be trying to burn his Krug and Raptor camps as much as possible. And SOFM loves Raptors. He will try to fight you on them every single time. You even saw him sniffing around Brox's Raptor camp just there.
Yeah, and this is brutal. Of course, the second SOFM has any kind of pressure, he's immediately in your jungle, immediately taking camps away from you. This man is insane. 15 minutes, more than a 30 CS advantage in jungle. He has the single highest CS discrepancy at 15 of any player at Worlds coming into the day as a jungler. But this time around, Broxa has been fortunate. He's been able to keep up. He's able to find that kill on the top side. Could look to go top again soon, as Malphite level 6 certainly makes the setup easier for both of these champions.
And I feel like that's kind of one of the big areas that he does have to play through. Sofum, though, now pulling Angel. Let's see if Broxton can get away with the chickens.
The
Sofum's,
battle of raptors.
He's a chicken enthusiast.
He just, it's not his, it's just, it's the best meat. It's everybody's favorite.
Listen, KFC is huge in Shanghai.
It's big everywhere.
That's the boneless
it's
one,
universal.
it's that nice stuff.
All the fast food companies are jealous of how popular KFC is. But now, Frostguard, as we check in across the map, you see a CS discrepancy in top side, kind of as expected. Good news for Impact is because he's able to just stack armor early on, Jace doesn't really get to rush the lethality route and try to burst his teammates, instead of being forced to go into the Hex Drinker just to be able to survive the coming gank threat. But Angel, Penton now moving down, the gate now coming out, Brox is stunned up, a lot of damage here. Lilia still very squishy, needs to make it out to safety, trying to flash over the wall, but will not happen. Cannot get close enough and does get taken down.
TL a little bit caught with their pants down right there. They were shifting core JJ mid, just trying to scout. Then the Destiny comes in, gets underneath, and finds Broxa. There's so much skirmishing all the time. You can already see the discrepancy there for Sofum. He now has access to level 6, and with the enemy jungler dead, it's going to be a pretty easy rotation onto the Cloud Dragon. It's not immediately panic zone for TL fans, because it's not like their composition really relies on a Dragon stack versus, I think, Suning's comp, but it's not great.
No. And of course, we did talk a little bit about weathering the storm of the Jace a lot in the early game of a lot of these aggressive laners. And it's a difficult road, I think, for TL, not just, of course, in the game results, but also in the match today. And while things overall don't look too bad, a lot of these CS discrepancies could start to get out of control. 80 to 53, a play going to get picked up here. Broxa being forced to just catch some of this CS. Ben backing off and giving him respect, not because of the threat that he represents, but Impact returning to lane, obviously with that sleep, could result in a very quickly dead Jace.
It's also that he knows that Impact doesn't have TP, so he's being denied plate as well as a lot of gold. Impact's falling farther and farther behind in this matchup. Like you talked about, though, kind of the nice thing that it's double AD for topside for Suning, Jace, and Graves. So he's stacking armor. He's doing his exact job, which is to not die and press R in a key moment. And that key moment might be the Herald. We actually saw that TL were bringing their bot side top initially or down the mid lane, while Core JJ is now returning to the bot side. And it was because they were thinking about contesting for Herald here, but now it's been cleared out. Suning are interesting. They usually have pretty delayed monster objectives, because it's all about, you know, making sure it's perfect around SOFM's clear and farm path. And he's on the bottom side of the jungle right now, and I think he's eating up all of the camps. He'll probably do it after he passes blue buff around.
Yeah, SOFM in maximum Hoover mode right now.
Oh no, he's going back for cross.
It's a PvE game. This man is not interested in anything else.
He's like, listen team, the Herald can wait. You guys just make sure that they don't get it. I've got to do Krug camp. I need to reset, walk top, then we can think about the Herald.
He's like, look, I get if we win this game, that we get through. I understand. But if you consider that I have numbers to maintain, that I have a reputation to maintain, this man is the mad scientist of the jungle, Frost. If he's not power farming at all times, what is he doing? Is he even SOFM?
No, he's not. But he does have massive priority as we take another peek into the top side for Ben. Going the tier routes, he's going to constantly have a lot of mana to chip away at people from afar, and then also pivoting into the Hex Drinker. So shouldn't be any sort of burst or threat from him in the top side.
Yeah, and of course we talked about the top side for Suning being double AD, but the top side of TL is double magic damage. Malphite having a bit of a split profile between the autos and the W, but everything else outside of that, all of the burst at least, will be magic damage. So pretty easy to grab that Hex Drinker.
Listen. Junglers in solo queue. If Sofum gives away his blue buff to his mid laner, you can do the same.
This man, the flawless CS numbers, can do it. That's wholesome. Trying to teach the people a lesson.
This is actually big. So Broxa has revealed himself on the bot side of the map by throwing the Swirl Seed down there. And again, there's so much priority from Ben topside. SOFM should have a free reign if he wants to go for that Herald. And you can see the immediately pivot from TL, where there's the on-the-way pings towards Herald. So TL recognizing that they gave a free pass for Sofum to start Herald if he wanted to. And now they're sprinting across map to make sure that he doesn't get the objective.
But in the meantime, Sofum not interested in the Herald. Instead, interested in either Broxa and or these Krugs. It'll be a little bit more clear.
He's trying to catch Broxa as he comes around.
Oh, there's a jump cam.
Destiny, look at Angel. He's waiting in Fog of War, looking to Destiny in.
Smoke screen going down. Impact ulting in, but it's not going to amount to anything. Now going to be Sleepy, though. They're going to be in trouble. Jensen debating on his options. He's going to dunk him back down. They're going to try to find the 2v1 on Angel. He goes golden. He tries to buy a little bit of time. That's SOFM now stepping forward. That's going to be massive. Big haymaker, but can't connect on the true damage. That's the shot on the backside. Collateral damage will not find anyone. But here comes Core JJ. He can set it up. He can make the play. He can find the ult, but he only manages to hit one. Angel simply next on the list. Now the ultimate coming in for the Jin. That's the curtain call. Suning 1, 2. He's looking to make it 3. That's the finish out. TL, what a turn.
And the big difference maker was the fact that Tactical made his way across map. Check on the mini-map right now. Hongfeng is still in the bot lane on that Senna, very slow to push the wave back. So while Tactical gets to shove the wave forward and make the rotation and get the kills, Senna doesn't even get a plate. She just pushes it into tower.
Yeah, we saw whose ult was more valuable in that fight, and this is massive because the last time these two teams played, TL's bot lane didn't get to do anything. This time around, it's all Tactical for JJ for the turn.
And the big thing was, I thought it might be disaster because I didn't see it, but Impact, I think, used his ultimate right at the beginning of the fight or didn't have it for the big part of the fight. And at this point, you're like, okay, it's looking pretty bad. But on your mini-map, Jin and Core JJ are racing here, and Tom Kinch is nowhere near his team. SOFM, do want to give credit, plays this out really well against Broxa, but then boom, right into the double curtain call.
That's 4 for 4. That's the kind of accuracy you need if you're going to pull out a win here against Suning. And this is looking good for TL. They were starting to fall away in gold. CS differences were starting to add up and stack up against them. But now they've evened things up again, and they've set their sights on this Herald.
And they do have a window to do the Herald. You can see that SOFM has path towards the bottom side of his map since his camps are up. You can see the pings onto the jungle, or onto the Dragon. It should be obvious that TL are on Herald even before it goes down. As I say that, though, SOFM, I love him. He's heading to Wolves.
Man with a mission. Right now, that mission is farming. But TL going to be happy with this one. They need to place this Herald almost immediately if they want to get any plates from it at all. They could just run top and try to get something, or mid, but Broxa maybe not thinking about that as he's instead going to clear out the Scuttle Crab. Really, guys, you gotta, if you want the money, you gotta place the thing now.
Yeah, I think you use it mid if you want to try to get more control over the Dragon Pit, and SOFM pathing for Wolves actually may cost his team Dragon. Now, you can see that he's sprinted now back towards the Dragon Pit, and he's very quickly trying to take this, but if TL were really on the clock, they could actually walk down and dissuade him from doing it. But instead, they're focused with this mid lane tower. Like you said, they need to place the Herald there if they wanted to get any sort of use of the plates. They do manage to do that, and they trade Ocean. But there was a world there where TL could have gotten both Herald and the Ocean Dragon.
Yeah, but regardless, TL's still doing pretty well, all things considered. Of course, you're looking at the double dragons on the opposite side, and the gold advantage, the CS discrepancy rather, on the top side of the map is going to be problematic, as Impact will probably continue to struggle. Of course, for now, though, Jace no armor pen means that he can at least tank up a little bit of this as he keeps forcing waves in.
But, you know, it's the importance of what do TL get by trading damage on the mid tower versus giving up the Ocean Dragon, especially since it's only second Ocean, and it's changing up their lane assignments. And you can already see this as they're walking back towards the map. The fact that Core JJ and Tactical are now taking route up into the mid lane, and Set is now on the bottom side of the map. And they can slowly whittle down this tower, but it also gives Core JJ now the entire map of where he wants to swing out and try to skirmish. So I like it. Tower now falls over. That's going to be a nice chunk of gold into Tactical's back pocket, and Core JJ should be unleashed on this map to start teaming up with Broxa and being that ganker that they need since they have a Lily as the jungle.
Yeah, now 1.5k gold lead, Tactical 3-0-3. This is the man we have to keep our eyes on because he's performing marvelously. Now the setup onto Sword Art, maybe not the ideal priority target, as the delayed snare will come out. Sword Art will just walk away, but still fishing here from the side of TL. Interesting, though, as we check in, double lethality items now coming in. SOFM and Hongfeng clearly both focused on killing, well, the Lilia and the Jin, because it's a Set and a Malphite. So obviously they're not worried about hitting frontline at this point. They're much more focused on keeping maybe the 1-3-1 alive and killing the backline of TL before they have to worry about something like the Malphite in the Set. But that will make team fights even more difficult as we push later into the game.
But now it's about talking about what the team's options are on this current map state. So obviously for Suning, their real playmaker is going to be anytime they have the Destiny. Because that mid tower is down and Senna doesn't push waves very fast, you would expect that TL, as we can see on the map right now, will always have mid priority. Will have mid priority more often than not, unless Suning really put multiple members to contest that wave, which means that TL should actually be first to rotation on a lot of these skirmishes in the side map. So what I'm looking for TL is, again, Core JJ in particular on this bar, to push down mid, and with that extra room, then start swinging out either bottom or top side and finding picks to start pushing down more towers while we wait for Mountain Dragon and Baron.
And while walking into enemy jungle to secure a little bit of vision certainly isn't the flashiest play, it is exactly what you're asking for. Securing mid prio, walking and getting a division now, but now we have the double play in the mid lane. Cleanse now coming out from Tactical. Is going to be able to back away on that one. SOFM, though, chasing down this kill. Core JJ on the hunt. SOFM could be in trouble here as Brox is now walking in as well. Tactical on a rampage. And again, Suning overplay their hand in the mid lane with these semi-globals.
Yeah, absolutely a whoopsie there, trying to hard force into the mid lane. And now, TL just get to walk this one down mid, as maybe Impact's overextended. Ben's on the other side of him.
Ult out. It's going to be in trouble here, but it's slowly chipped away at here. The true damage, the extra magic damage, and they will find that one. It means top lane tower will be in trouble and will in the end fall in favor of Suning. So Suning fighting back.
Yeah, and kind of the one option that Suning do have at this point, while they're waiting for Destiny to constantly be back up, as well as the Abyssal Voyage, is to just shadow behind Ben and allow him to continue to exploit the top lane. So TL recognize that there's probably nothing they can really do against this Jace unless they're throwing multiple members at him to try to slow him down, especially at this point of his itemization. Although, as I say that, he actually needs to take it back. I was expecting him to have the Muramana by now. I looked down, he's like, pickaxe tier Hex Drinker.
Fast charge as far as Champions are concerned. Probably not as fast as the full-on Muramana. And Jensen going to one-shot the wave here and walk away. And of course, in the previous fight, I said Cleanse. It's actually the Mikhails coming in for Core JJ, and this itemization is smart and it's very clutch because you look at the options on the side of Suning to actually get a fight kicked off with hard CC, and they are very limited. It is Delayed Snare from Hongfang, and it is the gold card coming in from Angel. So for Tactical right now, as a man with 2 items and Swifty boots, he might go untouched in these mid to late game fights unless the Graves or Jace are finding a flank.
Yeah, it feels like Suning's composition really thrives in trying to hit you in your setup for objectives, because like you're saying, it doesn't have the same traditional power as a true 5v5 competition, especially not when you compare it to TL's comp, which is really about zone control and creating space for Lilia and Tactical to run away with fights. So Dragon is spawning in 36 seconds. The good news for Suning fans is that they can afford to give this one up if they don't want to fight it or they don't get a pick before then, since TL didn't get the early Dragon stacking. And I expect that's what Suning should do, is just wave the white flag, say, okay, TL, you got it. You can have the Mountain Dragon, and then trade that for farm on some of their necessary carries, because Suning are still looking for bigger item breakpoints on their Jace and their Graves before they feel confident to walk into these 5v5s. But as I say that, it is Suning, so...
Yeah, and that's the thing. And we already talked about it already. Suning much better setup for the side lanes, but now that they've fallen behind or haven't really gotten far enough ahead, let's say, in some of those side lanes, it's certainly going to be difficult to possess a lot of these individual advantages. You can see, despite the fact that Jensen is being matched up against Angel, he has no MR. He is worried about the 80 threats on this opposite side of the team. There is 3 of them, so not concerned about magic resistance for now. Presumably the plan is blow up the TF and be immune to damage from everyone else, as TL will grab this dragon uncontested, denying soul point from the side of Suning.
Yep, there we go. And now TL have the option that they can play to contest the mid wave and then probably move into a Herald. The second Herald, if they can get it, probably not though. They'd have to like rush it right now and try to burn it down. It's going to say try to get second Herald before the Baron spawns.
I think you have till 1945, so not gonna try for that one. A little bit too much of a speed run.
Oh, maybe they go on Baron as soon as it spawns, or they just try to burn it.
I mean, they have the Lilia. She hasn't finished Leandry's yet though, but this would be.
They're trying.
Here we go. It's a race. Does Baron eat the Herald? I think you have extra time if you've actually started it. We'll see, though. Nope, you don't. There you go. We're learning together. I just stopped trying at 19 minutes.
It's
I didn't
not
even
your
know people
fault,
tried
Dracos.
anymore.
TL didn't know either, so...
Why not go for it?
Okay, now we're going to play a pick off of top side. TL have numbers advantage on top side. They also have the hard engage of Bard. Sofum should know that they're up here. You can see that Hongfang and Sordar are also making their way here. So Suning, again, their game plan, slow down TL. Match them. Deny them from continuing to accelerate the game and play around monster objectives. So Suning, in between these dragon spawns, just want to be eating as much farm as possible and then looking for plays with Destiny. TL really need to put their foot onto the gas. Yes, they also still have decent scaling on their composition, so don't walk into any sort of bad fights, but can continue to use their mid priority to chip away at structures when they threaten dives like this.
Ben could be in trouble here. Obviously has the MR and the Hex Drinker, but no armor to stop Tactical from raining hell on him. SOFM now backing off. Shock Blast over the wall, though, is pretty big. Brox is still relatively squishy, but you can see Destiny just be forced out defensively, just to kind of threaten, just to kind of warn TL to back off. But this systematic push forward of vision from TL is going to make it so hard for Suning to play the game, because they have the Swirl Seed, they have the Bard Tempered Fate, they have the Binding as well. And if they can throw out some of these skills from Darkness and catch one member out, Suning either have to commit those globals to match, get someone picked off and risk losing the Baron.
Yeah, and I don't necessarily blame TL for playing this one quite tempered. Again, everything is on the line for them. This would be the end of their 2020 season if they lose this game. And the composition does have those scaling options. So unless the fight is 100% perfect, you know, they weren't going to risk it all on a dive to flip this game potentially back for Suning.
Yeah, no reason to do so. I think definitely a difficult game for Suning, though, to find good avenues, to find good fights. Especially as Core JJ just continues to stick in the general area of tactical at all times, knowing that Mikhail's is a matter of life and death. Core JJ consistently just waiting in the darkness, fishing for plays. It's cool to see Team Liquid adapt after the last time that these two teams played. We've talked about it before, we'll talk about it again, but the Twitch for Khan being so completely and utterly shut down this time, putting more bans forward, setting their bot lane up for success with this Jhin Bard combo, and obviously paying off very well.
Yeah, so current plays right now on the map for Suning, you can see that Sofum was shadowing Angel down there to push the wave far forward, but this is kind of the rinse and repeat that I expect to see. And again, it's TL's ability to contest on wave because they have things like the Jhin ultimate and the Bard ultimate that when you come to the wave, that they can try to snap grab you and kill you when you push it back. And also the fact that Senna pushes slower than Jhin does. So it's going to take a lot longer for Hong Fong to push the wave back when Tactical shoves it into him, which allows exactly this, the fact that TL will always be able to pivot first off of mid-wave, and they get numbers advantage on either side map to threaten dives and slowly chip away at these side structures. TL playing this one very much by the book and how they're crafting their outer structures.
Very clean performance from TL, and I feel like we're finally getting glimpses of the TL that we saw in plans, where it is clean, it is controlled, it is very tactical, and in this case, tactical focused as well. But we check in on the gold. It doesn't look like a massive discrepancy. 1,200 doesn't feel like the biggest deal, but you check the itemization, and again, have to point out the sheer amount of lethality, while very good for killing Tactical, while pretty good for killing Broxa, although slowly getting works, is terrible against the Malphite, is against the set. So Suning, still well equipped for 1v1s if they can find them, but not against the top and mid of Team Liquid. This is a difficult game for Suning to play out. I feel like they put themselves in a little bit of a hole here.
Yeah, they're basically forced onto their side of the map because even if you, maybe in an extended fight, can walk down the Malphite, Set and Malphite just have so many tools to either match the push onto the side lanes or at least survive it and kind of distract people and then walk away from fights. Suning would have to commit multiple resources, TPs, as well as Destiny to either the mid side of the map, the top side of the map. They have to find, like, basically throw everything in the kitchen sink to break one side or continue to, like, wait out and try to find picks on mistakes for TL. Right now, TL full control in this game. The only issue is kind of the win condition that they need to close it, which is either catch Sofum and turn it into a Baron or stack a bunch of dragons. And this is what I was talking about. You know, you give Ben time, he can whittle down Impact, but Impact has Flash and Ultimate, and as soon as he feels scared, he's just going to walk away from the fight, and there's not a lot Ben can do unless someone else joins him.
Yeah. And the good news is you can keep pressure in the 1v1 for now. Obviously it's harder as more of these items come in, but a Black Cleaver or a Last Whisper will make the fight easier. And now that he has the fully stacked Boromana, does a significant amount of damage using that Hyper in those trades, Hypercharge rather. TL though, trying to secure what vision they can. Suning have mid push, have top push, and this is giving them access to the top side jungle of TL for the first time in what feels like a long time. They now try to catch out Jensen here. Big damage coming in, but of course with the
deep teleport
available.
Look at Impact. He's going way behind.
Curtain call to kick things off. That ult is going to be massive. They managed to hit the Jace. Now he's next up. Oh, the beefy boys just pounded down. Ben ain't got nothing left. Haymaker across him, and TL now pushing in. Clutch off of Core JJ. He doesn't want to follow up quite yet. Gold card going to come in. Are they going to be able to pick him off? Broxa going out, but the Sleepy goes down on the Tomkench. They surely should find a follow-up kill, but the QSS from Tomkench is going to take him out to safety. Ult into the backside, but they simply cannot find a target. TL will not give any room to Suning to play this fight. They keep all 5 standing.
And this might be the break that TL were looking for. We'll see how bold they are to pull the trigger on the Baron. Sofum is, of course, still alive, has access to Flash as well as Smite. There is no Destiny longer available for Angel, so it'll be much harder to kind of get information about what's happening here.
2K. SOFM can start to step forward. We'll one-shot the trap as it comes out. Jensen, ulti available, can't just suplex SOFM right out of the pit. Has to be able to see him, though. They're waiting. They're buying time. Walking away, though. Unstoppable now. SOFM taken away. They decided this is the time to burn it. Are they going to get it? Can they secure it? TL, there's no one to stop you. They will secure the Baron. And now Angel's in trouble. The flash forward. Core JJ getting the slowdown. Huang Fong next on the list. Angel could be there to follow with Ben on the backside. A massive shockwave. Will it be enough? He has to find the clutch targets. The Edge of Night is gone. Impact has slain Angel. It is Jace versus the world. SOFM now chasing down Jensen, though, desperate to find this kill. Core JJ coming over the wall. Are they walking hands first into SOFM, or can they turn this one? Big damage coming in for the Graves, but not enough onto the likes of Jensen. Simply too tanky, and Suning Gaming, they'll run Team Liquid out of town, but the Baron buff is already theirs, and not a lot left as Impact comes in. Clutch, big haymaker to close it out. Core JJ to follow, and Suning double down on a losing play and come up even further behind. Sword Art, nothing there for him. Ben wants to go. This is his montage moment. He finds one. Can he turn two? No, it does not look like it. The tanks are there for Team Liquid, and they're holding on to hope.
Not today, Satan North America says. They will not go down without a fight. They will not go quietly into the night right there. That fight was so long that Malphite got 2 ultimates off.
And that's what you want to see. Lord Dominic's finally comes in for Jace, but it feels like it's too little too late. Impact with the flank off to the side, and nobody on the side of Suning can find the flanks they need to hit Tactical, to hit Broxa.
Yeah, and again, it's 2 Malphite ultimates. It starts with that one and then the one on the very back half. I do want to give a lot of credit to Jensen and TL's Baron setup in particular. I think the suplex on the set was super important because Broxa didn't have Smite when they were in the pit. But still, the boldness of the call to say, we have this game, we're in control, execute on the Baron, and then knowing exactly what cooldown they needed. So props to Jensen and props to 2L, who are now, I mean, they've basically been in control this entire game, but firmly putting their foot on the gas and looking at the world and say, we're still in this one.
Here's the thing, Frostgrove, when we talked about this backstage, we said, how do you beat Suning? We said, you have to match them early. You have to pass the skill check early game or you're done. But if you get late game, this is where Suning start to fumble because yes, Sword Art is a veteran. Yes, SOFM is a veteran. But they have to rally the rookies around them to keep it together, to keep it tempered in a game where TL are in total control here. Hornfang forcing the flash out. Minions now collapsing. They start to break inhibitors. That's when the game truly feels like it's going to start to end. Jensen, blinded for now, has to back off. Suning seeming to hold on to their base for now, but the tower's getting chipped away at. That's going to be it. SOFM going over the wall, though, very greedy. Now the fallout from Tactical. One big shot, but Tactical's caught himself in the middle of the entire team, and they're taking him down. Tactical overstays his welcome. Too greedy for the kill on the Graves, and maybe that turns the fight. But Angel getting chipped away at. Team Liquid will not let his sacrifice be in vain, and they'll find it back.
Okay, TL still much in control. Bin has moved down from the top side, but he's going to be very delayed to this fight here. Maybe he can get a big shock blast, but I think TL got exactly what they came for. Can we talk about how Angel just messiahed into the backline without Hourglass?
Yes. Is that... Do you think Angel wants us to talk about that?
I don't know, I got the kill.
Yeah, it works out. And
oh, that was wild.
I mean, and inches away from being disaster for either side, really, as Tactical gives his life trying to land that 4-shot on SOFM, who just barely manages to make it out. 0-4-4 for SOFM. He still has that healthy CS lead that he's known for, but definitely not the highlight game he was hoping to have up against TL, whereas Broxa, through the support of his teams, has been rampaging across these fights. Utility, additional burn damage. Well, when you got 2 beefy frontliners in front of you, it feels pretty easy to play Bambi out in this game.
Yeah, and I think Suning really have to kind of go back to the drawing board in terms of draft. Now, while TL also had a huge factor in that in terms of their execution in the early game, SOFM, you know, gave away some objectives. You know, maybe if they had contested a little bit more, given a little bit more attention to Bin, this might be a different game. But like you said, TL got to survive the lane phase. They created good opportunities for Broxa and really cracked the game open over that Baron play.
He's going for a second lethality item. They have triple mountain Prosker. It has Lord Dominic, so obviously it's going to be great. Regardless, it makes me, it's so difficult.
Okay, triple mountain, push onto the bot lane. Big things to notice. Impact does have teleport, so he can join his team. As it looks like some rage pushing here from Angel. I joke, he's got Destiny, he can join the team, and they're just trying to trade back and slow down TL's assault, but it is quite funny to look at.
And keeping an eye on the summoner spells as well, though. Tactical, no flash, Core JJ Jensen as well. Broxa has his, but not a whole lot else. Hornfang continuing to step forward, continuing to poke from a distance. So if I'm taking a big chunk back there in response, and while the Jhin is very good at sieging, and the Bard's certainly good at supporting him, the rest of the members of this team, unless they're going for full-on dive, don't have a lot in terms of tower threat.
I like how Impact is just chasing Angel around and then just trying to deny him from pressuring towers. Now Angel is resetting his position, so this is the window where if Suning want to go, they go now.
Bardal is not going to connect, but Jensen still in the midst of the entire team to suplex back down into the backside, but there goes Impact. He finds 2. Those are the key carries. Angel, the only one standing. Can they pull this away? Bin now running for his life. Destiny coming out, but it looks like it's Suning's destiny to fall to Team Liquid. It's the curtain call. It's coming out. It's looking to close close it out as well as Jensen is unkillable. Turning it back, the Haymaker not quite available on the edge of the health bar, but he will not go down, and still 5 members of TL stand strong. 40 seconds to the Baron, but they might not even need it to end this game.
Finn has teleported into the backline. He's going to be coming up behind TL. He might just immediately delete Broxa here.
Stepping forward, final moments of the game. This one is clutch. Bin, as you said, on the backside. Big shockwave, the flash out. Bin needs to find this one, but the tools are there to protect Tactical. Jensen stepping forward. Haymaker going to buy him a bit of time, but TL backing off. They don't want to throw everything away on this one. But then he goes. That's going to be it. The Malphite ult already back up. Bin is down. Angel simply next. TL baiting them into a false sense of security. Angel goes golden, but now he'll go down. Huanfeng next on the list, and that's going to be it. The Tom catch down. SOFM, 1 man and a shotgun versus the world. TL closes this one out. Total control here in the mid game. Should be able to walk in. Huanfeng and SOFM simply not strong enough to stop this. The tank ult cooldowns are simply too low. Big damage coming in. And North America, if you're not awake now, it's time to wake up. Can you feel it? The Team Liquid Miracle Run dream is alive and well. 1 more win and Suning falling to G2 when TL will find the tiebreaker to make it out of groups.
High pressure moment from TL, and they stand very strong and tall. Very nice things to say. I do want to very quickly touch on that last team fight. You know, the fact is that Angel slipped away from Impact, made the reset, and Suning we're gonna go right now. Impact didn't miss a beat, immediately teleported towards his team, and TL beat them to the punch when Suning were looking for their own sucker punch.
CoreJJ a step ahead of himself, forgets he has to go forward to bow. I know that feeling. Flush with relief, knowing that another game stands in front of them. As much as Team Liquid, I'm sure, would love to revel in this moment, they need to find another win up against Machi right after this. But that said, we watched Suning commit what feels to be the same Worlds Patch cardinal sin we saw TL commit in their first game. Not enough engaged. They didn't have options. If they didn't snowball, they couldn't do anything. And TL dismantling this team, knowing that their tanky frontline was enough to stop it, trusting Tactical to be where he needed to be. And CoreJJ, again, has to get praise here because the Mikhail's buy coming in just as they want to look for those grouped up TF picks. Just as those gold cards start to land, they start to not do anything because Tactical gets Mikhail's out and starts turning fights instantly.
I'm gonna be honest, Dracos, I was getting bored of World. I was like, no, it's too set in stone. There's nothing wild happening. And then TL just threw a wrench into everything because now the standings can be a mess. The Miracle Run is alive. Can Suning try to pull this one back? And this is exactly what I wanted if we were gonna cast Worlds.
You love to see it. Well, TL's Mercedes drive to victory is going to be the top lane fight 12 minutes in, and no surprise to see this one on the menu because it is a team game for TL, and you just had to wait for all the reinforcements to get there.
Yeah, and this was, again, kind of the game-breaking moment, I think. TL had done a wonderful job into the early game, and it set themselves up really beautifully for this as they punished Suning overextending and overcommitting to engagements so many times. The big factor being Tactical also moved. You can see on the minimap, Huanfeng is still in that bottom lane, and then opens up with this Jhin and just goes wild.
And this is the best Jhin skin to do it, by the way. Just throw out those Spider-Man arms and just rain hell on the back line. Oh, you love to see it. 1, 2, 3, 4, finish. That was nasty. We've seen Jhin ult be mostly useless for this entire tournament, so watching a Jhin ult like that is a beautiful thing to see. I'm actually blown away by this game. I saw that level 1 TL1, I was like, ooh, this is a good start. I then saw the transition into the mid game, and I was like, oh, whoa, who is this team? Team Liquid, absolutely nuts in that one. So, yeah, ready to see how it's going to work out for them in the rest of the day.
It was only a matter of time. They just needed to catch up and learn, and TL have shown that they have learned so much from these games as they continue to show us their ceiling.
Yeah. And of course, Team Liquid, they're still in the fight for quarterfinals, and we're going to give you a breakdown of their win with the Zale after this. Don't go anywhere. The Miracle Run's going to keep going in our next match.
Hey Mercedes, legends run wild, each one unique, with astonishing power, unstoppable, master warriors, ready to compete, seeking glory. We live it, we breathe it, we have each other's back. Together, we become legends, icons of a new generation.
be the legend.
Welcome back, everyone, to the State Farm Analyst Desk for a look at Suning Gaming versus Team Liquid. Team Liquid did it. The Miracle Run is still alive. And for that, we are, of course, joined by an LCS expert. Hello, Azael. You must be happy.
It feels good. I never doubted them, of course. You know, had the faith the whole time. Definitely feeling really good. I gotta say, as soon as the Malphite was locked in, I was feeling pretty good about our chances in that game.
And just to set it out for the people wondering how things have to go, now, if Team Liquid wins the next game over Machi and G2 beats Suning, then TL will get a tiebreaker versus Suning for a spot in the quarterfinal. But first, let's talk about this game. Azael, we heard so much about NA level 1s, and TL has really shown us that they can execute those against G2 in that first game last week, and now again against Suning. Talk us through this level 1 and how it started and how it in the end ended up.
I mean, it has felt really important for TL to get Broxa going throughout this event, and I think that is the biggest thing about this level 1 is that TL were able to come away with an advantage. This is something that, is a very common strategy. You have Lilia, you have Set, very strong level 1 range support with CC and the Bard, so they're willing to actually invade and play for these Raptors, and Suning, being from the LPL, where this is something that happens literally every game that there is a Lilia, wanted to try to make the play to defend it, but it was by very slim margins. TL was able to come out on top. Getting the last hit on the red buff there for Broxa was critical. Taking that away from the Graves just kind of barely allowed them, I think, to survive and come out on top. And it allowed Broxa to start this game from an advantage, which I think has been critical because the games where he hasn't really started ahead or hasn't really been enabled by the team, he has really been struggling, I feel like, at Worlds.
I also think that when we look at that level 1, it was a little dangerous for Team Liquid because Suning was quite ready for it. They had 4 people there, and again, this is where we already highlighted JJ at the beginning of the day. We have to keep highlighting him. Like, his Bard was instrumental in setting up that play initially, so huge props to him. But I was worried again because the moment they got to the lane, because it was so delayed when they actually got back into actually clearing their jungle and getting back to lane, we actually saw them still at a bit of an early deficit because of how the lane states got a little bit tumultuous and scary, but fortunately for Team Liquid, they kept finding picks, they kept finding kills, and I think that the biggest deciding factor in this game was when they made that play for Baron.
Yes, I think you wanted to get in there.
Yeah, I mean, one tiny difference I would say, when you look at the Dom1 versus JDG game, you know, from way back, we saw in that game, Dom1 actually had 5 members there to defend that invade, and that's something that we didn't actually see this time from Suning. You know, they were missing the Jace, and I think that was to TL's benefit. You know, this Baron play was huge for TL. I think that really did secure them the advantage, but this was a game where I always felt like Suning was on such a clock. The fact that you have both the mid lane Set and the top lane Malphite, you know, TF is not a true AP damage threat to those champions. You just need to build health and armor. So the longer the game went, the better it was always going to get for TL. You know, there wasn't really great champions at killing frontline either. You have Jace, you have Senna, you have Graves, all champions that really do struggle against this. And then you add even to that the fact that it was a Mountain Soul that they were actually stacking towards. So these champions became, you know, nearly invulnerable. And then at that point, it's just up to TL having, you know, decent execution, which they were able to do. And this is the style of composition that I actually have, you know, quite a bit of faith in them being able to execute. You have playmaking for the bot lane. You have Impact playing something that is stable, that doesn't necessarily need attention, and you get Broxah kickstarted at level 1.
We'll talk a bit more about kind of what else we want to see or similar things we want to see going into this next game. But what I also found interesting, and to TL's credit, is, as you say, they did have to take the skirmishes still, right? You see it around that Baron, and you do have to be confident in those plays to take those 1v1s also when, you know, Jensen was just, he kept going, he knew he wanted to kill him and he knew he could kill him. That I like to see, because there is a world in which a Suning, who is so proficient in skill checking and team fighting, finds a way, even with the odds stacked against him. So I'm really happy that TL kind of kept going after that Baron. Even if it didn't look the cleanest, they knew that they had to keep going to win that game.
You don't need clean League of Legends to win. And I think that, like, I was a little worried. Again, like, there were multiple times I'm like, this is a little worrying, TL, this is a little worrying, TL. But, like, they kept kind of pushing my worries aside because it was clear that they knew the limit to their champions. And that was the thing I think that surprised me the most. Seeing Jensen on the set, I think he had a fantastic performance on that as well. I think that their target focus in the game was great. And then, like, how can I not talk about the boy Tactical? Like, we already set it up at the beginning of the game. He was like the strong side of the map that we wanted to try and see Team Liquid play through, and he just kept finding picks. His positioning in fights was great. Like, for a rookie on the international stage, like, how can NA not be proud of this young man?
Azael, what a guy.
Yeah, I mean, people are really, really excited about Tactical. You know, I think that there has been more and more emphasis each year on some of these young players. There's been a huge discussion over this year and the last year about, you know, getting more opportunities for some of our academy players who, you know, we have seen jump up shortly, you know, into the LCS and be successful, like Tactical. And I think he is set up so well on TL. He's surrounded by all of these veterans. He's playing with, you know, the best player in the league as his bot lane partner who can teach him so much about this. You know, he's playing with a world champion. And I think it really has been to Tactical's benefit, and he is really showing, I think, a maturity beyond what I was gonna, you know, expect from him at the World Championship.
And I love to see it that, you know, it's kind of NA turning a new leaf with giving the faith to this rookie who then steps up because also the veterans are enabling him and making sure that he has a good time and he can shine. So good. But now we have to focus in on this next game because none of this matters if TL loses the next game versus Machi. But surely, like, at different times throughout this tournament, I just have to say it, but I basically, I mean, what I was trying to get at, I was not trying to jinx you, is that TL in different parts of the tournament, through play-ins, through that game versus G2, through this game versus Suning, has shown that they can do it, that they have a high ceiling, that they are able to play the skirmish, the early game, and have the right compositions. They know they can. How do they channel it for this next game, Azael?
I think a lot of it comes down to showing the same respect to Machi that you did to G2 in the game they won there, or to Suning in this game. You know, in the previous game against Machi, it looked to me like TL went in very overconfident. They drafted a composition that had to win through lanes, and I think they were just expecting, yeah, we'll just smash every lane, and the game's over, easy peasy. Didn't happen. Machi has actually been competitive, you know, in the early game, not only against TL where they won, but they were actually, you know, ahead of Suning even. Suning obviously did come back, but in that previous game. So this is a team that is very competent. They need to draft more than just lane win conditions. They need to draft similarly to, I think, how they are here against Suning. You know, draft stable top lane. The expansion of the tank champion pool for impact in the top lane is really, I think, very important for them. If they have him on Orange, Shen, Malphite, Maokai, anything like that, get playmaking for your bot side, something stable for Jensen, and try to have lanes that can push and play around Broxah. I think that is really kind of the recipe to success here, but you have to expect that Machi is going to come into this game and give it their all. They want to win another game here at this World Championship, and they are fully capable of taking down TL if they don't show them the respect they deserve.
Absolutely, they'll have to respect Machi, but Team Liquid, the dream is alive, and I hope all the fans are up and all the fans are tweeting and are excited for what Team Liquid can do. A long road to the quarterfinals, but it's getting closer. They face off against Machi after this.
Here comes PK! There's your Ornhorn, but he's not going to find the second half. Jensen with a shockwave on to 2. Jensen in the ground. Machi takes the win. 2 thumbs up for Machi on this one. Team Liquid's going to definitely have some adjustments to make.
Welcome back to the caster desk. Now, I'm going to be honest, folks. We saw the way Suning was playing today. I thought for sure that this game would be inconsequential, that it would be about regional pride and nothing else. But now the stakes are set for Team Liquid. Win here, make a prayer on Game 6, and you got yourself a tiebreaker versus Suning. Lose here, and it all falls away. On the opposite side for Machi, they're just here to remind us that they are here, that they are not a team to be taken lightly, that the PCS is not a region to be slept on. Everyone's hopes and dreams on the side of NA, on the side of TL, rests on this matchup.
Unfortunately, you never remember the losers when it comes to Worlds. It is all about victory or nothing. This match is reminding us to remember the name. And will it be Machi playing spoiler, or will it be TL making one of those classic Week 2 miracle runs? Now, heading into this, TL on blue side, I do want to talk back to the bans that G2 had on blue side, which was Volibear, Syndra, and Set against Machi. Kind of their bread and butter staple has been that Syndra Volibear 2v2 mid, but already you can see them kind of twisting this by banning away the Camille from PK, a guy who has played carries but doesn't look nearly as good on them as he does on the more traditional tanks.
Potentially looking to set Impact up for comfort. We saw how good his Malphite was in the previous game after he was able to weather the storm of the Jace early on. But the set taken away, do not want to give that one over to Jensen. The Twitch as well. And this draft is going to be wildly different from what we saw the first time these two teams played against each other. Can't imagine we'll have another Caitlyn Lux bottom lane with no other engaged sources this time around. But eyes still on the jungle matchup, especially where Gemini was able to shut Jensen down early on and Mission able to build a massive laning lead.
And as this might be, or excuse me, will be the last time that we'll see Machi. Just quickly going into them, Gemini is really the make or break for this team right now. A lot of the aggression really centers on what he's able to get done. And tandem, especially with Mission. I feel like Mission's kind of their clutch player. Gemini is the hinge on which their success swings. And then you have newcomer Bruce, who has a tendency to tilt a little bit, sometimes fall off. And PK, who can look good on the Mordekaiser sometimes, but usually should be on those tanks. So Machi came to play and to remind us of the spirit of the LMS, even in the PCS.
Absolutely did. Of course, Impact taking his time on this one, debating what the options are. Syndra will be the first pick, lock in. Jensen willing to take a blind pick matchup here just to make sure that the rest of his team is comfortable, prioritizing that champion very highly.
Yeah, and I think, again, you know, very dedicated draft from TL that's really respecting what Machi has shown in this tournament, which is Volibear and Syndra as kind of like the two primary champions for them. So the fact that something like an Ornn was left open and they picked the Syndra just says, hey, we're going to deny Gemini and Mission their comfort picks, and we think if we push them off of that, that we can beat them in the long run.
And the other big thing here is that usually when we see teams play up against TL, they ban 2 or 3 of Impact's comfort blind picks, usually the Ornn, the Shen, the Mordekaiser, some combination of those 3. This time, none of those champions are banned. So Impact has his pick of the litter. Yes, the Ornn is taken away. He can go for the Mordekaiser if he wants. He can also opt for the Shen. Pretty strong early lane matchup once you do have that Spirit's Refuge. With the Lee Sin, the final pick that we would put in Brox's comfortable wheelhouse, I think it's safe to say, even after the Lilia game that we saw in the previous match, has now been taken away. Gemini will get his hands on the Lee Sin, a jungler who can impact the early game that we've seen Gemini do so many times.
And that's a big thing for me, Dracos. It's the fact that Gemini is sticking true to his wheelhouse. He is a ganking-oriented jungler. He is playing for his lanes. They are not playing for him, and it's about making those things get done in the early game. So it's not the Volibear, but like you said, he can still do the damage on the Lee Sin, and there's the impact special I wanted to see.
I'm going to be honest, folks. If this is a Skarner lock-in, in an NA elimination match, I was going to say this is the biggest tragedy of all time that Flowers isn't up and casting this matchup. Luckily, they're not going to do him like dirty like that, and we don't have to either. It will be the Lilia now locked in for Broxa again.
Very easy casted and lock-in on the other side, though. You have double AP jungle and mid lane with that Syndra and Lilia combo. It's going to be a casted in every single time from pro players. Even if they don't lock it in, they're definitely thinking about it.
A lot of coaches would say no and take their foot off the gas on that one. So we'll keep our eyes on Mission in this one. Now, the previous time that these two teams played, Mission was wildly ahead in CS. That's probably going to be a different story this time around. We'll have to look more towards the mid and late game for this casted into Impact, unless there are any crazy early game shenanigans you heard from the desk as well. These early invades seem to be doing TL a lot of favors.
And that should mean that Machi need to recognize this and pick a very powerful bot lane, because you know the invade is coming onto the Raptor camp, so you need to have some firepower to fight back or give your team some other option here, because right now, Gemini doesn't really have a lot to play around. He picked a really hard ganking jungler, and it's Shin into Ornn and Syndra into Gassadin. Like, he needs some kill pressure and some setup from his bot lane.
Gonna be interesting to see what the final lock-in is here with the Ornn already selected, as well as the Cassin. It doesn't feel super great for the Jhin pick, but we could be in a situation where with the Tahm-Kench taken off the table, if Ashe is not selected by Bruce, Tactical and Core JJ could instantly slam the Ashe Pantheon duo, which as we know is guaranteed lane pressure, guaranteed kill threat in the bottom lane, even if it isn't something that we immediately associate with that bot lane duo.
You called it, Dracos. The Ashe hover right now as the pool has been very pinched. Tactical looked very comfortable on the Jhin last game. Probably the best Jhin performance that we've seen from Worlds so far.
Have to repeat it here. Not quite as easy of a Jhin pick this time around, but of course with an Ornn on the enemy team, Lilia can mitigate or can start to deal with some of those beefier health bars. Still don't love Jhin here, but with the options remaining, it feels like just about all that's left. A little bit of debating, a little bit of smiling from Tactical. I like that you're seeing him happy, though. This is a rookie on the world stage and probably one of the most stressful elimination situations possible, because not only do you have to win this game, you then have to hope and pray on circumstances beyond your control in the next game. So good to see that we're still seeing a bit of a smile, a bit of a casual attitude as the Pantheon will be locked in, hoping to cheat a little bit of lane pressure there in the bottom lane, deny the Ashe a little early on.
Yeah, and again, it's also separating that duo that you were just talking about, Dracos, the Pantheon Ashe that can be so oppressive, especially when you take into account their ultimates and how much chaos they can break open on a map. That's what I want to see. I want to see that Draven. Don't want that.
Okay. All right, they're playing with their hearts. All right, it's going to be the Senna and Ashe trade, of course, very common in the patches leading up towards Worlds, both utility 80 carries. Ashe normally expected to get the push early on. Normally we see Pantheon in lanes where you already have push, where you already have prio or kill threat, so not quite sure how this pairing will work, to be completely honest, but the Ashe Nautilus is something that we know a little bit more and most certainly will be difficult to deal with, especially past the level 6 mark.
And again, we need
Bard.
some sort of setup here for Gemini to play around. So yeah, it's not the Nautilus that Quella is going to end up taking, but Bard still can be quite aggressive into the lane, and more importantly, can unlock himself and try to play around that mid lane. I feel like if you're going to survive Machi, eyes are still on Jensen, regardless of what the compositions are, because Gemini and Mission seem to be that tag team duo for Machi every single time. So regardless of it being Kassadin, Lee Sin, and I expect Gemini should mostly play around bot side, especially when he has set up at level 6 for them, I still want Jensen on best form to make sure that he's not caught out again, burning an early flash and falling down 50 CS. Should be impossible in this matchup, but...
So you would think, but again, the stakes and the pressure are high. Machi playing for regional recognition, playing to prove themselves, but they will not find a slot in the knockout stage, excuse me. But on the opposite side, TL playing for the Miracle Run. You see final fist bumps here from the coaches as the players already loading onto the Rift. An early game is going to be a big deal. You can't really afford to fumble here. Team Liquid, we've talked a lot about damage types. They are heavily AP on the top side. It is not just mid, it is not just jungle, but Shen, especially up until that Titanic Hydra, it will be doing a pretty good split between the two damage types. So for Ornn and for Kassadin, easy itemization.
Yeah, and that's the concern here, is that if this game does go very late, itemization, I feel like, doesn't really favor TL here, as well as Pantheon tends to fall off the later the game goes. So there is a bit more pressure and a bit more of a ticking clock, not just in the Kassadin, but also in that Ornn itemization for TL to really get the ball rolling and start this game off on the right foot, because otherwise this one can be really hard to crack.
Absolutely can. Inevitably, whenever we look at these games, when we get level 1s, it has been how TL has found so much success. Of course, this time on the blue side, can't go for the classic red side invade, enemy red buff invade. So they're going to have to mix things up a little bit. They will walk into the enemy team, but still confident to step forward. Core JJ leaping in. Big Pantheon level 1, Conqueror already proc. That's going to be first blood. TL fans love to see it. Have they lost a game yet when they started with a level 1 like this, Frosco? I don't think so.
100% when you go for the level 1 invade, and now the Senna is really making sense to me right there, as it's back-to-back snares into Core JJ picking up the first blood. Having that early CC, it feels like a very practiced maneuver, very coached, very telegraphed and planned out of how powerful these champions can be in a level 1 invade situation.
And massive start for TL. Taking time away from the enemy jungler, interrupting that pathing early on. Of course, Broxy gives up a bit of his own time as well, but Lilia going to clear through very rapidly, and this is perfect.
It also gets better for TL fans. There's a ward, you can't really see it on your map right now because Gemini's covering it, that Impact walked into the jungle and placed on Gemini's red buff. So they have perfect information about where he's starting. So Jensen just needs to be a little bit cautious and a little bit careful that no shenanigans befall him with a level 2 gank, but you can see that Gemini going buff to buff, red to blue, while Broxa is looking for a full clear himself. Very early clear, prioritizing his smaller camps, Raptors and Krugs, as opposed to the buff, making sure that you can get them to spawn as quickly as possible. Broxa is going for a power farm pathing with that start.
And Core JJ is going for a certain lot, just trying to abuse the power of Pantheon here early on in the game as he walks in and says, no, you're not going to get that camp.
I actually love this play from TL. They are putting Gemini so far behind, chasing him off of camps. And again, because Brox has started Raptor and Krug and is now on his red buff, those camps will be spawning very early. I just think that there's a world here where TL, if they play out this early game pretty passively and like no more kills or skirmishing, although as I say that, Core JJ's sprinting at Gemini, you could see like a 2-level, 3-level difference between the junglers Broxa and Gemini soon.
Yeah, and luckily the balance team has already taken down Pantheon early game a little bit, but this is disgusting. They just killed Koala. Core JJ is level 2 and has a support item. He's 1v1 in Lee Sin's in the jungle. He's one-tapping bards. This man is a monster. He says, Broxa, you don't even have to worry about ganking. I'll gank, I'll support, I'll do it all. I'll get your jungle camps. Core JJ is a fiend early on.
It is a disaster for Machi, and everything is going TL's way. I was talking to some of the PCS experts, and they were talking about how Machi in particular are a very emotional team, that they can be subject to tilt. So already facing G2 earlier with some of the mind games with Wonder hovering, and now this type of performance where you're just getting blitzed in your jungle, you could really start to see Machi fall apart at the seams as TL are just sprinting away with this game.
Swifty Boots Pantheon now running out of base into the mid lane, ready to make a play as Gemini and PK team up just to get Gemini some farm back here. Impact sitting pretty comfortably in that lane, already an 11 CS advantage on the bottom side. It's getting even worse.
Look at Core JJ.
Machi. He's still level 2.
He's just hunting for
He doesn't
Gemini.
even have the level 3 ability that lets him get away with all this stuff. Oh no. Mission. It's time to run. He's going to choose who he dies to, and he's opted to die to Jensen and Broxa. That'll going to be the finisher there. And let's be honest, this game could have been close, it could have been tense, it could have been intense, and while certainly scaling is an avenue out for Machi at this point, right now, this is Team Liquid's game. They are in total control, and for Gemini, the man who's made so much happen in the early game is no longer an option.
Yeah, this is big yikes. So what do Machi do to try to get back into this? Frankly, I don't know. I think that you need to clear out the vision of your jungle, maybe take some of your safe camps, but you're really waiting on Koala and Bruce to get access to their ultimates and then try to play setup around that. Whereas TL, I mean, Core JJ is just a machine right now walking around his jungle, or walking around, excuse me, Gemini's jungle and punishing. Broxa has gotten everything that he's wanted and more.
Yeah. Very quickly snowballing ahead, 36-22. Again, just look at the CS numbers if you're not convinced by the lead. If the 2K gold lead at the top doesn't add up to you, it's only 3 kills and that doesn't seem like enough. Look at the CS and the story becomes very clear.
So TL are actually holding this wave and skirmishing really intensely on Bruce and Koala. If Bruce and Koala tried to hard force this wave to crash and prevent the freeze, although as I say that, the minions will now focus fire on that single minion and should slow push away from TL towards Machi. There was an avenue where Broxa, after his Krug camp, could have ganked Bruce and Koala and tried to punish them. And I think that's what TL were actually trying to set up before the wave pushed away from them, is you know, getting Bruce and Koala to really commit to them and to continue this snowball. But for now, with the priority that Broxa has bot side, he can start to peek into Gemini's jungle and wants to cover his bot lane. As there they go again, holding hands.
Big level advantage here. Have to be a little bit careful though, as Tactical is very much out of mana. Has the biscuits, of course, to bring some of that back, but can't really afford to overextend entirely here. Mission gonna leap out of that one. Like he's probably already used the ulti a few times, that's why he's not comfortable using the stacks there, but it looks like they'll finally fade away and he can ult out to safety on that one. Now the engage coming into the bottom side, Tactical potentially in trouble, but Core JJ now looking to turn it. Not a lot of mana left, but he's still got enough for the piercing darkness. We'll step forward, and again, Machi trying to find plays, trying to find something, but ending up empty-handed.
Trying to brute force something through the lane phase, but Tactical and Core JJ just make them hit a brick wall, and even 3v2 in this situation will get the wave to crash and a nice back for themselves. And Broxa, now that he knows where Gemini is, can take the Raptor camp. You can see that PK's been pulled.
Can also maybe try to take the Kassadin, but PK is going to be able to do a lot of damage here, Ornn-based damage. Pretty disgusting. The Sleep now coming in, the Shen could be coming in as well. They're going to let that one nap, and now they're going to follow through, and that's going to be it. Top lane dead as well. And again, no matter what Machi tried to do, Team Liquid have been one step ahead this entire game.
And Core JJ is about to get on it too. They're looking for a dive.
Impact Binding's going to connect, but the Shen can just taunt for the wall. They're immediately going to leap onto the Cassidon. Mission has no mana. That's going to be it. Jen's going to pick up that one on the backside, and Core JJ now running to safety. Impact potentially in trouble here, getting lower and lower. Pull the blade through. No, instead flash out to safety. But TL, this is absolute dominance. 13.5k to 9.8 on the opposite side. 5 kills to 0. This is a smash.
And this is what North American fans wanted to see. And yes, it is the PCS, a technically emerging region, even though this roster is really bringing the ghost of G-Rex, the ghost of the LMS to it. You know, you still hold that North America, no matter what you say, they're the 4th best region. But you need this type of domination. You know, when it is a region that is a major region versus an emerging region, you want them to really muscle it out. And TL doing NA fans proud for the first 8 minutes of this game. 8 minutes, Dracos!
And that's it!
Look at that gold lead!
I know. I'm blown away. This is an incredible performance.
I wish we could have gotten a replay. So I was waiting for the replay hopefully to come up, but the sleep timing, the fact that Broxa didn't break the sleep and allowed Impact to channel the full Shen ultimate.
I mean,
so
he
they
calls the Forge God.
Oh, it was so good.
And then he doesn't pick up, and then he doesn't say anything when the Forge God picks up the phone. Frankly, it's rude. You can't just fall asleep, but like, the narcolepsy action happening over here for PK is very inconvenient for Machi.
All I can think of now is ring, 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 ring.
That's all it is.
Banana.
It's a 1-800 number. You just call it any time, at least when he gets to level 16. For now, though, he's going to have to wait a little bit. Mission can sit, admittedly, obviously the lead for Jensen here is very big, but Mission shouldn't have too much of a hard time staying in lane 1v1 at least. Catalyst and just base magic reduction coming in from Cassidon is enough for him to at least hold on.
Yeah, the question is this ginormous lead, this lead big enough for TL, again, against kind of the ticking clock of itemization for Machi that we were talking about earlier on. Now, good news for Machi fans is that you finally have level 6 on Bruce. Koala is soon to follow, and so there's more options than for Gemini to play through his bot lane with setup, as Gemini should just be power farming his jungle until he also gets to level 6, and then maybe you're either looking for skirmishes around the Cassidon, or using that TP when it comes back up for PK and trying to play around bot side. But for TL fans, everything is going according to plan. You are dominating in your lane phases. Broxa is creating that healthy lead. You can see level 7 to level 6 that Gemini has just ticked over. And now Broxa also prioritizing the Herald with the priority that he has in top and mid.
And the lead's not getting any smaller, Roscoe. And the wards, while they will spot out Broxa doing this, there's really no tools to contest. PK can't really do much in the individual one-for-one trades. It's only going to get harder when the Titanic Hydra starts to come through. Also, optimizing for this much armor early on is maybe a little questionable. Fine, I guess, in the context of 1v1. Not quite as good when the jungler wants to rear his head on the top side of the map, but that's going to be a big ult in the mid lane. It happened so fast we couldn't even catch it. Just the tail end.
Whiplash for the observers right there. So, taking stock of the map, Machi have traded the Mountain Dragon for the Herald, as well as, I think, a plate for Jensen and Mission's life right there. So, probably not the greatest thing. It's the observers. We're going to get the replay. Yeah, it's a Scout of the Week into Senna Ultimate into Syndra Ultimate.
That's a lot of damage when the Syndra is 3-0-1. Well, it was 2-0-1, I suppose, at the time. Unstoppable now. Impact, of course, playing this matchup flawlessly. The only thing you really care about as a Shen is the Brittle proc, obviously a big chunk of damage. And luckily for you, you have this ability called Spirit's Refuge that blocks all the damage. So things pretty easy. And if the numbers at the top of the screen don't tell you enough of a story of what's happening here in the game, certainly these big blue bars will tell you all you need to see.
Okay, but you can see it coming. They've got Koala, he's got Ultimate. This is it. This is their moment for Machi to maybe get something back.
Impact. Still pretty tanky. Is he close enough to the wall to find the stun? Kick back through. Impact is going to get locked up and should get taken down here. Gemini going to find that kill. That's the start for Machi.
We're on the board for Machi. Now, that said, what was traded across the map? Nothing. I think Syndra is pushing the wave in. Maybe she gets a plate herself, but Senna, again, pushing very slowly, although a potential dive is being set up. Impact's about to teleport possibly to that ward. Maybe Jensen TPs to it.
I don't know if they need it, though.
And Impact hitches a ride. Well, if they dive the tower, they want Shen. 6 seconds till he respawns. Hold on, Bruce. Help is coming. Here comes Koala.
It's time to Hulk out, baby. We need Bruce Banner on the map right now if Machi are going to get anything done. Where's this arrow going to go? What's he going to hold on to? He's got to cleanse as well. They're not going to do it. Bruce. He's got stones, that boy, staying under that tower as long as he did.
Was it Bruce or was it Koala that was hulking out?
Yeah.
TL saw Koala. They don't have any information, I believe, of where Lee Sin is, and they decide not to risk it. Instead, Broxah continuing his power farm, 102 CS.
The thing is,
66.
There aren't a lot of wrong choices for TL right now.
They got lots of options.
There's lots of options. Formerly mediocre choices are now good choices because of the lead that they're bringing to the table.
They're going to do it again.
Oh, going to interrupt there. Koala has just used the ult to stop the initial charge coming through, but he may cost him his life, so he's going to give up some gold and some pressure in the mid lane in exchange for a life of his own. But the tower will still drop, and now Jensen is looking for the cheeky 1v2. Mission leaping forward, trying to get a bit of damage down, but Brox is here for the backup. Any damage at all connects, and he'll be put to sleep instantly. Brox looking for the follow-up. That's going to be one sleepy Cassidy. Nope! Now he's going to go to sleep, and now the finish comes through. TL, again, Jensen Unstoppable tells you everything you need to know.
And you can see it written on Mission's face right there. Sits back in size, and there's just not a lot of options for Machi. We just talked about how TL have all of the options and how they want to play out this map, as this gold lead is closing in on 10K before 15 minutes.
Yeah. We talked about, you know, TL completing the miracle run. This doesn't feel like a miracle. If it wasn't reliant on someone else winning a game, this would feel like a sure thing with this level of performance. TL have, in the last 2 games, just absolutely dominated. Last game, of course, felt like draft certainly helped out. But this game feels like absolute dominance from level 1 all the way through.
And again, credit to TL Jad over there. I think the drafts have been really clean. I think TL are being very creative, especially with some of the flex picks that they've got. And also the pre-planned, pre-coached setups. I feel like that level 1, especially with Pantheon and Senna, with the Lilia, was really beautiful.
Wait. Oh no, did he mess up the timing? Oh no, he messed up the timing! I was like, how does Syndra kill the tower that fast? Oh, that's brutal. Oh no.
It's a disaster.
Okay, if anything else wasn't a tilter before this, that was a tilter, folks.
Ooh, and now we have priority in mid lane. So Jensen's going to walk into Fog of War and apply so much pressure to bot side. Bruce and Koala were like, peace! We can't defend that tower! All they've got is tried this 4-man dive onto Impact. This is Machi's moment. This is the play that they have because bot lane is owned by TL.
Taunt already coming through. The kickback, though, not quite going the way that they wanted to go, but ooh, gonna predict the flash coming in from Impact, and maybe they can finish this one, but that's Spirit's Refuge. That's the Bard ult now coming in. They are gonna be able to finish that kill. It costs them damn near everything, but that's at least something back for Machi.
Yeah, and the wave is coming in, so they may be able to tie up the tower, but TL can push this all the way through and get some damage onto mid tower, or possibly even just dive mid lane itself. Jensen is so powerful. There's nothing Mission can do, so TL still managing to trade up across the map.
TL is continuing to push forward. They'll give up a tower. They're going to break tier 2 mid here. Of course, things are only going to get more difficult for Machi as we move forward, because we're now going to see the Umbral Glaive come out from Pantheon on top of the sweepers, and there will essentially be no safe space left for Machi. They are praying for Team Liquid to take an early inhibitor so they can at least get some gold back.
And the really big issue is going to be these lane assignments, as I'll hold it though, because TL may be looking for some picks right before they fall to Infernal. Don't think Machi are going to expose themselves, and so Machi should just wave the white flag here, give away the Infernal. They're not in a position to try to fight for this one. So back to my lane assignment point. You have Kassadin, and he's 0-4-0. He has a really nice necklace. It's got a good pendant, some nice shoes.
Catalyst.
Yeah.
Now he's got a little stick.
It's not great for him. He needs a while. Yeah. But he can't really do anything in these side lanes.
To be fair, we're waiting on a Rod of Ages. He's going to need like a Rod of Centuries at this point. Like we are, it's going to be a journey. Like you guys were like, oh, level 16 Kassadin, time's up. I know that's what people love to spam, but yeah, it might be level 16 Kassadin in 3 items before we really get to see Mission.
It truly brings the 200 years meme to a completely different context.
And it's brutal. And the thing is like, Kassadin, we kind of, you know, this is a champion that we expect to fall behind early. If he doesn't, we usually view it as a sign that the game is pretty much over. And in this game, not only did he fall behind early, but he has just been blown off the map. 0-4-0, 55 CS difference, and honestly, at this point, Jensen is spending more time in the jungle taking that blue buff than he is in a lane.
Jensen took it very personally what Mission did to him in the first game, it seems. Now, Herald is going to be the play for TL, which means that Impact again is the one-man army against what Machi can do cross-map. I think Jensen suspects it, so he walks off of tower, doesn't continue to push the wave, and instead falls back into Krug camp. So that's 6 cents from Jensen, realizing that he was the only target that Machi have available to them.
It's still very difficult to pick off a man like Impact without a ton of follow-up. Really need to focus your attention somewhere else. But with Edge of Night already present alongside a Banshee's Veil, the long-range Bard or Ashe ultimates are less and less viable.
You'd have to sync them. Again, that Spider Sense from TL, or excuse me, Impact. He's shadowing underneath his bot lane. Because again, what Machi are hunting for is, yeah, you have the Edge of Night, but you're looking for Bard ultimate into Ashe Arrow. But it's just a really hard puzzle for Machi to solve. I don't want to just condemn a team to death, but this one's gonna be tough.
Most certainly is. Team Liquid giving no reprieve, no quarter to the opposite side. Machi holding on as much as they can, but at this point it's about finding big man advantages in fights that honestly, they have both TPs up, but they don't really have more tools to do so, given the global nature of the Senna, the semi-global of the Pantheon, the global of the Shen, TP's mashed on the opposite side.
And that's the thing, it's also the fact that Mission and Ornn are gonna push like pretty slowly in these side lanes. But also if you do play the side lanes, all those globals that you just talked about.
That's going to be the lockup. That's going to be the follow-up CC. Big ulti to finish. Tactical going to find one. They're going to look to make it two as the scatter of the week goes across the backside. Bruce is next. Core JJ out for blood and PK'd out running for the hills. Broxah off to the side. 1v1ing the Kassadin. Not a good sign for Machi. TL taking their time with this one, but it's feeling like a done deal.
Yep, Impact also holding the tower aggro right there. Unfortunately, the wave isn't big enough to them, so TL. Oh no. Herald into top inhib. You got it that one.
This time the timing is right, however, but still, without anyone there to hit the backside of that Herald, it's going to be tough.
Also, meanwhile, mid lane, that tower is also falling down. The thing is that TL have snowballed this game so incredibly out of control. That's an 11k gold lead before 20 minutes. That the Baron hasn't spawned yet.
Is this the most one-sided game of group stage?
Well, what Suning did to TL was exceptionally one-sided.
Yeah, but that was only like 2,500 early on. And that was a lot more about, you know, you don't get to see us under tower, and a lot less about we're going to kill you 12 times.
I would say that this one is right up there, but
I'd say statistically more dominant. We can argue about the
I think it's fair to say
details.
That TL have participated in both of the most dominant showings that we've seen from Worlds so far.
Okay, I like that. A little bit of spin. Oh, poor PK. You know it's a bad game when the Syndra has to use her ult as an afterthought and not as a primary damage tool.
But at this point, the dream is alive for TL. It is a sad farewell for Machi. We'll see when the desperation kicks in and if very individually talented players can try to find some way to force on this map. Mission at least has 2 points in ultimate.
And confirming that this is the highest goal difference at 15 that we have seen in a group stage game. So insanely dominant so far.
Does that make it statistically the most dominant game?
I think statistically, yes. But I think obviously League of Legends isn't just the numbers. Like you can argue that someone has no chances even if they're not behind in gold, right? The invisible numbers, like scaling, etc. But regardless, you can tell the game is one-sided when we're getting into the nitpicky arguments about what it means.
And Ornn really needs that Abyssal Mask.
All right, reminder. If you were just watching what this game means, it is 2-3 for TL. If they move up to 3-3 and G2 can beat Suning, TL and Suning will play a tiebreaker for second in the group. That is right, TL could make it out of groups. Now, if you are an EU fan, you also want G2 to win, not because you love NA, although that might not hurt at this point in time, but because that means G2 get first. If G2 lose to Suning, they're going to have to play Suning in the tiebreaker. And G2 in tiebreakers is shaky ground, EU fans. So right now, you're rooting for TL, and you're rooting for G2. EU and NA, united front.
As we may see, united in rivalry for NA and EU here. If you're a Machi or Suning fan, you're a Machi fan, you're having a real bad day.
That's true, it's a rough day.
A fly flew into your coffee, your toast was burnt.
Oh, it's not good. The toast was so burnt.
You didn't even get real butter. You got that fake stuff.
You got margarine. They say you can't believe it's not butter. You can believe it's not butter. Broxah can't believe it's not over already. The kills are now coming through. Koala gonna get taken out here. The Ignite to finish it off. We'll get burned down. Core JJ now on a killing spree. 3-0-5. Only 2 deaths on the team, and they're coming in from Impact, and it took 4 members from Machi both times to do it. Impact and the rest of TL could look to end the game right here. a small amount of risk in that proposition, but with PK getting locked up now, not so much anymore. That's all the engage options down, all eyes on Mission, but he doesn't really have the damage to close this one out. TL, though, running out of minions quickly, will be able to grab at least one tower. Stun now going in. Core JJ gonna have to back off of that one. Maybe, just maybe, Mission could start to turn this one. Have they overstayed? Bruce stepping forward, slowly chipping away, slowly whittling them down, but that's gonna be Sleepy, and that's gonna be a tactical leaping forward, but he will get taken down by the Kassadin. Gemini on the backside, Koala coming forward, big ult going down. Core JJ locked up. Most certainly will fall here. Spear going in. Core JJ living for way too long with the shutdown will come in. TL will now back off.
Okay, Gemini may continue to chase, but I think he's relatively low health. So good news for Machi fans, you got 2 kills on Mission. Bad news for Machi fans, Mission almost fumbled that one with the timing on the Bard ultimate. I think it was the fadeaway Q, if I recall correctly, from the Kassadin. We'll get another look at this one. But they will at least live to fight another day as, I mean, frankly, TL pulling a little bit of a G2 here, staying very long in the base. You talked about kind of high risk versus, low risk versus high reward. The only thing that could have gone wrong is if Kassadin picked up, I don't know, a pentakill here.
Definitely would have been bad. Certainly 1 kill and a shutdown is less than ideal.
And right here, you know, Mission, he goes in and just slightly mistimes it, but the fadeaway Q, yep, into a massive shutdown on Mission.
This is big.
Yeah, look, he's got his Roa, and now he has his Archangels.
Yeah, the thing is, though, that he got that tier maybe 2 minutes ago. So we're waiting a long time for that Seraph.
Listen, Mr. Glass half empty.
You're right. It's a start. Definitely TL a little overconfident on that play, looking to end it quickly. Still very much in control of this game. I mean, you look at the goal, it tells you the whole story. It's 10K in their favor, especially now that we're seeing the Locket come out as well from Impact. Second item, a little bit early normally to see this one, but any damage mitigation at all severely lowers Machi's kill threat, as they just going to take a lot more resources to finish anyone off at this point in the game.
Yeah, and at this point it looks like TL are done playing with their food. They're instead trying to set up around the Baron. They may need to reset and get some more control wards. They still do have 2 sitting on their inventory, but naturally they're trying to find a pick, preferably on Gemini, as Impact is taking care of the bot wave. He wants to walk that one all the way in and then see who responds to him, as TL now turn on the Baron.
Wall coming in, they can try to check this one. We've seen steals this tournament, no doubt. 42 souls coming in for Senna, so just past that second checkpoint.
It is a relatively slow Baron from TL.
Yeah, they don't really have a ton of sustained damage here. Brock's obviously going to chip away at it pretty rapidly, but a lot of that max health damage is heavily capped against Baron. Ult coming out, though, is going to make things difficult. Will force TL away, but will not set them up to steal. And meanwhile, on the bottom side of the map, Impact just continues to push forward.
Yep. TL playing this one very patiently. You can see the backs now coming in. It's response from Machi because someone has to pick up these waves. You do have teleport available for PK and Mission, so they need to be the ones to grab hold of it, which just means that TL right back on the Baron. They have Senna, so all of that health that they lost initially trying to do the Baron has virtually been repaired, and now they're pulling Impact in.
Should be pretty easy to finish off. TP coming in.
This will be the last stand for Machi.
They're running forward. Mission, though, just getting chunked out before the fight even starts. The arrow is there. 3K getting lower. Team Liquid, though, holding. They know they can't pull the trigger. They know they can't burst this one. If they just walk away, there's no chance for Machi to get it.
Especially with Syndra's not in the pit. If Jensen was in the pit, maybe TL could look to burst it because Syndra's damage would be so hard to outdo here.
They're holding it low. They have Kassadin. I don't know how many stacks he has on that TP, but they could potentially look to take this one away.
Look at the base. One Nexus tower is very heavily damaged. That's Core JJ.
Leaping forward, the stun is going to catch him out. Bruce is going to flash over the wall. They're buying a bit more space. With the Baron off the table, TL are still very far ahead in terms of these fights. Leaps out, pressure in the mid lane. Creeps collapsing. TL can turn right back to the Baron. They can take the Cloud. They can take whatever they want on the back of this one.
And Machi actually managed to survive here. Stalling out the Baron. They didn't lose a Nexus tower. So good wave management from them, and they also got the TP off of Impact as well as the Stand United. So it's not like TL can run back that same formation again. They do have TP on Jensen, so maybe they try it with their mid laner, but very well done from Machi to buy themselves a little bit more time. You can see Mission on your screen right now, level 15. I don't know if level 16 will really be the difference maker here because he's still very far behind in itemization, does have access to the stopwatch, however. But Machi know that they have one more team fight left in them to try to find a win in this game.
Yeah, but definitely Team Liquid are probably aware that they need to respect the Kassadin flanks at least, because while many of their members are very strong, Edge of Night is probably not going to be enough to keep Tactical alive. So Core JJ may need to be a little bit more careful, making sure that at least someone is there to peel for his AD carry. regardless, this stage of the game, Machi doing what they can to hold on, and it's not over until the Nexus falls. So TL just composing themselves, knowing that time is still relatively on their side. The Kassadin not quite the big threat yet. The arrow's going to come in, will miss, as well as the fancy feet from Jensen. Can't dodge it all, however, as PK is now looking for the follow-up, but they're not going to fully commit here. They do not want to overstay their welcome, overcommit their hand.
Being very respectful that they didn't have full information about where Tactical and Broxah were. Obviously, Tactical and Broxah were underneath shadowing. Now that they have inside track on this bottom inhib, TL, take 3 ultimates, Bard, Ornn, and Ashe ultimate, and then walk bottom.
Kick back, Jensen in the middle of the team. Maybe they can get the follow, but they don't really have the damage quite yet. Koala gonna get 1 tap, but not quite. The shutdown now onto Jensen, that's big. Koala dying to creeps, though. Bruce taken out as well. Broxah just sweeping through the entire team. He's just too fast to be dodged out on. They're going to close that up pretty easy. Kassadin on the flank, maybe wanting to get something done. There's so many low health bars. Mission. On a mission. Trying to find the flank, but it's looking like it might already be over. CoreJJ ready to instantly stun the second Kassadin leaps forward.
You also have the Stand United about to come up on Impact, and if they're not keeping perfect information about that cooldown, Mission might not even try to risk this. And because it's Kassadin, it's not like he can clear out or contest these waves. TL can just force the game down. There's not much Mission can do.
This flash taunt connects perfectly for Impact. That should be the game, but TL still want to grab a few more kills just to make it a little bit sweeter as they have to wait out in the next game, but that's going to do it. TL, an unbelievable victory against Suning, and now a commanding win against Machi. TL will take their time here, knowing that the miracle run is alive, that the tiebreaker could secure them away out of groups, and now TL, the biggest G2 fans in the world, as they pray for an EU win.
Outside of losing to G2 in the second time around, TL have done everything in their power to set themselves up to walk out of groups here. 3-3 on the day. They showed up when it counted in those high must-win pressure situations, and probably their most dominant look of the tournament so far.
Yeah, and it just, once again, from start to finish, ludicrous how dominant TL were in that game. An incredible performance from the NA squad. Really showing us the same level of strength that they showed against the emerging regions in play-ins. Now bring it to bear here against Machi. Was a thing of beauty to watch. That said, they now have to have the most miserable 30 to 45 to 60 minutes of their life as they watch Suning and G2 playing, knowing that if Suning win, that is it for them, that their tournament is over, that they will go home empty-handed, but also knowing that if G2 win, that they will get their shot to make it out of groups.
But they've got a hungry G2 on their side, because if G2 win, they take first.
That's true.
Now, I do want to take a moment right there, because while the stakes are very high for TL, G2, and Suning right now, it is our goodbye for Machi. Machi had a lot to prove here. Obviously, the former GX roster, then picked up by Machi. They wanted to stay together. They wanted to remind everyone that the LMS is still here and able to compete. Had some high moments, especially from Gemini and Mission in particular. And it is a sad day to see them go, but I always love it when we get to see some of these players taking the torch or the mantle of the Maples, the Fofos, the West Doors.
I love me some Westor. Well, throughout Worlds, MasterCard is highlighting everyone cheering from across the globe and MasterCard fans of the decade. And today we say hello to Nell Latoza from UK. She's hoping to watch G2 make the final once again here at Worlds after watching them on stage in Paris last year. Now we're going to see G2 in action after the break as they face off against Suning in the fight for first and the fight for Liquid.
I don't really consider it gear. It's an extension of who I am. It blurs the line between fantasy and reality. Sometimes, I can't tell myself from my machine. I think that's by design.
Born free as the wind blows, as free as the grass grows, born free to follow your heart. surrounds you.
Axe. Smell ready.
Welcome back to the studio here in Berlin. That's the end of the journey for Machi Esports, but I have Jat with me with a convincing victory here for Team Liquid. And Jat, I want to know, what is the mood in Shanghai right now after winning this one?
I'm going to say it's pretty positive. And I don't actually know if we've ever been bigger G2 fans than we are in this moment.
That's what I was thinking, yeah. But okay, thinking about TL as a whole, your level 1s have been instrumental in your victory so far. So can you tell me a bit more about this specific aspect, as well as what you worked on to be ready today?
Yeah, I mean, there has been a big focus on level 1. I feel like that's been no surprise. I actually feel like in some of our defeats, our level 1s are really bad. And in our victories, our level 1s have been pretty good. I know a lot of other people have talked about how early game centric this meta is becoming, how important it is to be able to snowball early on in the game. And I think it's been a journey. I think our guys have really bought in for this second week, knowing that even though you're 1-2 after the first week, you can still make it out. And we kind of gave it our all to do everything possible to give us a chance of victory. And you know, we're still alive. We're 3-3. So right now we're happy, but cautiously optimistic that G2 can, like, we're going to be watching that game really closely and prepping for Suning in hopes that G2 can get us that tiebreaker.
I can only imagine. But okay, a few words on this one. We saw that both team plays. We saw G2 this morning, and we saw how Suning could play as well. How do you expect this one to go? Wonder told me about an explosive game once again, but what are your expectations here?
I mean, I'll say we have to give it to the favorites, right? The team that has the chance to get first place in the group with the win, which is G2. It's what we're hoping for. I actually don't care how G2 does it. I just care that they tilt Suning as much as possible so that we have a better chance against them in the next game.
All right, well, I wish you the best of luck watching this one from backstage. No doubt it's not going to be easy. And Jad, hopefully I'll see you for the tiebreaker later.
Yeah, I really hope so too.
And we're going to take a short break and we'll come back for the potential, not last game of the day actually, because we will have tiebreaker no matter what, but G2 versus Suning coming up next.
Trouble is now Sword Art going to be taken out. Bid looking to find the damage in the back line. Mickey's going to be taken low. And Suning with a beautiful counter-attack. Arrows through the hearts of every single samurai in the fight. He's in some trouble. Enchanted Crystal Arrow flies out. Suning going into the fight. Wonder in the middle of 4 people. Two-shot barrage coming through. Finds the kill into Huang Feng. Sword Art taking all the damage down. Mystic shot over the wall. Perks with the follow-up, able to find the kill. SOFM still alive, but he's down to 1/3 HP. He goes in. He's looking to steal the Drake, but he will not be able to do it. Here's a losing hand, buddy. Give me 5 games of this pumped directly into my veins. This is Worlds. This is League of Legends.
Welcome back, everyone, to the State Farm Analyst Zone, where we have Suning and G2 loading onto the Rift. And last time these teams played, it was one of the most intense games in Worlds history, and the stakes are so much higher now. This game will decide the fight for first in Group A and the fate of Team Liquid. If G2 wins, G2 is first, and Team Liquid and Suning face off in a tiebreaker game. If Suning wins and G2 lose, Team Liquid is out of Worlds, and G2 and Suning have to play an extra game, a tiebreaker, for first. EU holds NA's faith in their hands and also the chance to lock first seed. And we know how important that's going to be if we look down at the other groups and their potential #1 seeds.
And NA now get to experience the struggles that all EU fans have of trying to believe in G2 Esports. Because they are a bit of a roller coaster. You know, you never quite know which G2 is going to show up on the day. But the good news for TL is G2 have been on form today, and they look poised and ready to take on Suning.
Yes, let's look at G2 and the fact that they came into this World Championship, as always, with high aspirations. They had the best year in the organization's history last year with the MSI title and the World Finals, and they're looking to go deep in this World Championship. But getting the #1 seed, Yamato, would be very, very good for them.
It would be historical. G2 have never done it before. They've been at the World Championship a couple of times, and getting that first seed is going to be monumental, especially in a tournament that is so stacked. I think G2 are looking at this as an opportunity to gain maybe a lot of fans, or just do...
Right now, they have a lot of fans.
maybe they would do the G2 on-brand thing and just tank a game and then just
Is that Steve giving Brooks a massage right now?
Let's talk about kind of G2 and Suning and what we've seen from them and what we then may expect, because Suning came into this as also favorites in this group, and the first game these two played was so crazy, could have gone either way. How have both teams evolved that you've seen in their subsequent games, and how do they arrive at this best-of-1?
Well, I felt like in the first week, we actually saw much better Suning than what we've been seeing recently. I think that SOFM has continued to play his style, but one of the coin-flipped aspects of his style is that he often plays for himself, and sometimes things can go wrong. With a good draft and a means of being able to punish, I think that teams have found ways to actually take advantage of some of the stylistic approaches that the SOFM and Suning come in with the game.
I feel like the last game they played against Team Liquid is just not enough for me to like let the Suning stock go down, because that draft was awful.
Yeah.
Very, very bad. They had a full AD composition, and the single AP carry that was supposed to kill them all fight, he's throwing cards. So, of course, they're not going to break him down.
That was an oopsie. One matchup I want to focus in is in the top lane. Wonder, who has been having a fantastic tournament so far, and Bin, who's also been impressing people. Maybe not so much just that last game, but overall a matchup to watch.
Yeah, it certainly is. I think that when you look at how Wonder has been playing so far at Worlds, he's definitely someone that draws attention to the eye, and I think that many LPL fans have been very excited to see Bin on the international stage. Still also a very young player, but mechanically very gifted, and domestically he had a phenomenal performance. So I think that we're already setting up for a really interesting matchup, and this could be pivotal in the outcome of this game.
Give me some specifics. We know they're good, but what do we want to see? Are we going to see carry? Are we going to see tanks? What's going to happen?
I don't know exactly what matchup we might see, because Wunder is so versatile, but Bin loves to fight in the lane phase. He loves to go for those solo kills. He loves to pick that counter. The edge that Wunder has over Bin is when games get to that dark zone where all the dark technology starts to happen.
Like
where,
what?
you know, like the last time they were around, they were playing, and all of a sudden they're 40 minutes in the game, and this is not something that we saw in the LPL. Teams brawl, teams fall behind, and then they lose. So FM and Suning, they were very surprised. I hope they learned a lot from the last one.
I think one of the biggest things in the last time that they faced was we saw an Ornn versus Renekton match up in the top side of the map. And like, I think that's actually one of the biggest differences though, because Yamato already talked about the versatility and depth that Wonder showcases in his champion pool, but that was extremely valuable when it got to those late stage fights in their last game. And I think the Wonder's only continued to show a wide array of styles. So I wonder if he's going to try and match up in the carries, or instead we're going to see more of a team focused play.
All right, we got to go predictions. Is G2 going to keep TL in the race and give themselves the first seed?
I really do believe in G2 Esports. I think that they have been playing extremely well right now. I think that they've come in well prepared, and I think they have a plan.
Fast.
Honestly, the people watching the broadcast don't want to hear my prediction. So
just want to see the game.
Yes.
All right, cool. This is the game that will decide the fate of Group A as G2 and Suning face off in an epic rematch. Let's go.
Hello, I'm going to be honest, I'm really just trying to contain the hype right now. You guys have heard the stakes. I'll say them one more time, and I'll say them again when someone is on their deathbed in this game. If Suning wins, Suning versus G2 is our next game for first. If G2 win, TL versus Suning is our next game with a quarterfinal spots at the line. The winner will take second seed out of Group A. And this is one group. All this stress, all this excitement, if you are an EU fan, an LPL fan, an NA fan, hell, even a PCS fan, all this stress, all this excitement is one day. This is an absolutely nuts group. Guaranteed a tiebreaker. There will be one more game after this. But you heard from the desk, a lot of different things to talk about when we look at this matchup. Last game, Frosk, I know a lot of people were like, oh my God, G2, ooh, you know, crushed that game, and they believed in it. But I know that you have a bit more of a tempered take on what exactly happened in the previous matchup.
The last time that Suning faced G2, it felt like G2, in my opinion, broke the draft difference. Their team fighting was crisp and beautiful. They outfought Suning. They pulled it back in a crazy base race. So I don't expect them to win in the same way that they did the first time around. That said, now going into the draft, Suning on the blue side. Just to quote Yamato, we had a horrible draft the last time from Suning. Sofum's pathing was really punished, didn't really help out his laners. They fell behind, and then TL's composition just made it that Suning's comp couldn't do anything to them. So need to make some drafting adjustments here and really give firepower back to the laners, particularly Ben, because he is up against Wonder. I think that these two are the best top laners in this respective group, and I really do want to see their heads clash.
And with Lucian now banned away, as well as two of the relatively safe blind pickable top laners in Shen and Ornn, you have to feel like this is a bit of a call out from Ben towards Wonder. He was BMing with the Aurelia Jace hovers previously, the Galio now taken away as well from Angel, limiting that global presence. But we're now set up for a very explosive top lane matchup. We could be seeing Volibear Renekton, or we could be going even deeper into the carry pool. The Camille's, the Jaxes, so many things up and available.
You would expect that this would be a priority pick for either mid or jungle. Sofum usually would grab a jungler here, like a Graves. That's interesting. Wow, giving so much respect to Cap. So something that I really wanted to point out was the fact that they're banning Lucian from blue side. We've seen a couple of drafts where Lucian has completely fallen through, and you've seen when G2 gets their hands on this champion, as well as some of the other teams in the other groups, how powerful it is. And it is something to kind of keep track of as we go deeper into this tournament, especially open up into best of fives. Is this Suning having a very clear-cut plan from their coach right there to ban the Lucian, priority pick Syndra, and limit maybe Cap's effectiveness or his champion pool? Or is this Suning saying that they just don't play the Lucian, or they won't play the Lucian into the mid lane for the tournament?
Yeah, interesting. Playing the Lucian would most likely mean a follow-up Lilia pick. Maybe that's something that they don't want to play here. But the Graves now locked in for Jankos. Of course, when you look at the jungle priority list, this makes a lot of sense. But remember, the last time we saw this matchup, SOFM took the Lee Sin and dominated Jankos in the early game. But now the Echo has been locked in, has been picked up, most likely going into the hands of Caps in the mid lane.
The counter pick to Syndra, it is just really hard to play out here, and this felt like it was going to be an obvious answer because we've already seen Caps pull it out into this specific matchup, so maybe Suning stepping onto a landmine themselves. Now, taking a Syndra does increase the priority that maybe you see a Lee Sin from Sofum, one of his signature champions that goes really well with the Syndra, especially if you want that strong 2v2 mid jungle, but instead putting so much priority on getting this Camille.
Camille, of course, generally considered one of the of the duelist options, relatively safe early game. Obviously has some counter options, but with Grasp of the Undying and her general tankiness, she doesn't suffer too much in a lot of matchups. But now the Renekton will be locked in, so we have the entire top side now confirmed for the G2 Esports lineup.
And already you see the priority on what feels like from Suning's draft is a lot of more about denying, not that their players can't play these champions, but rather than grabbing kind of power picks for themselves, it feels like they're denying power picks from G2. You know, we saw perks pop off specifically in the Ezreal, and that means that then they're not getting some of their bread and butter combinations. You know, Sofum's Lee Sin immediately snapped off the board there when you see a Syndra, and I'm like, okay, this might be Sofum's Lee Sin, Syndra Lee, very powerful, but it's not going to be available for them.
Now I'm curious to see what G2 want to prioritize for the bottom side of the map. Obviously with Hanfeng having the Ezreal available, he's going to have a lot of independency, a lot of agency. Maybe we get a Bard support coming out for Sword Art. Maybe something that can roam a little bit more. But on the opposite side, because there's a Camille on the enemy team, maybe do we see a Tahm Kench trying to protect perks, trying to protect members in these more drawn-out fights against the likes of a Syndra. Value on that pick is very high from the Devour alone.
I feel like Senna Kench would be the obvious answer for G2 here in the draft phase. I would imagine that they'll grab Senna as kind of next pick unless it's banned right here.
I mean, the thing is Callista is still up and available.
But the thing is like you said, there's Syndra and there's Camille. Kench is priority skyrockets here. And Lucian, or not Lucian, Ezreal Kench just isn't that great of a matchup. So it's not like there's any threat of Suning grabbing it here.
This decision going to be Thresh banned away. I like it. Want to limit the proactive playmaking champions that Mickey can bring to the table, especially now that the Rakan has been banned away as well.
It also takes that stock down on that Kalista that you were talking about.
These are big options, of course. These final picks can decide so much about a draft. SOFM really saving his pick till very late in the draft, wants to have as much information available as possible because it's not just about what he can do to Jankos early on, but what he can do to the rest of the map. Because now we have the Senna locked in. Feels like a more passive answer to the Ezreal.
At this point, you need to grab your bot lane. You're probably looking at Ezreal Bard, long distance champions. Sword Art obviously has a phenomenal Bard. Would also work very well with them trying to contest for lane phase.
Bard now locked in. See what the final pick will be here. Of course, G2 have pretty heavily telegraphed that they will want to play around the top side of the map. And now the Jarvan locked in for SOFM. This is a pick that has dropped in priority significantly this year, but does still rear its head. Very much a tier 2, maybe even tier 3 jungler when you look at team priorities, but obviously can still have a very big impact in the early game with the Flag and Drag, with the Cataclysm.
It's also the LPL special, you know, that Cannonball comp. You're one Galio away from Camille and Jarvan and Galio of being the highlight, and that just got locked in.
I didn't think we'd see one of those ever again, but there it is. That's a Senna support now for Mickey. Perks busting out the Kalista, and the big question is going to be, does he bind with the Crocodile and sacrifice some of that early laning power to really double up on team fight? It's going to be interesting to track. Of course, feels like we would, or up until the Kalista pick, it felt like we'd be looking only at the top side for G2. Echo and Renekton would love to have the support from Graves, but now it's very much a different story. Eyes on the junglers inevitably in this matchup, but the top laners as well.
Fighting a lot for lane priority here from G2. They are not going to let Suning just have these free lane phases with the Kalista coming out right now. And like you said, we're curious where he's going to bind with. Does he not bind with the Senna and instead bind with Wonder the Crocodile for these big team fights? Perks, of course, is a phenomenal Kalista player. If you guys haven't seen it yet, if you're not fans of the LEC, so watch out for that one, as Hongfeng and Sword Art definitely have their work cut out for them. But on Bard and Ezreal should remain pretty safe in the lane, but will probably lose down priority unless something really goes sideways.
Have to keep our eyes, especially now, as well, on the early game level 1s. What's it going to be? So many teams have doubled down, so many teams have gambled, and so many teams have lost on the back of a good, or rather a bad level 1. So see what both teams want to pull together here as we get ready, as we load into game. This could be the final game for G2. We'll have to find out, but either way, Suning is going to have to play 2 back-to-back. Will it be a tiebreaker for second, fighting for their tournament lives, or a tiebreaker for first, knowing that no matter what happens, they can make it out of groups?
Look at the disrespect from Ben. That is teleport ignite.
Folks, I'm going to level with you. I talked to Whippo a lot about top lane matchups. I learned a lot about how Renekton Camille goes. But he never mentioned Ignite or Omnistone, and I'm going to guess he didn't mention it to you either, Frosco, so we're just going to have to see how this one unfolds.
Okay, so here's the thing. The level 1 can be powerful, obviously, from both teams. You have the likes of the Ezreal, the Bard, looking at those runes. You have the Kalista as well as the Senna, but there's more emphasis on Jankos as the farming jungler and the dueling jungler here. Whereas, obviously, for Sofam on the Jarvan, the LPL special, if you will, it's much more about the ganks, and he has set up in every single lane. So G2 need to make it a responsibility to figure out on what side Sofam is starting, so delayed invade from the Tri-Brush itself as Mickey starts the Oracle lens. And as soon as they get information of where Sofam is starting, making sure that they keep him on the back foot so he's unable to impact the lanes through ganks. Is here's the level 1.
Walking forward, contesting this one. Red buff should reset. How long do they want to spend here? It's going to be the big question. Smite is going to be important. And sadly, the red buff's patient, not resetting quite yet. It looks like G2 just trying to get that reset to buy more time. But Jankos is actually going to be the one who suffers as he takes a ton of damage. Mickey as well going to be forced to flash out to safety. And it looks like the bond is between Mickey and Perks early on here. So trying to maximize the Oathsworn damage in lane.
Yeah, it feels like a bit of a blunder there from G2, especially losing both summoner spells on Mickey as Jankos heads back towards his blue buff. Should look for a full clear here. Sofam has a ward on his red buff, so knows that it wasn't taken from him. Can just do a full clear bot side. Now, Krug to red. Maybe he does the Raptors, or maybe he walks to top side jungle and tries to get involved into this top side matchup, as Wonder is looking to try to get the wave shoved in and a bounce early off of Ben's tower.
Yeah, Wonder managing his rage pretty well. The level 2 now coming in, and Camille may fish for the all-in here. Is just going to back off instead. Tactical sweep and the precision protocol. No hook shot wall dive quite yet.
I mean, naturally, just thinking about it and theory crafting a bit, you don't have the safety of having the flash, but having access to the ignite makes your kill pressure go up exponentially. Now, the thing about Renekton is he's so powerful with his ultimate, and it's not just about trading, it's about the fact that it's almost like a built-in heal, and your Call of the Meek is such a powerful ability in itself that it really is just about that for Renekton, and then as soon as he gets level 6, he can just keep himself so healthy and so safe into a lane phase. But Ignite, which you don't normally expect to be up into the top side, may change that.
Definitely has the potential to. For now, though, we are seeing the Renekton come out on top. Sometimes in early trades, Camille can get an advantage as her passive feels a lot more useful when Renekton doesn't have a few levels in Call the Meek and can't just stack up that rage very easily. But Wonder holding on to control for now. We're seeing Bin very quickly burn through his mana bar. This might be problematic as the lane phase continues forward. But for those checking in on how Omnistone has been doing, actually pretty solid so far. Has procced Comet, has procced Fleet Footwork. So overall, Camille as a champion who likes a lot of different runes and is now potentially not quite going to be able to all-in Wonder there, is getting a lot of use out of it.
And again, the matchup will be a little bit difficult for Wonder until he gets 6, and obviously after first back, so we would expect Ben to be a really big threat here, and Wonder needing to respect him. Is checking in on mid lane. The nerfs to Syndra made this matchup a little bit harder, and it is much easier for Echo than it was in the past, especially once you get access to level 6. Obviously, your ability to just completely deny Syndra's ultimate is a big factor, but even before level 6, the increased mana cost for Syndra make it much harder for her to punish as effectively as she once did in a melee versus range matchup.
Yeah, an interesting pivot that we saw coming in the draft, Frosco, is just the difference in priorities on champions, right? Because Lee Sin is someone who can look to keep up with Graves, it feels like early on, look to pressure a lot more, but SOFM being on the back foot is not something that we're used to seeing across the group stage. Even in games that Suning ultimately lose, SOFM usually in a very commanding lead, so while the Jarvan certainly can have big impact across the map, it is not having big impact early in the jungle here, and SOFM gonna have to run for the hills as Jankos just starts to bully him out of his own side.
And finally, the shoe is on the other foot for Jankos and G2 in particular, using the priority from both his laners, the teleport from Caps to come back fully stocked. Angel has no mana. He cannot help his jungler out here. Oh, this one's gonna hurt Sofum. He really cares about Krugs.
And now stepping forward, Sword Art's going to be in trouble here. Where's the follow-up going to go, though? TP now coming in. Park's actually going to be the one who gets turned on here. The TP now completing. Syndra on the way in. Angel now has a bit of mana. Big scatter of the week and the turn. That's going to be first blood. Caps just barely able to make it over the wall, but Huanfeng is not done yet. But the Dragon is going to knock it back. It's going to stop him in his tracks. Still, Suning chasing forward, trying to maximize, trying to double down on this advantage, but have to be careful. The Dragon's certainly helping out G2 at this point. Huanfeng has to run for the hills. He's going to get locked down, but will he get taken out? No. The flag dragged through, but Jankos is going to flash over the top. Caps waiting on the backside. It's a drawn-out brawl. Wonder on the backside. What else can he get done? Can they kite the Croc? Flash forward is going to be able to lock him down, but does not stun the right target. Wants to go through the wall, but the portal so tiny doesn't make any sense to follow through on, and Caps now has to get out. Jankos has to get out. Where's he going to go? Waiting on the phase dive. Going to dash away to safety. Huanfeng coming through. Angel messes up the combo. He could have had it. He could have had it all. He had the Dark Sphere, he had the Scatter of the Weak, but he just doesn't nail it. I'm not sure if that was mana. I'm not sure if that was error on his part, but it does not work. He does not get the kill.
I'm going to be very honest, Dragos. That was a bit of a clown car. With all of the different teleports. Everyone and their mother expended teleport except for Ben. Ben just chilled. I think he got 2 waves. He's now getting a big crash into Wonder's tower. Wonder's going to have to take it back. Actually, Ben's going to be very respectful. I was going to say, you can try to deny Wonder a lot here, but his jungler's not on that side of the map. And all over Sofum's Krugs. You will not take this man's Krugs. We will expend 20 teleports to
It started at
deny that.
Krugs. It kind of became about Infernal Dragon unintentionally halfway through. Neither team wanted to finish the job.
So the first teleport from Caps gave G2 the priority to make that play, and then it was really the second teleport from Angel, the full mana, full health Syndra rocking in, that completely flipped everything on its side, so G2 being a bit disrespectful to the fact that they had lost information on the enemy mid laner.
Yeah, but now on the top side of the map, Wonder isn't going to be super comfortable in this matchup. In terms of raw champion power, Renekton definitely still a bigger threat, but given the Sheen compared to, well, the Doran Shield, Sheen and the Longsword, itemization certainly not favoring him right now, as well as, of course, combat summoners, the Ignite available for Ben. His ultimate, though, of course, much, much stronger.
But Jankos is on this side of the map, and you can see after Krug Camp, maybe he tries to slide in and help Wonder here, walking over a brush, or excuse me, a ward in the tri-brush. So Ben has information now, standing very defensively against that wall, so he can use hookshot to get away.
Yeah. Jankos just shadowing there, nice for Wonder. able to pull this one back. Of course, is in a position where he could try to set up a freeze. Ben going to try to stand and contest the wave to stop him from doing so. Adaptive defense is already proc, so if Wonder wants to extend the trade, now it's going to start to favor him a little bit more, but press the attack will make it a bit more difficult. Omnistone continuing to roll some pretty solid options.
And Ben's going to feel really confident to try to contest Wonder from starting a freeze right there, because he did have information that Jankos tried to gank top back. You even saw a blue ping come down on Jankos as he was pathing towards the bottom side of his jungle. So it's going to be about contesting this Infernal, which is why Huangfeng and Sorda are now walking into bot side river, knowing that Jankos is on this side of the map, and knowing that Infernal might be the next big target that people are playing around.
And interestingly, after all that action, SOFM is ahead in the jungle again somehow. I don't know how he finds a way to do it every single time, but he does. Wonder, though, going to continue to look to extend these trades. Bin, though, just trading back and forth. Hail of Blades now getting selected. Very scrappy matchup. Neither side really be able to make an impact on the other.
Bin does need to be more careful, however. There's not information that Jankos is on the Infernal, and his team does have vision to see that he's not in bottom side river. He knows that all the bot side camps have been taken, so he must assume that Jankos is on top side with red buff being back up, which means that this freeze can now actually try to punish. So we'll see if SOFM tries to dig him out as blue is spawning on this side. He should hand it over to Angel, or if SOFM will hand the blue, then path back towards Infernal, and try to use Bin as a soaking pressure point to trade Dragon for his Camille.
It's certainly a good question. Of course, we can expect the action to uptick at least a little bit. Is now Wonder going to be caught out. The hookshot wall dive, the leap in, but now Bard coming in across, and the Sentinel just a little bit too late there from Perks and Mickey. Nice kill pickup. Sorta now going to tick over to level 6 as well. A lot of things going in favor of Suning.
He's just really talented. It's been a long time where you've seen.
Hold that thought, big bad stun, and goodbye to Angel. All right, 1 for 1. Teams now trading blows.
Speaking of talented, Caps. I was about to give a compliment to Bin and the top laners for LPL, but I might not have a moment to do that as we are skirmishing very heavily over topside river control.
Fighting, it looks like, for that early Herald. Jankos has kicked that one off already. SOFM burning the flag and drag just to clear out the mid wave, has completed the Cinder Hole.
And because you have information of where SOFM is behind the tower, it does give G2 so much, that's what I'm looking for.
Pressure, agency.
I was going to say the clear.
Buzzword.
Pressure, agency, tempo, no. Gives them the clear to start the Herald. So they pulled Mickey and Jankos. He should be able to pick this up pretty much for free here. As Sorda's actually also babysitting Ben, who is very low health and mana without teleport.
Yeah, it's a little bit difficult for Ben. Obviously, when he's going forward, when he's getting aggressive, when he's finding fights on his terms, that Ignite's going to feel really good. But when someone's threatening the dive, it's not going to feel nearly as nice. As Sword Art throws down that portal, that's a big old bluff. Just threatening G2 that if someone was there, that they could get caught out. Huangfeng is now here to respond. A single plate, though, going over to G2.
This is actually really massive for G2, though, because now they have information that Huangfeng and Sorda are on top side of the map, and Jankos, after he does these bottom clears, could actually try to just take the Infernal by himself. So we could be looking at a world where, in the current map state, G2 get Herald and Infernal.
Yeah, good setup to do so. And could try to follow up with using that Herald afterward, depending on where they can get the pressure. But SOFM now moving down to the bottom side. Camille will be able to reset the wave, it looks like. Hard to tell from the minimap. But yes, she has done so. So there is room to contest this one. And it looks like Jankos is just going to back off in the meantime. He's got camps on the top side respawning that he does need to pick up. And SOFM will lay down the vision. We'll check it out. Saw the play that you were talking about coming, Frostco, and did not want to let it go through.
SOFM does have access to his ultimate now, level 7. I would imagine that they'll want to play it around Ben, so Wonder has the target on his back, especially because now Suning have seen that there was a possibility that they lose Infernal. There is Herald still in Jankos' hands. Maybe he uses it either mid lane or top lane, depending on how the next skirmish will go. As here's the gank on Wonder that we talked about.
Oh, very risky. Can they turn this one, though? Wonder taking a lot of damage. TP now coming in, but they're just going to shred him down, dash out to safety. The flash away from the Cataclysm damage, that's going to be massive, but Caps now leaping into the midst of this entire fight will just snap back.
Top!
And he's able to hold the wave top lane. All things considered, that worked out pretty well for G2 Esports, but still, bit of a questionable place for Wonder to be.
Yeah, but nice job on the flash that you talked about, dodging the Cataclysm damage, and the damage may have been done for Suning, however.
Herald now coming into the bottom side. Ben going to be in trouble here. SOFM's already back. He's already walking top side, so this should be pretty easy for G2 to be able to take this tower with the power of the Herald, but they might fish for some kills as well.
Wow. Just really impressive individual outplays from G2 to allow them to pick up these monster objectives. Multiple plates on Perks here. Jankos is still sitting on the Herald. He can drop it here if he wants, or he can save it for mid lane. And control over Herald is excuse me, Dragon, as Suning trying to fight back.
Big damage coming in. Perks now needs to make his way out to safety. Jankos is going to get shut down on the backside, though. Absolutely just shredded through by that Syndra. And now G2 are caught between the entire team. They're trying to get at least one kill back, but G2 very much overcommitting, getting nothing in exchange. Now they've got mid and they've got top pushing, but in the meantime, Suning is just clapping the fight.
Caster Curse the hell out of G2 right there. So I was just complimenting that in the kind of the last two fights, you know, the solo kill on mid, the outplay on the bot lane, especially with the TP. But then G2 just had to go and way overcommit there. They got greedy for the plates, and Suning, like you said, just clapped on them. They got the resets onto the map. They picked up multiple kills in the bot lane. There wasn't any TPs to come in to save G2, and they picked up the Infernal. So a very nice turn for Suning.
You can see Mickey constantly stepping forward, throwing out snares, but they don't connect. And Bin, very confident to leap in here, also gets the grasp in the meantime. And second Perks is caught out here. Jankos just walks into no man's land. Syndra, very easy kill pickup. Gets the shutdown as well to top everything off. And G2, they're just two people. What are they supposed to do? They're two very squishy people.
Also want to give huge credit to Swordart right there. I know that it was really Angel turning the fight when he joined, but Swordart, nice little sidestep to make sure that Perks and Mickey weren't able to trade 1-for-1 there on the back half, as well as leading with the Bard ultimate. But coming back onto the map, there's the Herald that we wanted to see. They're forced to use it to break down this bottom lane, continue to snowball, and keep this Kalista ahead of the clock.
And it looks like they're going to get another charge as well. Of course, Syndra may try to interrupt that one. But at this point in the game, Suning, they've got a Drake. The goal just about dead even. So all things considered, working out pretty fine after what were some unfortunate early game circumstances. They've now balanced things back. SOFM again pulling ahead in jungle CS. Camille already to the Trinity Force. Renekton matching with the Blade of the Rune King, but Swordart there for just a little bit of extra back.
And you can see that now, the difference in the turret plates. I do want to talk about, though, Camille. So a lot of this turret plate gold went into the hands of Perks in particular. You can see now, completed Blade of the Rune King, but this Camille has a Trinity Force complete. She's a big deal.
Absolutely is. Caps taking his time to snap back. The Flag and Drag not quite going to connect as the Z-Drive Resonance is more than enough movement speed to take Caps out to safety.
Been, as all of the LPL top laners have been carry-oriented players, 369, Zoom, and Ben kind of taking after the go-goings, if you will. It's a very different look for LPL tops, as Xiaohu and the likes have been recent representatives, more of those tank-oriented players. Maybe it's time for Suning to remind the world that LPL used to be known for their carry tops.
Certainly potential to do so this game. Has a bounty on his head, 2-0-2. The free boots have now come through as well. And the later this game goes, the more Bin is going to be a big threat. And he's already a big threat right now. A little bit awkward there, but it's not going to matter too much. Wonder is just going to get locked up and taken down. A wasted Camille ult, but Suning not going to feel too bad about that one as they now push in on the top side of the map.
Yeah, continuing to funnel gold also on the Camille. Now, maybe you get some damage back here for G2, although you need to respect that if you don't have information about where the rest of Suning are, that you can get flanked like this.
Pull back, now looking to engage already. Swordart now coming in though, stun should connect. Mickey gonna go down, Perks probably just next on the menu. G2 very much overplaying their hand.
And rightfully punished. To quote Cadril, that's illegal. You didn't know that where Suning was. They could have absolutely flanked you, and they do just that.
Yeah, Ben now going in on Caps. He's running out of mana pretty rapidly, but I still think his trade favors him overall. Caps doesn't seem like he's going to be able to turn this one. One more stun, just gets the Z-Drive Resonance and is now running out to safety, but here comes SOFM. Where's the Flag and Drag going to go? Waiting for the ultimate. They're covering every angle. Gets him with the Chilling Smite, hits him with the emote, and my God, Suning, they're on the path to win this game.
They are steamrolling over G2 right now, absolutely slapping the ball out of their hand after some very big ego plays from G2. Now, if you're a North American fan or a G2 fan, you need to pump the brakes a little bit. Stop overextending, overcommitting under these towers, these plates. I think Perks and Mickey in particular have been very suspect and very guilty of this as we take another look at this one. They wanted to punish, but didn't take account for the teleports, didn't take account for the potential flank, and then gave a lot of gold away.
Yeah, and the thing is that now Hunfeng has Iceborne Gauntlet. So this is not a man that you just get to burst out as a Kalista Senna unless he's really just standing still for an extended period of time. This game will not be easy for G2. You know, when you look at their draft initially, it doesn't really feel like, you know, it feels like a solid, it feels overall. But now we look at it here and you have to recognize that they don't have a lot of good ways to start fights on their terms. And when you're ahead, that doesn't really matter because pretty much any fight is on your terms. But when you're behind, the Jarvan and the Bard get to start fights whenever they want, and you kind of just have to respond to that. And if you try to force, you might just get more action like we saw in the mid lane, where G2 do not have the tools necessary to actually come out on top.
There's also the issue that when G2 find themselves in this type of situation, usually they like to play hit and run League of Legends, really split up the map and play these side lanes. And while you can still do that on the Echo, for how powerful and how far ahead has been on this Camille, it is much harder to do that than they would usually be in a position for, because Wunder is killable at this point, although is itemizing toward the Bork, so does want to try to fight onto these side lanes, but needs to be much more careful about it.
Definitely does. Continuing to step forward here. Again, though, eyes on the Bard ult, eyes on the Jarvan. These are the big ways to kick fights off in as well, getting scarier and scarier. So Suning really just able to walk up and push in. They've got 4 members here around the mid lane, where G2 are just playing catch-up on the side waves. And now Perkz has been caught out. He's been isolated. The exhaust is now coming in. Mickey gonna find the knockup, though. Can they take down Bin? They're running for the hills. Bin, has he overstayed? No flash, remember. But the hook shot, the wall dive, the flash over from Wunder. The instant's done. Now they want to turn it. Jankos stepping forward. Hongfang gonna be in trouble. Wunder immediately into the back line. This is where you want the Renekton. Collateral damage across the front. They're chasing them down. Angel gonna get good damage down, but not nearly enough to finish a kill. Running now. Disengage for a brief moment. The extra movement speed isn't enough. The phase dive will connect. Swordart now has to run as well. G2 find a fight. They find a shutdown. They'll find the Drake as well. And just like that, they get an opportunity to bring themselves back into the game.
Going blow for blow. Who's going to overextend this time? This time around, Suning go a little bit too deep. Now they do manage to get most of their members out. If maybe G2 had more of that hard engage that you were talking about earlier, Dracos, it could have been worse for wear for Suning, but it's just the Bard that goes down. Yes, that's still a shutdown, but it's on the support, Mickey's hands in the center that picked it up, as well as a Mountain Dragon now.
Well, Bin as well. We can see here, feeling pretty confident. He's forcing out the early flash, but on the backside of the fight, some pretty solid play coming in from Mickey, and Perkz does keep them alive.
Yeah, I'm going to say Ben feeling himself a bit here. To go super deep on the Callista, especially knowing that she does have ultimate. Still, it looks cool. Thinks that he's going to get out. Wunder just says, not today. Flashes over the wall, picks up that shutdown for himself.
Yeah. And of course, when you look at these compositions, it's pretty hard for Wunder to find a way into the back line against the likes of the Jarvan Bard, but when he does get the opportunity, you're going to have to hold that Doxus in the fight happening on screen, and, well, Suning are winning this one. Herald's going to be dropped down. Bottom lane tower now going to fall. Wunder is on the top side looking to trade 1-for-1 on towers, but Jankos has now been caught out. Not nearly enough damage, and Cavs might simply be another name on the list. Suning continue to push forward.
This Camille is just an absolute terror right now. 4-1-3 for Ben. You'd think that he had flash with the gaps that he's able to close.
Yeah. Very, don't even access to flash hookshot, and it's so powerful. Mickey has to be very careful here. Ben might look like he's at half health, but he can still one-tap the Senna if given the opportunity to do so. Bit of an anti-synergy there, but they're still going to be able to find the kill as Swordart takes out Perkz in the midst of that one. Suning now barreling down the mid lane. They remember what happened last time they let G2 get to late game, and they're not going to do it this time around. 20 minutes in, 12 kills to 4, and now a 4K gold lead for Suning.
But also a much easier to execute composition with very clear win conditions and how they're going to use their side lanes, but also their key ultimates to start fights. So I think this is a completely different animal than the first time that we saw Suning versus G2. As NA fans and G2 fans, it's looking pretty dire at this point. We talked about how usually at this point G2 would try to split up the map and play their side lanes. There's obviously a timer on the Callista, but with Wunder being so far behind, it's still relatively dangerous. So it's really that same hit and run ambush style League of Legends from G2 at this point. Maybe you find some more shutdowns, maybe you find some uneven fights. Whereas Suning, if they group together and play around shadowing Ben, maybe in a 1-4, they should feel really confident to close this game.
They absolutely should. And of course, reminder, Suning currently at 3-2. They'll get knocked down to 3-3 if G2 find a win here, forcing the tiebreaker with Team Liquid. But if Suning win, both Suning and G2 will sit at 4-2. 1-1 in their head-to-head. And that means we will get the tiebreaker, the final match in what has become a best of 3 to decide who will get first seed out of this group. So if you are an NA fan, cheering for G2 right now. With G2, it's going to be a long road to find a way to come back in this game. It is certainly not an easy task, and Suning right now are this match's favorites, looking to take us through one more game to try to find that first seed.
You can see that G2 were really hunting around to see if they could get an unfair fight when Ben was off into a side lane, but Suning expertly sniffed that one out and just really putting the damage in with a lot of this poke from Hongfang. It's two waves crashing.
Jumping forward, laying down a little bit of damage, can't quite proc the passive, and meanwhile a tower is going to fall, and that looks like Jankos just deleted. He's so squishy at this point in the game. Perk simply next. They're going to take him out too. They're ignoring Caps. They're just chopping down squishy members one at a time. Caps wants to do everything that he can to bring this one back, but he can't even kill SOFM. Mickey going to get dropped as well. Precision protocols left and right, and it'll be a tactical sweep for Suning because they are just cleaning house. G2 could not do it when it mattered most. They wanted to secure first seed. They'll get another shot to do so, but they'll deny the chance for Team Liquid to play their way out of this group.
And the FPX logos, the Invictus Gaming logos flashing. Suning are saying we may be the third seed, but we are here to represent the LPL. It is World Championships back-to-back for us, and you cannot count us out. They will get the tiebreaker for G2 to see who gets first in this group.
For G2, a few minutes to go back to the drawing board to figure out what they need to do next for Suning. Disaster averted, no longer just fighting for a chance at second seed, instead fighting for first. Guaranteed out of groups either way. G2 and Suning will make it to the bracket stage, but we will play a tiebreaker to decide who will get that coveted first seed.
And unfortunately, this does mean a sad day for our North America brothers across the pond.
Yeah, brutal. If you're Team Liquid, condolences, of course. They might not be on screen right now, but they have just now been eliminated from Worlds 2020 after the results of this game. If you're an LEC fan, take a moment, recognize that what G2 need to do now is come back together, again, go back to the drawing board and find a strategy to bring them forward in the next game. We've talked a lot about momentum today. We've talked a lot about keeping a cool head in the face of high-pressure circumstances. Well, G2 were above that for most of the earlier moments in the day as they were sitting quite comfortably. But that is no longer the case because first seed, as we all know, feels like a pretty reliable path to semifinals if you're a team like G2. Of course, there are some teams you don't want to draw, but second seed, this tournament is looking like a death sentence. Danwon Gaming, Top Esports, these are not teams that you want to face in the quarterfinals.
But potentially also a JDG or DRX would still await you for a possible second seed. We'll see when all the dominoes fall, but Suning, that was a very different animal for G2. It looked like they just got a little bit shell-shocked there as things got so quickly out of control for them.
Yeah, and in Suning's Mercedes drive to victory, it is going to be the bot lane turnaround, and drive is the key word here. This was easy for Suning. After this play, everything just came together, and we're seeing the power now of Bin's Camille.
And again, leading up to this moment, you know, G2 had just had the outplay in the mid lane. They managed to survive the bot lane onslaught with a Wonder flashing away from the Camille damage, but then just way overreach. And it wasn't even a cookie jar. It was overreaching into a bear trap as Suning just took the whole arm off of them.
Yeah, and just a note from the personal opinion side of things, Senna support is booty. That is not a good champion. She just gets clapped by Bard. I understand she's a good laner, but Bard ult is just so good. And Mickey is such a big playmaker. So while we step away, maybe G2 reevaluate their draft priorities. Maybe you reevaluate who you're rooting for if you're an NA fan after G2 let you down like that. But we come back. It is the tiebreaker for first. It is Suning versus G2 one more time.
Greatness accepts no lag, no delay, no excuses. It lives in the tiny space between milliseconds and nanoseconds, between memes and legends, between tears and tears. And when margins that small make an impact this big, nothing less than the speed and dependability of the Cisco network will do.
For me, this is what literally made the name of Huni an international play.
And that is the miracle play that keeps CLG alive.
This was a magical moment to show that finally North America can actually strike against the world's best, actually take games, and actually go far in tournament.
What are you willing to lose? You cover your wounds, but underneath them a million voices in your head that whisper, stop now. Another twist of the night. you gonna do now? It's your reflection looking back to pull you down. So are you gonna die today or make it out alive? You gotta conquer the monster in your head and then you'll fly, fly, Phoenix fly. It's time for a new empire. Go bury your demons, then tear down the ceiling, Phoenix fly. And now you're playing with matches, come out of the ashes underneath you. A million voices in the crowd, they're screaming, stop now. Well, let them swallow the pride, you're turning the tide to true believers. Got them in the palm of your hand, you're playing God now. What you gonna do now? It's your reflection looking back to pull you down. So are you gonna die today or make it out alive? You gotta conquer the monster in your head and then you'll fly, fly, Phoenix fly. It's time for a new empire. Go bury your demons, then tear down the ceiling, Phoenix fly. So are you gonna die today or make it out alive? You gotta conquer the monster in your head and then you'll fly, fly, Phoenix fly.
Welcome back to the State Farm Analyst Zone. I gotta say, playing Phoenix and showing an LPL team beating G2. What is this, 2019 production? What are you trying to put us through here? That's just stress-inducing. And there is more to be decided. We do have a tiebreaker game here in Group A as we jump into that. G2 versus Suning for the rematch. Now, whoever wins this game will secure first seed and a massive advantage going into the knockout stage. That does, unfortunately, also mean that Machi and TL are not advancing. To remind you, because of that, G2 needed to win over Suning to give TL a chance at the tiebreaker.
Yes. That is just the G2 experience. Unfortunately, in the second game, there were a lot of question marks around like some of the draft decisions. I mean, we had question marks about the Suning draft as well, but in the same time, like it was a pretty chaotic game, and I felt like there were so many execution errors from G2 that, yeah, they weren't able to take that big win.
What can we call out from the draft then specifically from both sides maybe? Because we did see some different looks.
I felt like, you know, they were trying some different cooking styles and they just straight up went for too much spice in this soup because the Kalista, I don't understand why they went for the Kalista and went Senna support because there's no gain. Like, Kalista's not good against Ezreal later on in the game. It's not good against Syndra either. You're giving just all the enemy champions more value. Like, if you're going to put Senna support, you need to bring something to the table that actually makes sense.
And then also we talked about the top lane matchup, Wonder versus Bin. It ended up being Renekton versus Camille. And LPL top laners do love Camille and play a dirty Camille sometimes. And here he was just given every opportunity to rank up.
I kind of love this approach from Bin because this was kind of recognizing his strengths and putting them against Wunder. And that's such a Wunder move. Because usually Wunder is like, oh, this guy's only good in the early game, I'm going to outscale him and do better. This time around, he was like, I'm going to pick Camille, I'm going to outlane him because that's my specialty. And then my champion is just going to be more useful.
He also went for the Ignite in lane, and obviously there were a lot of question marks around it. But I think it was actually very valuable in terms of assisting him in the 1 versus 1. He was taking some fantastic trades, and it meant the Wonder had to be so much more careful as the lane went on because of that Ignite. So I felt like that it was clearly something he was experienced in and took advantage of, and Bin did a great job in the 1v1 on the top side.
And what we also saw was in the jungle trying to kind of whittle down the champion pool of the choices for SOFM. In the end, he was on Jarvan, and it was fine.
Yeah.
Face was Jarvan.
Really can't. Yeah, exactly.
Question mark pinged it.
Yeah.
But we saw it there. He went for the chase bot lane, and because of the phase rush, he got the kill. This man really comes up with the craziest builds on junglers.
I'm still not sold. I'm still not sold on it. But you know what? You know what? If it works for SOFM, then it works for SOFM. So I'm not going to challenge the mad genius. As I mentioned, I think that the draft was like, it was very weird. In particular, like the Kalista Senna bot lane, if you're going to lock in Senna, fine. Do the Senna into like something like a Nautilus that you can then pair into giving you a pretty strong 2 versus 2 lane. But by going for Kalista, like Kalista just doesn't make sense into the draft that you're playing against. It's so easy to kite, it's so easy to manage, and I feel like that there was just too much going on in G2's draft, and they got rightly punished for it.
It does disappoint me a little bit just from the perspective of, you know, a G2 that we see when they've been under pressure. Even today in that first game, they really turned it on against Machi. They really turned it on. Now there's another game to play if you don't win this one, and all of a sudden we see this odd draft coming out, really lackluster play, giving up kills left, right, and center in this game to let it snowball out of control. And I don't want to hear that whole, oh, it was a funny game or it was, you know, an int game or whatever. I don't think you can do that at a World Championship. This is for a first seed. This is to avoid Damwon. This is to avoid top esports. So it just disappoints me a little bit. On the other hand, they do have another chance. What is the focus going to be from G2 Yamato?
I just feel like they need to unite behind like something within the game.
Yeah.
Because you have a Renekton top, Graves synergy doesn't exist. Graves Echo, same thing, doesn't exist. They want to accomplish 2 different things. Graves wants Echo to play for him, and Echo wants Graves to play for him. It doesn't really work that way. I want them to just make a simple strategy, make sure that maybe you play on the 2v2 mid, maybe have the Volibear again, just go to what you know, unite behind the same thing, and then they can get to the parts where they actually are really strong, the mid to late game decision making, and that's what beat them the first time.
And to inform you, it is the same as the last game. Suning will be on the blue side, and G2 will be on the red side.
Yeah, I think that I'm very much aligned with Yamato. It seems to me that G2 tried to just do too many things at once in the draft. And like I even had question marks around the draft order because it was clear that they didn't want to show anything. They wanted to try and get lane matchups so they could gain advantages. And like if you just look at things in isolation, like sure, I can understand why you'd pick Renekton into the Camille. Like that makes sense. I could also see a world where you would pick Kalista Senna into like a Bard Ezreal. Sure, in the straight up 2v2, you might be able to gain advantages there. I can potentially see that, but they're not looking at it in terms of the holistic comp. You can't just beat a team like Suning in a way in which you can just rely on your 2v2 or individual prowess. Like Suning were grouping up as 4 or 5 and just roaming around the map and getting picks, and G2 couldn't punish them for it. So I really feel like G2 really needs to turn it on to get first in this game.
I agree, and I think when we turn it then on the perspective of Suning, the third team coming into the LPL, inconsistent in the LPL, but a lineup of young rookie players led also by Sword Art, who make it now to their World Championship and had the best result they ever had in the LPL playoffs. And they look poised, and I think that's a great thing to see because G2 in the end, they should be the experienced ones, right? They've been here before, but Suning is outplaying them.
Yeah, for sure. Also, we have to take into consideration that these guys have never played best of ones. A lot of them have never played best of ones before. This is a very different look for them.
Technically, they've played 3 now, right? So
yes, I mean in the sense of before this tournament.
I know.
And looking at the context of the things that they've done wrong, they had the full AD draft, which I hope they've learned from. Yes. And then they had the late game situation where G2 took them to the deep end. And that's good experience, especially coming into best of 5s, because that's going to pay good dividends if they manage to get the first place in this group.
That it will, as again, first place, so incredibly important to avoid those heavy hitters. And it is all on the line here as G2 and Suning face off in just a few minutes in the tiebreaker.
Welcome back to the Caster Desk for the final game in Group A, a tiebreaker to decide who will make it out as first seed between Suning and G2 Esports. Now, of course, the other two teams have been eliminated, so again, condolences to Machi and FLICKR. A solid performance, but not able to make it out at the end of the day. And now only 2 remain. And after the previous game, you might be thinking that only 1 remains, because Suning came out with the nastiest right hook I have ever seen. G2 potentially giving them that opening with the draft that they opted for, but G2 not really standing any kind of chance in our last regularly scheduled game.
It was a lot of disrespect from G2 and good execution from, I almost said SOFM, from Suning there, really showing the highs that this roster can have. But like you said, we now have this tiebreaker to decide who will be first seed and potentially dodge a Damwon or a TES.
And Suning, I believe, with the faster end time, do get to choose what sides that they are on, and they opt for blue side, so they could just run back the same draft. I cannot imagine that G2 would want to opt into that, but certainly have a path to success paved out after that previous game.
Reminder that Suning's bans were Ornn, Shin, and Lucian, as well as G2 being Nidalee, TF, and Galio. So far, there's no adaptations here.
Imagine we see the Camille this time around. I think a smart adaptation after we saw Bin just absolutely dominate across those early game skirmishes. Does mean giving up Graves, though, for SOFM.
Okay, and already an adaptation. It was the priority pick of the Syndra last time around, which means that it is now being hovered and locked in there. That is, of course, a flex pick for both perks and caps, although we particularly see it in the mid lane, as it is hard to find reliable AD mid laners, especially once the Lucian is banned. But that does mean that they lock in the Lilia anyway, so this is very magic heavy in your 2 mid jungle duo. Does mean that a Kassadin could be a strong pick.
It also further puts emphasis on the fact that this could in fact be a flex pick for the bottom lane. G2 are one of the teams that are most strict about diversifying damage profile across the top side of their map. Now, of course, they can break their own rules. There's no reason that they can't, but it does maybe make it seem more likely that that Syndra could be going into the bottom lane. For now, though, the Ashe locked in. See if they want to opt for a counter pick in mid lane to deal with Caps' Syndra. But for now, I think that Suning should be pretty happy with this one, because the Lilia has not looked super clean across the tournament for most junglers, and I would put Jankos on that list.
I think it's now about finding as much lane dominance as you can find, since both of these junglers really like to decide on level 1 delayed invades, then fighting for lane priority and lane dominance to just absolutely smash their opponent's jungle.
And I think a big, interesting pivot here. Now, in the previous game, we saw the Camille been opting to dominate the lane early on. This time around, he just wants to scale safely. Now, historically, it was Ornn and GP kind of trading sides for both sides to get a scaling late game option. This time around, it's going to have to be something different, as we now see the set hovered and locked in before we head into the second round of bans. And again, flex pick on the set. Very flexible in Korea, very flexible in EU as well. We saw him more as a jungle pick, but I imagine that here we'll either see him in support or in mid.
So let's talk about the 3 picks that we've already seen from both teams. With an Ashe and a Gangplank, it does say that there's a lot more emphasis on playing through bot lane, especially once you have post level 6. That said, style of me, SOFM, SOFM, whatever you want to call him, can prioritize his Krug camp and his Raptor camp. Again, he's mostly about power farming his way through, finding advantages for himself before he does carry it over into his laners.
Yeah, for SOFM, of course, going to be interesting to see how he changes style in this game. A big dramatic shift away from the Jarvan on the Graves. Was not very personally focused in the previous game, was much more about making plays for the team. So seeing him pivot on a dime like that is quite impressive. But the Kalista now banned away, despite the lackluster showing in the previous game, still giving that respect over the G2 bot lane, even when they already have the Ashe now locked in.
We'll see what G2 decide to pull out here. It felt like everything kind of went wrong when they got an initial lead and then threw it by being a bit too careless with some of their plays. They also didn't have the best scaling, and so Suning managed to clap back on that game. So far, the adaptations, you have a lot better scaling, a lot of question marks because you don't really know where all of these champions are going to land in classic G2 fashion.
Well, and certainly you have more engage options. Already we're seeing the GP ult plus the Ashe on the opposite sides is a pretty reliable way to mitigate the impact of immobile carries like Syndra. Potentially as well with the Ezreal banned away, whatever carry that G2 want to go for here. Not a whole lot of mobile options left. And there is the Scion. Now, of course, still room for the set to be flexed into the bottom lane, but it's looking more and more like potentially... Actually, ooh, wow. they're getting really wacky racers on us. There's too many flex picks in this draft. I'm just going to shut up until it's 20 seconds left, and they're going to show us where everything wants to go.
Yeah, you're like, oh no, Sign could be played in support.
But then, yeah. I'm hoping it's actually, you know what, G2, anything other than Senna support, and I'll be content. But that's going to be the Akali now locked in. Okay, so we're ready for some mechanical stylings. Now, Caps himself a master of the Akali, so a little bit of pressure here on Angel in that mid lane matchup.
Throwing down the gauntlet, if you will. I really like the Thresh pickup. I think it makes a lot of sense. Creates so much safety for Ashe, and you have a lot of zone control from Sunning's composition right now. Very strong 5v5 composition, really strong to play side lanes. I just like the diversity and multiple options it has in terms of win conditions and playing out the course of this game. It's not Thresh, but Leona will still do.
Have to cross out what I wrote down, and I'm going to be honest, I would have, as a longtime Sword Art fan, I would have preferred to see the Sword Art Thresh, but I'll take the Sword Art Leona, as now the final lock-in here looks like it will be the Senna ADC, or maybe Mickey's just playing with us. He knows the last game wasn't quite what G2 fans or Team Liquid fans were looking for. But we'll really wait till everything counts down before we confirm where anything is going to go.
Need to be very respectful against an Ashe Leona lane, especially post level 6. There is a lot of kill pressure here, so they do go ahead and lock the Senna. Usually a champion that's fairly hard to break down on that bot side. And now the question is, where will everything land?
And this looks like, for the most part, what you would expect. The set support, alongside the Senna AD carry, and the Scion in the top lane. Now, the good news, of course, for Jankos is he's got some beefy team members to stand in front of him so he can try to dish out the sustained damage. The bad news, if you're Perks and Caps, is there are a lot of tools to make your life difficult, specifically that GP ult and that Akali, pretty much at any stage of the game. So this one, gonna have to keep our eyes on the early game. If it's anything like last game, we won't even get a chance to get to the team fight stage. It'll be all skirmishes all the time here early on.
And we have to talk about how level 1 is going to be so important. Where are these junglers going to start? Who is going to delay invade? Who is going to have the stronger level 1? And who is going to split the map for their jungler? All eyes are on Sofum and Jankos here to lead their teams to victory in such a pivotal match. Winner here will take first in the group and potentially set themselves up for a very deep run by avoiding a Damwon or a TES if the other groups play out as expected.
Yeah, big stakes here, and of course, because you're Group A, you have no idea what the rest of the competition is going to look like. All you know for certain is that first seed, historically, always been a better bet. Coach is going to walk off stage this time. Players smile, share a final few words before they have to focus on in-game communication. And for us, there's a lot of pressure. And the thing is in the previous game, I would have said the pressure's on Suning. You know, they're the younger roster. They have less veterans. Outside of Sword Art and Sofum, they didn't have all these, you know, older voices speaking through. But when the pressure was on, Suning showed up. And showed up in a big way, even when we saw Sofum get put behind a little bit in early jungle, when we saw him lose out a little bit on CS, something we almost never see from him. He still came back when it mattered most, and the team absolutely crushing their way to victory.
And playing for his team, we talked about how they flash FPX in Invictus Gaming, you know, reminding everyone that they are part of the LPL. The LPL has a reputation right now of being the most dominant region, and LCK showed up in a very big way with Damwon as clear, heavy favorites. Suning now just trying to punch above expectations and carry pride for the LPL name, while on the other side, G2 are looking to actually make themselves a contenders. I would not say that they are favorites in this tournament, but if they come out strong here, they could be considered dark horse.
Absolutely. And you want to come out strong before you come swinging into those best of 5s. Always a big change when we see teams between best of 1, between play-ins, between regular groups, and between best of 5s. But here in this final game, it'll all come down to this for first seed. And remember, this is the LPL 3rd seed versus the LEC 1st. So when we talk about regional dominance, understand that the LPL right now is on that list.
To be fair, though, this is G2 versus not only an LPL team, but a Vietnamese jungler.
This is double kryptonite.
This is the double multiplier.
Yeah. Odds historically certainly not in G2's favor when those two elements present themselves, but they have beat Suning before.
Look at Ben. He started Sapphire Crystal.
To be fair, the Scion not going to have...
I know, but I love it.
Ben, I don't want to call his choices recently disrespectful, but I'll say that they are bold.
Listen, he's been putting some kids in the bin. Obviously, with a Sapphire start, because he is against a Scion, he's looking at a very fast early Sheen buy. Now, normally when a GP does this, you try to punish it a bit, because he's not bringing too many battle stats, but good luck.
Now we see the level 1 coming out, Perks. Looks like he's going to have to flash here early on, so already small advantage over to the side of Suning.
big advantage over the side of Suning. Now it makes it really impossible to try to play super aggressive into this lane here. And level 1's lane priority has been the name of the game for both of these junglers, especially when it's Graves versus Lilia. And it looks like G2 are going to try to force this anyway. Now you can see Sofum is set up on the top side of the map, a early trinket ward into enemy Raptor camp as well. And it looks like it will be a map trade. And
he's just immediately going to rotate to the other side. And the big deal here is that Sofum, while he won't get a leash, while he will be a little bit slower, G2 are going to know that this is happening. But it also means that G2's attempt to extend the level 1 play doesn't really work out. And that means that they are just at a flash deficit here. They don't get a lot of anything else. Although Cap's moving up at level 1 could potentially change that. Vision not going to show him too much, and he knows better than to commit into what very well could be a level 2 Graves.
Yeah, and credit to Angel right there. He made sure that he was the first one on the wave. So Cap's having to respect that, going back to his wave, not able to chase Sofum. And with that split map, maybe there's a potential. You see the on the way ping from Jankos looking for an early gank onto Ashe. Maybe you try to get that early flash off of, as Perks and Mickey are letting the wave kind of set into them.
Punch from Ashe, immediately going to get the flash out. Of course, set with the Hex Flash means that they can rinse and repeat on the back of that play. And it's now a split map. We haven't seen too many of these so far in the tournament, but Graves has complete control of the top side. Jankos complete control of the bottom lane. So Sion now just on survivor duty. He just has to hold on, as we see Caps spending a ton of time and utilizing that wave pressure just to check if the Krugs are still up and available.
Yeah, just trying to get as much information as possible for Jankos here, as he decides that there is no gank opportunity on Hongfeng and Sword Art, and instead goes to his bottom side quadrant jungle, whereas Sofum has taken red Raptors and is now clearing out his top side jungle. Now, Bin definitely isn't going to be punished at all for the Sapphire Crystal buy. He's going to have a very free lane, and Wonder, knowing that he's playing weak side without jungle support, is just going to have to watch it happen.
Yeah, definitely. And we're going to have to keep our eyes, especially when level 6 starts to come through, if Wonder ever really does get any kill pressure solo on this lane. Sion obviously does a lot of damage at level 6 with that ultimate, but the GP ult, we know immediately will impact the map more and could make bot lane even more difficult for G2 when they're already down 2 summoners. See if G2 can capitalize on the fact that Hongfeng does not have flash on the Ashe, but does still, of course, have cleanse, so it's really not easy to punish this one.
I think at this point you just kind of have to handshake it. We're trading crabs, we're trading sides of the jungle. Now the Raptor respawn is coming in because it was one of the first camps that was cleared. Excuse me, the first camp that was cleared. And we'll see if Jankos is going to try to press this one, but without having push priority in bot or mid, should just let it go. And things are now back on track for Suning and Sofum.
Mickey, Hex Flash, can flash right back into Sword Art though. Looking for the juke here, gonna pull Leona back. Leona, of course, can go in with the Zenith Blade, waiting to proc that Aftershock until the damage actually starts to come in. So they will get the flash out of Sword Art. Hongfeng with no mana, however, pushing them away. SOFM on the way back in. Jankos, they need to be careful. No, Hongfeng very over-aggressive. SOFM on the way in though. Jankos could just get one tapped here, but no, the flash out immediately. Good block. Haymaker can come in from Mickey, but he does not have the cooldown, and that means he instantly gets dropped. SOFM trying to find the reset on the True Grit. Wants to dash in. But both sides just going to walk away here. A bloody exchange in the bottom lane.
Yeah, but Sofum's going to be the big pickup here as both junglers get the kill, but Sofum's also getting the wave. I believe he started hitting the wave, and instead of pulling it back towards Hongfeng, looks like they might... Oh, I can't see because I can't change the minimap. I thought that maybe SOFM was going to farm the wave, but no, it looks like he took a couple of creeps and then he left it there. So just a 1-for-1 trade for both junglers.
And overall, to be honest, that feels pretty good for SOFM, because at the end of the day, he's the one who picked up a lot of that XP on the backside of the trade, even if they did trade 1-for-1 in kills overall.
And you have to say kind of a mistake there from Hongfeng, maybe some miscommunication about when SOFM was going to crash with the wave, but got a little bit too greedy, stepped too far forward into Jankos, and was rightfully punished. As now Cap's got the immediate reset with the TP, so Angel's going to have to pull Sofum to help him reset this wave.
Yep, Sofum still feeling pretty confident. Is going to use the Challenging Smite, of course, big buff and combat power, but the phase rush starting to fade away. Luckily, Sofum still has the quick draw and can just dash out to safety.
And with the single minion, there shouldn't be a freeze there for Caps, but he would want to try to hard push this one as the TP has now been answered. Jankos and Mickey holding hands as they're now placing very deep vision into SOFM's jungle, and now trying to repeat gank on Angel, who's out of position.
Yeah, but they don't really have the hard CC follow-up. Cap certainly has the damage. They need to commit a lot under tower to take out Angel. And of course, the period of time where Angel is a passive observer in this lane will very quickly be ending, as level 6 is on the horizon. Angel just now ticking over, and the flawless execution is available.
I would like to rename 2020 the War of the Raptors.
It's the only objective that matters. GPL trying to zone people out. They're going to try to one-tap SOFM, but Challenging Smite comes out clutch onto Caps to deny the damage. Still, Jankos will finish the job. Angel waiting for an opportunity. Where's he going to go? Perfect execution. Dash back on the shuriken flip. Will not overcommit here. Will back away. So G2 coming out on top.
Maybe the 2-for-1 special almost there, but like you said, Angel managing to get away. It's the Raptor can't pick up for G2 as well as Scuttle Crab and potentially even a Dragon, although I don't think that they need to do the time investment right now. So I like that Jankos is just returning to his own jungle. So if I'm heading towards top side jungle, Vin should move down to his bottom side camps, and we'll see if he wants to try to make a cheeky gank on top side, or if they're going to try to play over priority for Ocean Dragon for Suning.
Now we see Angel, though, getting a little bit of mid lane pressure. Yanko's going to come just to make sure that Caps can actually approach this tower. Willing to give up his own wolves just to make this happen. Squirrel Seed coming out, though, but Caps is just going to be forced to back away here, so Angel pressuring out in a good way.
At this point, I think that Suning's play...
Oh, that Cap's now going to be in trouble, but the knockback is there. He puts Sword Art into the tower, and Sword Art is going to be very sleepy. No finish for Jankos coming through, so they are just going to try to close this one out. Are they going to try to donate the kill? Oh, Sword Art buying as much time as he can, but Jankos going to grab that one, and Wonder sadly will not even get an assist.
They tried to give it to Wonder for his time spent walking down there, but it's not bad to have a 3-0 Lilia right now. So what I was going to say is that Suning's play right now should be to wait for the Gangplank ultimate on Ben to come back up before they start playing cross-map for priority over the Dragon. So meanwhile, you can see that while all this action has happened in the mid lane, SOFM has now walked across and is picking up the Raptor camp. So still trying to stay very competitive with the CS between this very hard farming Lilia and very hard farming Graves.
Yeah, and SOFM, this is where it gets hard, though, to be fair. This is where it gets very difficult, because jungle item's done, and Jankos is now going to zoom through each and every one of these camps, whereas SOFM will certainly struggle. Warrior Enchant not nearly as big of a power spike for clearing the jungle. Obviously very good for one-on-ones. Huge increase in AD, 60 from an upgrade from Warhammer, but still will be hard.
But there is a lot of power that SOFM has from his bot lane right now. Huangfeng is now level 6, whereas Perk's still level 5, about to take over, but also a level discrepancy between Sword Art and Mickey. So you can use that extra power if they do want to try to force early dragons, or if they say that the early dragon isn't super important to us, and instead we want to continue to get SOFM through his camps.
And of course they spotted Akali backing in the mid lane, so Angel will have no presence on the map, further letting Jankos know that he has time to take down this Rift Herald. Question mark pings coming in, though, means that it looks like Suning are very aware that this is the objective that they are giving up, even if control wards stop GP from going down to check too readily.
Now you would expect that Jankos will use this in the mid lane to continue to snowball Caps. There's also the potential that a 3-man gank on Gangplank up here. Angel needs to push this wave back to get Caps to respond to him.
Gearbook available, though, and no surprise to see SOFM running straight for the camp instead of the Drake at this point in the game. Wants to stay ahead in the individual 1v1. For now has a 1-camp advantage. Will even out as the Scuttle Crab does come through, and they have secured blue now for Caps as well. So it is just a battle of priority all across the map. Luckily for them, Cyan already pushing in the top lane, but GP does have the ult up and available. No TP for either side, and blue buff will be secured by Suning.
We'll see if he just hits the dragon or if he's just going to back in the pit.
This is the most, like, jungle camp-focused pressure battle of all time. It's such a weird meta, Roscoe.
I know, we're used, especially for G2, of Jankos playing for his lane.
Yeah, Lee Sin, he shows up. You know, they try to 2v1 with some flashy plays. Instead, it's about who can push. We'll hold that thought as maybe there's a bit of a play here, bottom side. Who can push, who can get more jungle camps.
This is big, though. Jankos has now been shown on the bottom side. I don't believe he's going to set the Herald here. I think he's just protecting Perks and Mickey to allow them to get their back. Again, I would expect Jankos to use the Herald with Caps to keep Syndra ahead of the clock, so she has a lot of kill pressure here. It does give SOFM ample amounts of time to see how he wants to attack the map, and you can see him walking towards Raptors. And Caps was actually setting up a trap for SOFM when he peeked into the jungle.
And difficult, too, because we can see that Caps is actually falling pretty far behind in mid lane CS. Now, he has roamed a lot, and of course, earlier was denied about 2 waves, it looked like, until Jankos was able to back him up and hold out under the tower. Meanwhile, on the top lane, though, Wonder has become the immovable Scion that the team wants him to be. Sadly, maybe not so immovable from this point out, as SOFM wants to gank on this top side, but the control ward stops that one and extracts.
This is literally just the jungler sprinting around.
Yeah. This is the mad dash. But who's actually winning in the mad dash?
I mean, I would say both teams are probably feeling pretty confident that they are. They both have scaling options.
I don't know. I'm worried about that GP Frost. I'm not going to lie to you. After Ben's performance last game, I feel this man can hit a triple barrel chain like it's nothing. Now, I haven't seen it yet, But I still feel like this is something that G2 are going to have to respect.
I think Suning's composition, like I said, just has a lot of everything that you want. You got some burst damage, you have good sustain damage, you have great CC, you have the ability to play side lanes, you have the ability to play 5v5. Like, holistically, I just like all of the things that it's bringing. But you also have a lot of comfort champions coming out of G2.
True. Syndra coming in, of course, for Caps. Perks on the Senna. When he was struggling a little bit this season, the Senna was always his way of finding advantages. And, of course, he's been performing much better this time around at Worlds so far. Last game, of course, excluded from the conversation. So see what the Senna can do as we move later and later. Machi, though, going to have to check her next back. Angel has not opted to retreat quite yet, but there's Mickey flashing in now. That's going to be the face breaker. Pulling back, taking their time. Angel in the midst of the entire team. Yanko's trying to lay down a little bit of damage, but he's just oh so squishy. Angel going to find the shutdown, and that is big. Suplex back down, though. Mickey's still trying to find something. Still trying to get anything. SOFM is walking away from the fight that we should be watching, and now Sword Art is going to get dunked down. So G2 at least gets something back, but not nearly the shutdown that Angel was able to pick up. Now immediate TP back to the top side. Wonder returns his role in this, well, I won't call it a wet noodle fight, but this Farm Fest.
I'm getting absolutely trolled by the observers. Look at the bottom lane.
There's also a TP going bot lane. It's cool. Sion's farming. Well, not much to say about that one. We're just going to move on.
We're in a very different look at the game.
There you go.
Okay, big news was the fact that Akali got a massive shutdown bonus.
Yes.
We always talk about it. Akali's a one-item champ. As soon as she has Gunblade, she likes to play onto the side lanes. We'll have kill pressure on a lot of different people.
Absolutely will. Now, of course, Herald's going to be charging in mid lane. Plenty of time before the plates go down. Even with Yanko's out in the air, he will still get the plates, so there will be some good gold donated over, even if it doesn't show it on the spectator overlay. Now, important to note that Akali is, 750 gold, the combined cost there to bust out that Gunblade, and once Angel gets that, there is, I'm not going to say infinitely more kill pressure, but certainly Caps is going to have to play this one flawlessly if he wants to survive.
Yeah, and the big thing for me is that the Herald wasn't also split between Caps and Yanko's. Caps wasn't close enough, so we didn't get any of the gold there on the turret, which, you know, I talked about how I feel like you really want to keep this Syndra so she has kill pressure on opponents and able to 100 to 0 whoever she wants. It's going to slow her down slightly, especially now that Angel has so much bank in his back pocket.
G2, of course, though, probably eyeing that juicy shutdown, looking to get something for themselves. And despite Yankos' early completion on the jungle item there, SOFM remains pretty far ahead in terms of overall jungle CS, which at this point, how could we expect any less? That said, meanwhile, on the top side, Wonder battling for these plates, knowing that GP's autos aren't really the concern, but that if he one-taps the creep wave, then Wonder will be in trouble. That said, Bin, attack on Titan, I guess? Like, what? I was just watching him slowly whittle down there, resetting the passive. Of course, it is true damage. So GP will eventually kill that Sion, especially with the Trinity Force, but it does take a long time.
He's cutting down a tree, but it's a very thick tree, and he's using a handsaw.
Thick boy. Can't just do that.
So you can see that Sword Art has actually changed up his positioning. Herald is going to be spawning relatively soon, and with where Ben is and the fact that Suning actually just had vision that Perks is still bot side as we're still chopping down this tree, as Herald spawns, Suning will have numbers advantage on it.
Yep. And now Suning collapsing or ready to collapse in the top side or the mid lane, really keeping either option open for themselves. But in the meantime, Mickey now running forward. For sure, it can flip a pretty easy way for Angel to make it out of that one. Difficult to have kill pressure on the Akali unless she overextends herself.
Now, Suning are just trying to get Sword Art back on friendly terms. You can see that they went very deep, set up a bunch of triangle vision above Herald, and despite the fact that Suning had initial positioning here, G2 very quickly to respond, bringing all of their members here. Huangfeng is still in base, so this is actually now a numbers advantage for G2 over Herald.
They're waiting for it. It could signal the start of the fight, and it nails Yankos right in the face. The chain CC now coming in. Mickey trying to disrupt the engage. Sword Art on his lonesome, but now Angel ready to move into this fight. How many cooldowns are down? How much time do they have? Mickey running out of health on the backside. GPL going to connect onto 2. Wonder holding on for now, but in the meantime, Angel is styling on G2 Esports. He grabs the Herald for himself, and this is absolute devastation. Wonder going to walk back under the tower, but big fight in favor of Suning.
The damage that Prey just did with that arrow there, cross map from Huangfeng, and then Angel picking up the kill and the Herald.
Man, challenging smite is not looking balanced. SOFM says, I'll deny 20% of that damage. I'll take your life on the backside as well. Easy collat to finish it up, and now Bin pushing in on the top line too. Suning are getting everything.
And so much gold now funneled into Bin's pockets, so they're going to go ahead and crash this wave, get another charge off from this Herald. The game might have just broken open for Suning in this set of plays.
Yeah, 3K gold. Mickey going to do what he can to clear this one out. Donate that 25 over to Wonder. But this is terrifying. They were all feeling good about that Gunblade, but now it's going to be fully completed lethality item for Sofum. It's going to be even more items coming in for the GP. And as you've already seen, Caps is not one-shotting the jungler, who only has Merc Treads, and that is a bad, bad sign for G2 Esports.
Yeah, everyone has hit their item break points as we take another look at this one. A cross-map arrow there right on Jankos, followed right into the Leona CC. It looks okay for G2 because Jankos doesn't immediately get killed, does manage to take down Sword Art and help with Caps, but right there, another pickup for Angel. He then grabs the Rift Herald. He's going to go ahead and immediately set it down, and the Herald will walk top and then help Ben pick up a bunch more gold. And on the back of this,
Caps trying to make the hero play.
Inability to just kill SOFM, the flash out of the other Q.
Yep. Smoke screen there playing with the vision. One to rewatch later from Caps' perspective, see what he saw, because that was dirty. That's why you see the Graves prioritizing this tournament. A very difficult champion to lock down in the 1v1s, and now he's got the Umbral Glaive as well. So whatever G2 think is theirs is not. No vision really going to be available for this team after that one comes through.
Now it's divide and conquer for Suning. You can see that they're trying to trade these cross-map towers while G2 are trying to protect Caps for him to trade the tower back, but Suning have the lead right now. 2 members, also an Ashe versus a Syndra hitting the structure.
He's stepping forward. Angel really not scared of anything that G2 can bring to the table.
The thing is that Ben has ultimate as well, so as this wave crashes, yeah, there's nothing G2 can do. He doesn't even have to pull the trigger on the ultimate. There is no response from G2 cross-map to the tower that just fell.
And again, we're in a situation where this game is certainly not as dominant as a performance from Suning as the previous one. We've got another situation where top lane is wildly ahead. Now Sion going to scale arguably better than Renekton, assuming that Renekton actually has to get into melee range of his targets in the mid to late game. And the fact that he already has Essence Reaver, the fact that he's going to be one-shotting these waves, which, for the record, when you're one-shotting the wave off a barrel, means just that much more gold for the GP passive, so you're snowballing even faster every single time you clear a wave. This is going to be a nightmare for G2 to deal with.
And naturally, the big team fighting phase for GP, as it's deleted.
Sleepy, they're going to take their time on this one, and they will finish it off. Yanko's going to grab that one, immediate TP back to the wave, trying to get away from Angel, and Jankos is going to hop his way out of this one.
Is he?
I don't know.
I've seen Bambi.
Oh, no, it is Bambi. It's Bambi all over again. SOFM is hunting him down. He's having dinner tonight, and it's certainly looking like G2's hopes and dreams are being served up on the table as Jankos gets dropped there.
Delicious there. Caps using his TP just to eject out of that one, but no hope for Jankos. Meanwhile, G2 were trying to force down mid lane, maybe get some pressure off of Jankos' death. But Suning very quickly respond to it, and again, there's just not a response from G2.
There is not. Onefang just going to clear out the wave, knowing that he's pretty comfortable to do this. SOFM moving up to take the red buff. Consistent resource denial, but again, Onefang overstaying his welcome here in the mid lane. He is going to get pulled back and taken down.
That's now 2 instances in this game where Huangfeng overstays and gets punished rightfully for it, or I guess steps up too far.
Yeah, definitely needs to check the positioning there. May have been looking too much towards the top lane. Not sure what happened there on his screen, but on ours, definitely an overextend. And now a big barrel landing. Mickey backing up. He knows if he burns the Haymaker too early, he will die, as Perkz playing on the edge here. Of course, Akali cannot point and click you if you're lucky enough to be in that shroud, so.
What I was talking about before Ben was killed topside by G2 was that level 13 was obviously the big window for G2 to start grouping up with his team and have a lot of team fight powers. It allows you to do all the cool tricks with your barrels because the timer is now at its lowest. So already you can see Ben is grouping up with everyone, and those barrels are starting to hurt.
Yep, and more importantly, Angel can now sit on a side lane knowing that Wonder has absolutely no MR, and that Caps, while he can clear the waves, certainly not very comfortable to 1v1. When the Akali has a stopwatch as well, it feels all but impossible to lock down Angel.
And now the question is, how do G2 problem solve Angel onto a side lane? Now what you would expect here is they need to use the movement speed and engage potential of Wonder. So Wonder needs to find these windows where he's not picking up waves that have been forced into him, and then G2 either need to force with teleports or a Sion ultimate to find a numbers advantage and flank on Suning to try to punish them. But with both TPs being down, that was probably a far shout out. So for the next, I'm going to say until the Infernal Drake spawns, Suning should have control of this game.
Absolutely should. And of course, it's a very terrifying game if you are a member of G2, getting caught out at all by the likes of Sofum when he has double lethality now coming through. Lethality item and a serrated Dirk. And you don't really have any armor to speak of on the squishier members of your team. Very much looking like a potential one-shot. Mickey, though, playing a confident frontliner here. And the thing is, unlike last game, this one isn't just immediately over if we go late. And that's important to remember because the last time these two teams played, it was very close in the final fights. That said, Caps is not where he needs to be. He's now being locked down. He's now being absolutely one-shot as Angel takes the ult to the face and takes very little damage in the process.
Very nicely done from Sword Art right there. Getting behind Caps on the control board, using Angel as bait as G2, unable to get anything back. There's the Ash Arrow.
Haymaker's going to come out. He's going to flat forward. He's going to bring it back to the team. Bin, though, now in the midst of everyone, and he is going to get taken down. Clean escape comes out from Mickey, but still, the fight in favor of Suning up until Wonder arrives. The ult will still connect. Huanfeng's still going to be in trouble. Big ult across the backside. Mickey now ready to go forward. Has to be careful, though. Haymaker cooldown needs to be available, and Angel ready to come over the wall at a moment's notice. G2 know that they can't overcommit onto this one. Knockup will not go through. Trying to anticipate the dash over the wall from Sofum. Biding their time, and both sides going to back off. Dragon spawning in 8 seconds. G2 knows that they can get this one, at least get that much closer to a soul later on in the game.
And that's the good news for G2. It's the fact that they punish Suning as Suning tried to overcommit into the mid lane and have the better resets for the Dragon spawning right now. They should have numbers advantage here and be able to pull this one back.
Huanfeng, of course, again, caught out. Definitely a member we need to keep our eyes on. Now, the beauty of Suning's team composition is they don't necessarily need him to be that much more than a member to fire out these arrows in the fights. But when it gets close, when it comes down to clutch moments in 5v5s, can't afford to slip up. For Caps, can't afford to walk into unwarded parts of his jungle anymore.
Yeah, just another replay about how this one started off. Again, credit to Sword Art setting that one up very beautifully for Angel. Angel now sitting 4-0 on this Akali, but this is where things go a little bit sideways for Suning. Ben gets just a slam down by Mickey underneath the tower, and this counter engage.
Yep.
I don't know where Ben was going.
Ben was looking for his montage moment. After that Camille game, maybe he was feeling it just a little bit too much. And now, well, there's a Baron on the cards. Angel going to try to kill whoever he can. Lockdown there onto Mickey. They're fishing for a few more. Caps just going to get taken down, though. Angel now unstoppable. Baron now set to fall. Jankos, can he get into the pit? It doesn't look like it. He doesn't have time. He doesn't have options. There's nothing left. Sofum going to grab the Baron. And G2, 4K down. Baron lost as well. Things are going to go from bad to worse very quickly.
And a snap decision from Suning. Underneath that replay, what I'm going to assume happened is G2 took the Infernal Dragon and then probably reset or went back into their lanes, and Suning just sprinted from spawn straight to the Baron, caught G2 with their pants down, and punished them very heavily for it.
Yeah, now the wave clear is effortless as well. G2 going to do what they can to clear these waves, but Sion being able to one-shot it is only reliable if no one is there to stop him from using the decimating smash. Extra range for perks will be okay, but this one's going to be tough. Eyes on the arrow cooldown for Huanfeng, eyes on the ultimate cooldown for Sword Art. They are ready to get a fight kicked off.
I also want to point out the fact that Angel has access to his stopwatch right now, so he's going to feel so confident to go toe-to-toe with Caps right now, who's still just trying to complete his death cap.
Yeah, big damage coming through.
Here comes Sion. This is the flank that we were talking about. This is G2's one moment to try to get back into this game.
There. Trying to one-tap Sword Art. Big change. That should be it. Support now out of the game, and there's no pressure anywhere else on the map right now for Suning. And G2 Wonder BMing on the body of Sword Art. You might not love to see it when G2 are behind, but certainly a sign of confidence. G2 are not out of this one yet, and a lot of the Baron buff is now going to be wasted away.
I'm going to pump the brakes a little bit, though. Maybe Wonder getting ahead of himself. I mean, yeah. I can feel it. Big ego play right there.
Definitely the case. Been pushing it on side lane. Angel's terrifying. That's a Leandries. Yes, Wonder. Turns out that hurts you when you don't have any MR. So Angel still definitely needs to be respected in this one. IE on the way for Bin only has the, of course, BF sword at this rate. Could opt to go into the GA if he wants to play it a bit more defensively, but given everything we've seen from this man, feeling like a pretty safe bet on that Infinity Edge.
Yeah, but it does mean that while the Baron is going to be used to crack the base, it will still crack this mid lane tower. Like you said, Dracos, you know, the fact that Wonder did find that successful flank, did waste some time and some vital cooldowns like the teleport spell from Angel, as well as the Baron buff for Suning, but you know, you're still looking at a pretty healthy gold deficit for G2, as well as some very scary items that have come out for their carries. Suning should feel confident whether the game ended here or not, that they're still in control and have a lot of options to play this one out.
Absolutely do. Good news is Death Cap now finished for Caps, and it looks like we're on the way to a Locket coming in from Wonder, which can mitigate a lot of the upfront burst damage that Suning can bring to the table. That said, sustained fights still a bit difficult. G2 really hoping for Lilia to bring through some of that damage burden in the longer team fights, but also very difficult for Jankos because, again, he is working towards an hourglass. He's working towards some armor to mitigate a lot of the lethality that Sofum is bringing to the table, but pretty far off the item at that point and has none of the armor components right now. Caps, getting this one started off, though, but won't get anything else, just buying space, just getting rid of time on the Baron buff.
But that's exactly what Angel is doing as well, allowing his team to walk up and do massive damage here. A zoning Gangplank ultimate as Suning are trying to brute force this mid tower.
We'll take down the tier 2, will further extend their gold lead. 6K now just about in their favor. Should be when they are able to retreat and grab their own jungle camps. So things looking very good for Suning.
Infernal is going to be spawning in 1 minute. That means that we're going to be playing off of the mid priority. As Feng Feng maybe again out of position?
Yeah, but that rapid fire cannon auto, when it's got a glacial augment attached to it, is something that has to be respected there. Luckily there's no follow-up this time around, but Perks' range is just going to get longer and longer.
Okay, playing off of Infernal. Suning have had their resets come in. They're passing the blue buff off into Angel. Now, there's no TPs for Bin or Angel just yet, so it'll probably be Bin that's playing cross-map using the Gangplank ultimate to play on this dragon. As I say that, though, he's actually just walking it straight towards the pit and will be pushing out the bottom lane. So we may either have G2 just give this one away or a full potential 5v5 over this Infernal. Because it is only the 4th dragon where we have an even split, I would expect that G2 will use this moment to catch their breath, wait for the next Baron fight, and continue to funnel EXP and gold into Caps, who's had a pretty long freeze up into that top side that's finally pushing away from him.
Yeah, and additionally, it's just very difficult to play these fights out if you're the side of G2. You really need to be able to peel for your backline carries, and with Jankos being so squishy, he's not offering a whole lot right now. And additionally, now we see Bin on the top side, though, potentially overstaying his Perks. Will manage to survive on that one. Bin overcommits. Won't matter because ultimately the Dragon's still over to the side of Suning, but maybe G2 now can find a window as the ulti is going to go down. Mickey's in trouble. Will not even get a chance to push that Haymaker as the tier 2 breaks.
Yeah, Mickey, I guess, thinking that he could try to clear the wave right there, but it is overconfidence from Bin that's traded for overconfidence for Mickey.
And I was about to talk about how Bin now has the IE and should be feared above all else for his ability to one-tap the backline of G2, but of course, overstaying your welcome is definitely one way to go out.
The disrespect. Mickey hiding in Fog of War as soon as Ben overcommits there onto Perks, flashes around and manages to help trade that kill back for back. But then Mickey steps up to the wave and surprise, it's a bar fight. All of Suning are there.
And it's actually surprising. Ben is 0-3, and it feels like it's still been a good Gangplank performance from him, but he's obviously getting caught out a lot. So while Sofum, Angel, and Sword Art are all, I think, playing very cleanly for the most part, Sword Art obviously giving his life in some exchanges, definitely have 2 members on the team who are either a little overconfident or a little out of position, and those are the things that you need to tighten up as we get later in the game. Even when you have a 6K advantage, you can't afford to miss position in these fights.
And this is one of the gaps that people talk about when they talk about Suning versus TES and JDG is round 14.
Wonder's now been caught out. He's going to flash and is waiting to ult for now. He's going to get stunned. He's going to get locked up again. The passive is going to be big, but with an Ashe there, it's going to be pretty difficult for Wonder to get anything done there. Losing their tank, losing their support. That's going to be second Baron pretty easily for Suning in this game.
Absolutely. Now, the silver lining for G2 fans is that Jankos does have Flash. He is still alive, but the Baron just spawned. You are now missing very crucial members, your entire front line for G2, which should make it really easy for Angel and Sword Art to make sure that Jankos doesn't have a shot in hell of getting near this Baron. You can see the white flag goes up. Jankos is picking up the Gromp in tandem with Senna to pick up the Soul, and the second Baron for Suning.
And again, now 8K gold lead. It starts to feel pretty insurmountable. We've seen Miracle teamfights before, most certainly, but there's no Ezreal this time around. It's a Senna, it's a Syndra. It feels like they burn their cooldowns and then they chill. They sit there. So really it's going to take something even more than miraculous for G2 to find their way back into this one.
It's also the fact that they're still missing a lot of the hard engage. Now, G2 do have access to multiple teleports here. Again, you're looking for them to find the fight on their terms, which means it's probably about Wonder or about Caps, finding a good flank and then hard CC. But from this game state, from this map state, Suning should be feeling really good. They can see the finish line. It's probably a single team fight before they can skip across that one. They have great power in both their side lanes. SOFM's also huge now.
Yeah. If we're running a foot race here, G2 are going to need some rocket boosters or for Suning shoelaces to be untied, because there's no way without really, again, something miraculous. This is such a difficult situation for G2 to be in. They're very much up against the wall in this one. And while Wonder certainly made a solid impact in these games, eventually the damage output for GP will simply be too much. It's a similar story for the Akali, who is now working towards her own death cap, on top of the Leandries and the Hourglass that she has for herself. And Sofum with a Last Whisper coming in as well on his way to a Lord Dominic's. Even Wonder won't be tanky enough soon. But now they're trying to find the play onto Angel. Awesome, the Hex Flash out of Mickey. Sofum very comfortable in this 1v1 right now. Meanwhile, the tier 3 in the mid lane will get broken down. They're chipping away at the opposition here for G2 Esports, but they can't really commit to a fight. Mickey constantly threatening the engage here, but very limited without that flash.
Expertly played by Suning to keep the pressure up through multiple waves, and the fact that they're playing with G2 in the middle and then Sofum off into the side. And you can see the desperation is setting in for G2. They're just trying to break one side of this matchup, and they're committing now to this Graves.
Trying to lock down Sofum. Should be a pretty easy one to flash out to safety. Big ult across. Now Drowsy and solid kill pickup. But in the meantime, Angel's absolutely styling. Zoom and dash and left and right goes Golden, buys a bit more time. And now Mickey on the way out as he gets shut down before he can even dunk down on the opposition in the big GP ultimate. The Death Doubter landing right where it needs to go. Wonder, though, going into death form. Now a zombie, now running forward. They have to burn everything to slow him down to stop it. Hornfang forced to flash out to safety. Angel potentially could be in trouble now. They've lost a lot here on the side of G2, but maybe, just maybe, they can find a fight back in their favor. Going Golden again, and the shutdown back onto Perks. Suning breaking open the base, but G2 still finding a fight.
I'm finding a lot of gold in kind of the two carries that they really need to show up right now, which is this Lilia and this Senna. The fact that Perks is 4-0 and 8, still continuing to pick up these souls, now has a lot of gold into his back pocket. You can see maybe there's a tiny glimmer of light down a very dark tunnel for G2. But like you said, this was also Suning overextending, getting a little bit flashy. If they played this one for the objectives rather than trying to just pad the body count, maybe the game might be over.
Yeah. And immediate GPL here, big damage goes in. Lucky for them, they've got the lock to the Iron Solari from Wonder, or that one really could have just been it right there. Hornfang again, forced to flash out of this one. Can't blame him though. You can't slow down the Scion zombie form. He will 2-auto you down. And now it appears that G2 on the back of that one haven't been able to save their base, but they have been able to get the third Infernal, moving them up to Soul Point. So there it is. There's your glimmer of light, Frosker, and right at the end of that dark tunnel you were talking about, and it's going to spawn in 5 minutes. So the question now is, can G2 hold?
And I do want to talk about this. Obviously, I still feel that this is Suning's game to lose at this point. I still feel that they're in control of the position, although there are several key items that have come through for G2. But this is something to watch over the course of the tournament. The inconsistencies in a very young roster as Ben is getting blasted.
A lot of squishy members on that team.
This is what happens. This is why there's a gap between TES and JDG. You drag Suning out, you start to see some of the cracks and some of that inexperience. Not quite choosing what the correct macro decision is, getting a little bit over-eager, a little bit volatile, and you can see a really high ceiling for Suning, how talented their individual players are, and you can see a very deep gutter as they are kind of running it a bit into G2 when the game was done and dusted.
And for Ben, overconfidence, a slow and insidious killer. Now, it paid off for him big time in that Aurelia matchup. It paid off for him big time in that Camille matchup. But here in GP versus Scion in the late game, when he has quad offensive items, he is probably wishing that he had a Sterix instead of that immediate IE rush or that immediate Zeal, because he has not been able to find any opportunities to lay down barrels when he's getting one shot by the front line of G2, or the back line rather of G2.
And it was another shutdown for Caps as well, who has spent all of this time onto side lanes, is now level 17. Is also now about to be an avid reader. He's got the Dark Seal, it's got 3 stacks onto it. The play will be to upgrade this into a Majai's.
And Perks is grabbing mad stacks here as they duo clears through the jungle. So, again, GP scaling nice, but if he gets one tab, again, now by this Senna, who is without any crit itemization outside of their rapid fire cannon, probably at about 100% crit right now. A lot of additional souls, a lot of extra damage, and Perks is going to be a terror.
Okay. The Baron is going to be coming up in 37 seconds. That's the first thing that we need to take stock of. It's still always going to be easier for Suning to get, to get control over the mid wave, because they'll push faster than the Senna unless G2 want to expend multiple members to do so. They also have great CC to play around the Leona ultimate, the Ashe ultimate, if G2 are ever out of position and they think that they can engage on them when they come to clear mid lane, which means that Suning should be first to get position over Baron, which means that G2 need to be grouped up entirely to safely use their tanks to face check in here. Now, what I wish Suning would do is they would keep Angel into a side lane or GP into a side lane and just try to play pressure. What instead they're doing is Angel is playing defense goalkeeper to this Baron, and G2 are missing their chances. This is getting shredded very quickly.
Yeah, eyes on the prize here. Now Cap's walking back to base. Maybe he looks for a TP, but 4K dropping. That's just going to do it. That's third Baron in a row for Suning. Now, of course, 2 minutes left until that all-important soul point. But again, now with 2 inhibitors down, we could be looking at 3 inhibitors down for G2, and while Senna would certainly be happy to see a few more souls go into her pocket, at that point, the game is pretty much done.
I mean, this one's going to go the distance, it feels like. But G2, there's no more mistakes left. You lose a single team fight, you lose the game. Whereas Suning, it feels like, could lose a couple of team fights. Now, obviously, you don't want to give away an Infernal Soul, which is now spawning in a minute and a half. So hopefully Suning clear out the base and then use the base pressure to either end the game by G2 taking a bad fight or securing themselves a dragon and continuing to extend this game.
And Cap's strong enough now that he is one-shotting everything but the cannon minion in terms of Baron clear. Oh, a difficult game for Suning. Not having a frontliner is certainly hurting them. Was not earlier in the game, was very much a big boon and benefit, but...
Did you see that damage on Ben?
Yeah. Yeah, Perks is scary. Again, that was 100 souls, so a lot of extra range. You put a rapid fire cannon on top of that, that's a lot more extra range. And for Angel and also for Ben, this is going to be difficult to just take 20, 30% of your health up front from a single auto.
This is Mission Turtle. If you're a Suning... Oh my god. If you're a Suning fan, you need some key pieces of CC to hit some key targets. You need to kill Perks, who has Cleanse and Flash available. You also need to kill Jankos. G2 at this point, full turtle mode. You are playing this one very slow. Maybe you even give up this Infernal, since it's the soul for you, it's not the soul for Suning.
Oh, big barrel though. Eyes on that one. Where's it going to go? Will not connect into Perks. Could have been a death sentence. Looks like the lineup wasn't quite there. SOFM though now looking to break this inhibitor. G2 seemingly ready to force a fight about it. Sword Art not quite as squishy as the opposition there, and the arrow will go wide. That's going to be a big cooldown down. It looks like G2 have decided what they want to do, and it's chase out SOFM.
Now we just talked about kind of the volatility of Suning and some of their inexperience. Ooh.
Angel, sleepy, doesn't activate the hourglass, and that's it. Oh, once it's night-night, you can't push those buttons, and that's going to be the kill, that's going to be the pick, and that's going to start things off. Huanfeng trying to speed down this Infernal Drake. G2 running, G2 sprinting because they can see the win condition in their eyes. They can't afford to overcommit on this one. It is going to get taken down. Soul point denied. Suning, though, now on the back foot as G2 chase them down. Sword Art going to get picked off, and the game is now wide open. Yes, it is a 6K difference in gold, but we're late enough now that it might not matter.
This is going to come down to a single team fight. The game's going to go that long. I cannot believe G2 are going to get...
Game 1, Suning versus G2, banger. Game 2, Suning versus G2, definitely Suning favor. Game 3, Suning versus G2, it looks like we got another banger on our hands, folks, because this is going to be tight.
But Suning, they were in control for so much of this game.
They've had 3 Barons.
Okay, it's not over yet. But oh my god, it's always this moment. What I was about to say is, you see the volatility in Suning with some of their inexperience that, you know, if you drag them late enough, you can start to find the inconsistencies of some of these decisions and punish that. And G2, they always make you work for it.
Yes, yes, they most certainly do. It looked very over. 15 minutes of the game, 20 minutes of the game, even 25 minutes into the game. But here, 40 minutes into our final game of Group A. Reminder, winner, first seed, loser, second. Pretty simple to keep track of.
Look at Parks' build, he's got a Randuin's.
Oh no, wait a second.
He might be unkillable.
He might be, I don't know, he's definitely not unkillable.
I mean, obviously if he walks into all of them.
But at this point, we're 40 minutes in, and this man is probably at about 120 souls. If we can get a soul check again, that would be good, because he's collecting a lot here from all these waves continuously crashing into him.
Obviously,
eventually he could build full tank and still be an 80 carry, right? If we go late enough, it is possible. I never thought we'd get there, but it is certainly possible.
The infinite scaling on Senna is really making a different meaning in this game. It hits different, if you will.
We always say it, but we never see it come true.
40 minutes on the clock. Okay.
127 souls, folks. That's a lot of bonus range.
He's going to start hitting people from like an entire screen away. This is going to be like a Nocturne ultimate.
Yeah, we gotta talk about siege potential. This man is literally artillery. He's going to be autoing your mid-tier 1 from halfway down the map.
Okay. Suning. You have pressure in all of these lanes. G2 have to stay as like a little death ball composition. You've got 2 different teleports. You have a Gangplank ultimate. You just need to connect one of these hard CCs onto a G2 member who's out of position, drop the Gangplank ultimate, and hopefully you blow him up. If you don't blow him up, you need to get the hell out of dodge, because Senna is a champion that makes extended fights very punishing here. And you need to try to get this flash and this cleanse off of Perk so you have kill pressure on him, because this guy will decide team fights. The heals, the range, the CC.
And the Randuins. We have double Randuins coming out. And honestly, Jankos, if he wanted to, could probably build one of his own. It looks like we're going to see the Death Cap come out instead. But, I mean, you got triple crit carries on the side of Suning, so showing more and more big brain. Mickey on her way to a Gargoyle Stone Plate for himself. And, I don't know why I'm talking about the items, folks. I'm not going to lie to you. They don't really matter that much. It's just mostly execution. Whoever starts the fight right probably wins the fight.
Again, I feel like the longer a fight goes on, that I'm still going to favor G2 just because of the Senna, although you can see it's probably going to come down to execution for both sides, because there's still tons of sustained damage on the side of Suning's composition. But the itemization and the sheer armor from G2.
One auto! Not going to be nearly enough. Ooh, the cleanse now coming out, though. They're getting a lot of those cooldowns. GP all coming in. They haven't quite started the fight the way that they want to, but Cap's now backing off the suplex down in the meantime. Yanko's now dashing forward, looking for the sleep. The going golden. Suning may have found the fight that they were waiting for. Perk's now on the run for the hills. Oh, and now it's a trade back and forth. Perk's still alive. He's grabbing souls left and right, though, and Suning can't make a big enough dent to stop G2's push forward.
But the biggest thing was the fact that Angel was also killed in that fight. If the Akali had survived, maybe it's a completely different game for Suning at this point, but Jankos going down and finishing what Cap started by trading his life also for the Akali.
Ben now has to back away from this tower. He has to be careful. He is very, very squishy. TP coming in the mid lane. G2, they're trolling the trigger. They want to end this one as quickly as they can. They want to break open the base. They want to give themselves a few more advantages because it's a minute left till the Dragon. They win a fight here. They get that soul, and it makes the rest of the game so much easier.
They need to be very careful. 30 seconds until the Akali is back up. She also has TP, and that's one less TP that G2 will now have to work with on this very open map.
Ooh. Taking a breather. That's 775 base attack range, folks. 140 souls. That might be the biggest number I've ever seen in pro play. That probably is the biggest number I've ever seen in pro play.
Can we get a stat check on that?
That's a very hard one to check, but yeah, Marcus, if you're listening, if you could figure that number out, no pressure, let us know if that's the most souls anyone's had.
Okay, Suning sprinting towards this Baron. Now Jankos is all the way out of base. They will shred through this. He might not get here in time, but maybe the rest of G2 though. Although it looks like they're gonna handshake, give the Baron away, and instead try to grab the soul that's spawning in 7 seconds. If I'm Suning, I'm just like sprinting towards the base with this Baron.
That's really the only option you have left, but you don't have very
no,
many waves pushed down.
They're gonna fight for it. Ben's resetting to TP.
No, it's gone, it's gone. That's it, that's Dragon Soul. Oh, but as they back out, they're not put together. You got Gangplank on the flank, Gangplank. One big shot, Ben! Can you do it? Huge! My God! One moment, one shot, one barrel. That's all you need, Suning. They find their shot, they find their fight, and that's it. Just like that, it felt like everything was turning against them, but now Wonder is the last man left standing. One shot, one kill. The pistol from Ben finds its mark, and now Suning will move up. They will take first seed in Group A. G2 strong, but not strong enough. The LPL will take this one.
And Ben saw his moment. He could play the map or he could play the fight in true LPL fashion, rolls the dice, TPs into the fight, and blows G2 up. The 3rd seed of the LPL will take first in their group and take down the 1st seed of the LEC.
What a way to end the game.
Boom, baby.
Looks at those souls, says, cool story. You seen a barrel? Only takes one. And that was a game balanced on a knife's edge. Balanced on a knife edge because Suning struggled to close. But when it came down to a single final clutch play, Suning found their man, they found their mark, and they'll find their win. 1st seed to make it out of the group. G2 now in 2nd will have to play a 1st seed from another group. It is only day 1, 3 more days of groups action coming towards you, 3 more groups to close out to find who will face each of these teams. But a wild day of League of Legends, to be sure.
And I will say this, North American fans probably a little bit vindicated.
Yeah.
At least G2 didn't beat Suning on the 2nd attempt.
Yeah, we did talk about how that would be the maximum tilter. Suning knocking people down left and right. They go TL, boom, no tiebreaker for you. We're taking out G2. G2, boom, you get the tiebreaker, but you're not getting 1st seed. So Suning definitely on a tear on the back half of today. And after that loss to TL, I think we made them angry. I think they were angry.
But huge congratulations to Suning taking first at their first appearance in Worlds out of the group, which should set them up perhaps for a better quarterfinal and hopefully for a deep run for SOFM, Angel, and crew.
It's a big day. And a confident showing, of course, again, SOFM seems so incredibly terrifying. And Ben, while he might be a bit of a greedy Gus, found his man at the end of the day, and that's all that matters. With that, we're going to take a break, but we'll give you all the headlines from Day 5 after this.
Hey Mercedes, legends run wild, each one unique, with astonishing power, unstoppable, master warriors, ready to compete, seeking glory. We live it, we breathe it, we have each other's back. Together, we become legends, icons of a new generation.
Promised tomorrow.
Playtime's over. They're mine now. Fear the assassin with no master.
Too fast, life moving in slow-mo. I'm a god, but I actually don't know. I mean, better put your pride aside. I'm a Benz, get more like a Volvo. Your best stuff looks like my words. Synapses, fire, and burst. Got the whole crew with me, about to do damage. You know we ain't average. I ain't gonna say this again, but it's in my time. Better look in my eyes. I'm a genius in the skies with my heart on my sleeve. And you force you a block to a king in his prime. Everybody got a line. Sit back with the stars in line. I finesse like my life on the 9 was a diamond in the rough, and now I shine.
No one could stop us, they'll try, but they won't. Nada nos puede parar. Oh no, we're wide awake now. Our eyes are wide open. We're running this world. We're keeping it turning. We're living like giants. Yeah, giants. We're bigger than giants. We're giants. Oh, sleeping giants. Sleeping giants. Yeah. Shutting it down. Been in the ground and my people all up in this place. Spinning this thing. Go to my rank. Royalty up in my veins. I'm loco, think I'm so cold. I say something, ain't no going back. Now they ask where Kiki's at. I'm like, you can't hang with that. 쏟아져 빛이 멀게 된 눈이 멈추지 않아. Once we go, 내게 더운 날로 모든 뼈 빨리 달려. 넌 못 따라와. True damage we do it. True damage 보여줄게. 뭐든 쉽게. 이기든 지든 my crew make the beat. No one could stop us. They'll try, but they won't. Nada nos puede parar. Oh no.
Shattering time, I might just leave you behind. Homie, you stuck on rewind. You just quit sleeping on mine. You got your back on recline. When I damage your delicate spine, please don't act out, shy and surprise. They be like, what you mean? What is your winning scheme? I got a giant team. Biggest my self-esteem. Run it back, man. They think they go hard, I'm like, come again. You run at a time and I'm busting in. While you stumbling, I got this blade in my hand for your punishment. We're wide awake now. Our eyes are wide open. We're running this world. We're keeping it turning. We're living like giants. Yeah, giants. We're bigger than giants. We're giants. It's not the way but we coming right back.
so much pain. Oh, that all of Europe felt that gangplank.
Yes.
Barrel. It was just boom, and then Yamato and I were really excited because we were like 140 stacks.
This is
sounds
it.
really tanky.
They can turn
And
it.
there was just boom, and then
Boom.
and
All
then,
your hopes and dreams, LEC. How much pain do we have to endure from the LPL? Suning wins the tiebreaker over G2 Esports, the third seed out of the LPL, makes it out as first seed, and the first seed out of the LEC makes it out as second. We're going to take a look at some replays. I mean, it's hard to summarize because a lot happened. In the early game, Jankos got a huge advantage, but Akali also got a huge advantage. And from then on, what happened, Yamato?
It's so tricky because Syndra is already playing with an AP jungler, and Angel actually got the better of him in the matchup, and everything just kind of snowballed from there. And the champion that Suning have with the GP and Akali, whenever these champions get ahead, they can just do too much by themselves. They're going to have pop-off moments, and that happened time and time again in this game.
Yeah, and we're going to watch it again. We're going to watch it again.
I mean,
it's so sick.
I mean, it's so insane.
It's
like,
so
Bin
good.
played that so good, but, you know, it hurt. It hurt a lot.
But, I mean, you got to give credit then to Suning because what impresses me the most about this ending of this game is that in that first scrappy game versus G2, they probably felt like they dropped the ball and that they could have had that and they should have had that. Now, okay, they do let G2 come back in this game, which, you know, they can review another time, but they do get in a very tricky situation where they're up against a very, very strong Senna. They're now up against a Sion that is fed as well, but they make the right decisions and they make the right adaptations. And I think from Suning's perspective, this has been a really good group stage to learn from, and they lock the first seed. That makes them super scary, Iman.
Well, I think sorry. I think the difficult thing to acknowledge is that Suning, I felt, played better than G2 in all 3 games, right? And that you just kind of have to accept the fact that Suning has performed better in the group stages. Europe has already had a pretty challenging year overall, but coming into Worlds, I think that a lot of us still believed in G2's ability to bounce back and be able to turn things around. And I think that what we're seeing is that G2 specifically has struggled to fully enable their jungler and be able to properly carry through their jungler. Whereas Suning, this is something that they've been doing all year. SOFM, I think, has been playing phenomenally, but also we get to see some of the Sana. Angel had a much better performance compared to Game 1 versus G2. Bin showcased why he is fabled as such a strong carry top lane, and why there were a couple of mistakes from the bot side of the map. I think that we really got to see some of the true strengths and power that this Suning roster does have.
I think sometimes that I'm beginning to think about this whole idea, like an Eastern team, for example, of course, Suning, the way they view G2 is in the light of, oh, this is the team that was the world finalists last year, they won MSI. Facing up against that team is so scary. We always talk about how LPL teams are scary.
Yeah, but
I wonder what's going on the LPL
scary.
desk. Yeah, like the LPL desk, oh, this is the MSI winner and so forth, and the stories probably are scary in itself. And the fact that Suning beat them so convincingly, because I agree, 3 games straight, that just is so impressive. And the questions were always, you know, with the rookies coming into the picture, playing this best-of-1 system and playing Worlds for the first time, what's going to happen? I think they've answered every single question. They are looking super strong, and I think any team that is going to face them in the best-of-5 is going to, you know, be excited about it, considering they're seed 1.
We just, if you're starting to look at kind of the seed 1s that are developing across Worlds, all right, let's take a look at these group standings then. In Group A, which is now finished, TL and Machi are eliminated. Suning and G2 advance. And I love when we kind of talk about this, and as from an LEC perspective, this is horrible. And you just see how the goalpost starts to move because of the 2 years and the LEC results, let's say. Now, it's not actually acceptable anymore for you to get that second seed because that makes it so much harder. And weirdly enough, I felt kind of the hope of an LEC deep run in the tournament kind of vaporizing or evaporating rather as this game went on, because you start to see and how much respect you have to put on the name of any LPL representative, and we just have to look across Group B to see what's waiting there. And you know, you don't know anything until the best-of-5 starts, but it definitely does seem like a changing of the guard and a return of some old foes and friends from the LCK.
Yeah, I would like to add as well, though, that last year, G2 dropped 2 games against Griffin in the group stage. They got the second seed. They were facing up against a very different Damwon. But just to bring back a little bit of hope, I guess. That was my best attempt.
So the one thing, like, obviously, because we're putting a lot of focus on Group A, the one thing that everyone has always said about G2 is that they're a very strong best-of-5 team. And the hopes is that when you're preparing for a single team on a singular patch, they're able to now use the time that they have to properly prepare. Now, that doesn't mean that they're going to be, I don't think that they're going to be favorites against a potential top esports or a potential down one. I mean, if they draw Fnatic, I'd be like, you're favorites.
I've seen this one.
I've seen this one. But yeah, I think that they've got a lot of work ahead of them. So yeah, it's going to be tough for G2, but huge congrats to Suning. As Yumato's already said, I think that they really showcased that they were definitely the strongest team in their group, and I think that they will be a difficult opponent regardless of who is going up against them.
And it's very exciting because now kind of the LPL representatives, LGD is still very much alive and kicking in their group. Top Esports is looking great. JDG will likely get through as well. And all of a sudden, you have 4 LPL teams in the quarterfinals. Wow. Well, tomorrow we will continue with the action, but that'll do it from us here. Exciting day. We got our first tiebreaker at Worlds, and that's always fun. Hopefully there'll be many, many more. But that does it for us here in Berlin. So now let's send it over to Dash, Crumbs, Spawn, and Azael in Worlds Cooldown.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to World's Cooldown presented by State Farm. We're breaking down the happenings of the day from the second round robin in Group A. I'm joined by Crumbs, Spawn, and Azael. It was a tumultuous ride through a 7-game day. We had a tiebreaker to close it out. There were some highs, there were some lows, there was some hope, there was some whatever the opposite of despair.
Is that the opposite of hope? Despair? There was some of that. Yeah, pain as well. Pain comes along with despair. Let's take a look at the standings for Group A and see how things shook out by the end of the day. It is G2 and Suning that are advancing. Suning, though, taking the top spot after that tiebreaker. TL, unfortunately, hearts broken at 3-3, not afforded that opportunity for a tiebreaker of their own. Machi eliminated at 1 and 5.
In the top lane carry meta, the Bin top laner of Suning just absolutely popped off today. The proto Omnistone Camille, I think, was the standout for me. Everyone talks about grass, but the proto Omnistone, so hard to remember. That summoner choice proved to be really exciting to see in Camille because nobody else had done that before.
And I think when you had a look at this group, right, it was way closer than people expected coming into today. People had kind of written off the fact that this group should be done and dusted. But what we saw in the end was kind of the three-horse race take off. Team Liquid come back and play some terrific League of Legends. But Suning kind of elevate their game. And as Crumbs was kind of saying that, you know, scrappy, typical LPL style around the carry top laner, around some unorthodox picks and ways to play the game did prove to be a little bit too much. But I think that, you know, this was certainly one of those groups that people slept on a little bit. And I think was proved that the competition was much closer than initially expected.
Azale, bit of a sour finish for North America. TL, third year in a row, they finish at 3-3.
Yeah.
What are your thoughts?
I mean, it's sad. I think that, you know, just like my emotional reaction is like, this sucks. You know, it feels like it happens to us a lot where, you know, we lose to the team that's supposed to be the weak team, right? Like the team that you're supposed to be. It's happened to CLG, it's happened to TSM, it's happened to Cloud9, it's happened, like, it feels like it happens to all our teams internationally. What I will say, like, more looking at it more from like kind of like my analysis hat on, is that I actually think that TL exceeded my expectations. I think that they should be pretty proud of their run. You know, given the fact that I would say these are two of the top 5 teams that people had power ranked in the tournament with G2 and Suning. They went 2-1 against the LEC with a win over Mad Lions, 1-1 against G2. They split games against Suning, who I think is an incredibly strong, you know, LPL representative. And this is the 3rd seed from North America, right? You know, they did great in play-in. I think that they were, you know, very respectable showing here in groups. And I think it's a shame that, you know, some of their draft problems through their first couple games really did kind of plague them, because I think if they drafted better against Machi and Suning the first time around, you know, they could have been 4-2 and at the very least had a shot in those tiebreakers to make it out of this group. So no one to blame but themselves, but still overall, based on pre-tournament expectations, I'm pretty happy with how they played.
I think the challenge for Team Liquid moving forward is going to be, how do you hit the right mindset, which was in the second week of groups, without losing those first few games? Because if they can do that next time around, I think you're going to have a much more prosperous group stage.
Got to find that fire just a little bit earlier. Let's recap some of the teams and the way they exited the group. We're going to do it a little differently than the first time around where we went through game by game. This time, we're going team by team. Starting with the first seed out of Group A, Suning.
And what an exciting team this team really is, right? When you have a look at Suning, you're thinking about big carry performance out of the top lane. SOFM is a brilliant jungler, kind of the mix between the mad scientist, but also, you know, classy act. And I think that everyone throughout this group stages had their moments, but the X factor to me in specific times was actually Sword Art. I think this is a guy who's slept on as one of the best supports in the world. His Bard was terrific. His Leona looked good countless times. And I think if this team is going to go deep, sure, they need the carry performances of SOFM and Bin, but Sword Art also needs to be there supporting them and setting up the plays.
I agree completely. I mean, this is their veteran player. This is the guy that has an enormous amount of experience on this team. I think he's a calming presence for them. And I think he played, you know, very, very impressively. I think, you know, not even just Sword Art, but Huangfeng is kind of overlooked as well, because there's so much of a focus on how, you know, SOFM and Bin play together, especially, you know, those are kind of the big stars of the team and where your eyes are drawn to. But the bot lane is always performing well. Sword Art is an incredible playmaker, and Huangfeng, despite, you know, having Sword Art always roaming away from the lane and him not being the focus, is performing very, very well in the team fight. So they're a threat.
Somebody that I think is getting a lot of praise, obviously SOFM, but I think the reason why he's getting so much is that he is a cut above the other junglers. It seems like this player has a better feel for tracking jungle camps than anybody else. The ability to just cruise around the entire jungle power farming. I think no other team is really, or no other jungler is doing it quite as well as he is thus far. I mean, this was part of what got him a lot of recognition at the beginning, was that he had a different way of looking about playing the jungle role, and here he is actually delivering with that style that I think, if if SOFM goes far and Suning goes far in the tournament, you might actually see a lot of other junglers try to emulate what he's doing and switch the entire jungle meta once more.
But can you emulate it? Because I was going to say, when you talk about traditional sport, you normally talk about, you know, fundamentals and intangibles. And I think that SOFM's intangibles are just like off the chart. Like the way his team will play around him and facilitate him and, you know, ensure that in draft he gets a priority when he needs or counterpick when, you know, that isn't available. And the depth that they allow him to play in his champion pool and the unique picks and the way that he plays them. Like, I don't know that if in like a couple of days you can just hit the switch and say, you know what, Broxer or, you know, someone else, Speaker, you're going to be the new SOFM of these teams.
Just get
you
good.
know, we're going to back you in the same way because it's like this guy has been playing the game so differently for like 6 years now.
I think the only way you could do to emulate is time the other jungle camps. Don't just do the 5 in the jungle camps. If you can time every other camp as well, that gets you that much closer to playing like SOFM.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he has been an absolute monster. I think, you know, everyone immediately, you're thinking of that GP flank. That is one of the most, like, eye-catching GP plays I have ever seen. You know, first, as far as the damage per minute among, I'm not sure if that's among just top laners or all players, but either way, he really has been very impressive. You know, showcasing the Omni Stone, Ignite TP Camille. That was not something that I expected him to really be able to get away with, and that worked out actually very, very well. So he has his own unique style. The team plays well through him, and the fact that, you know, he's a rookie, right? Like this is actually pretty insane to see, you know, LPL have this level of talent. You know, traditionally a lot of like the LPL teams have had, you know, import top laners, right? When you think about some of the best top laners in the LPL, or it's been guys that have been more like the role players, like the sit back and play tank style. And this kind of like new era of LPL top laner that's coming in, you know, you're like Zoom 369, Bin, I believe are all, you know, regional players from the LPL. They're all like really, really dominant carry style native Chinese players who are incredible. So it's really exciting, I think, for the LPL and honestly just for international competition to see the level of talent coming out of that region.
Yeah, and I think that when we spoke about Ben, it was kind of gauged how well this guy was going to be able to perform because he is the primary carry of this team. And when you have a look at how Suning plays, they play this breakneck pace of a game, and they do facilitate that top lane play. As you mentioned, Hongfong, great team fighting 80 carry. You know, Angel in the mid lane does play a lot around SOFM, who will play towards the top side of the map. And it was could a rookie that had some questionable performances against the best top laners in the LPL be able to utilize that style to be able to win games for his teams. And I think that he has completely silenced all the critics, and he is leading his team right now to first place in this group.
Exactly. I mean, when I first started watching them, like I watch a lot of LPL throughout the year, but you know, there's so many teams. There's 17 teams. I mostly watched when the top teams play each other. And, you know, I would watch Suning against IG, and he's playing against the Shy, and he's like doing okay. And I'm watching him against Zoom and 369, and I'm like, this guy's whatever. You know, he's not that great. But then I kind of realized who I'm judging him against, and I started watching more Suning games and seeing his performances against a lot of the other top laners, and it really made me reevaluate my opinion of this player. You know, he truly is very, very dominant, and I think that there's very few top laners in the entire tournament that are going to challenge him in the same way that some of those absolutely elite level LPL top laners will. So he could go really, really far here, and I think he's going to have a fairly good matchup against pretty much everyone.
You got good players, right, on multiple roles, but also the statistics that you see there on the screen. I think 16 kills per game. You're never bored. Like, this is just never going to be a boring game when you watch Soothing. Like, I cannot remember a single game that has had this many kills where I have not felt emotionally invested in the outcome. And so I can't wait to see this team go into a best of series, because every time that I've seen them, whether they're stomping or playing a close one, I'm engaged.
Well, we're going to finish out talking about Suning by talking about one of their star players in Bin, who proved today that every second counts by blade dancing his way out of 1v2, netting himself a kill. Flashy footwork made possible by the Cisco network.
And I really loved how he broke down this play, right? Because there was two members coming for him. He thought, you know what, I'm just going to kill one of them and walk away. And that's exactly what he's able to accomplish here. You know, cool guys don't look at explosions, and this just proves, you know, mechanical brilliance of this player. The second perfect flash to be able to dart back in off that Blaze Surge. And I mean, his laning phase in this game, like I was keeping notes, he actually was able to pick up, 2 or 3 solo kills underneath that turret, was moving around the map well at the same time. And I think top laners have been put on notice because this guy just seems to be a cut above at the moment.
Keep showing it to me. I don't mind seeing this play over and over again. For real. I want to see more Aurelia top, though. I do think Aurelia is actually really, really strong. I thought she'd be way more contested this tournament, but already we got to see what the champion can offer, at least in the top lane. Can also be flex mid.
Yeah, I mean, watching the Aurelia highlights is always funny for me because I watch games like this and I get so hyped up and I'm like, I can do that,
yeah.
And then I go into the game and I just fail the Q reset on the first minion. I'm like, I think I got this one.
Brutal. Top lane is the lane for me this tournament, I think. It's been the most fun to watch. I'm excited about the evolution going forward. I love you calling out, Crumbs, that maybe there's some picks that still haven't been fully explored up there. And with the clash of styles, some players on tanks, some on carries. I think the LPL teams are perhaps proving that one way is better than the other, but only time will tell in that regard. I do want to give out a reminder that MasterCard is keeping track, though, of CS leaders across the tournament to crown the Minion Champion. Our current leader is G2's Wonder, all the way up top there at 441 CS over the course of the game.
This is a lot of creep. You don't need that much gold.
That's true. That's an indicator the game extended a little longer than maybe anybody would have wanted.
Yeah. You got all your items at this point.
That is so funny. I love it.
It's pretty interesting because it's like the Minion Champion thing to me is like more indicative sometimes of like how long the game goes. I am really interested in seeing like the pace at which people are farming because I think that is pretty insane, right? The people who we're seeing in some of these games hit like 11, 12 CS per minute.
Right.
Some of these players have been absolutely incredible, and I'm just not used to seeing like how quickly people are reaching these CS benchmarks because people are getting so good at missing, basically no minions in lane, but now also constantly stealing away the enemy's jungle too.
No. It is at least interesting to me that there is an array of roles in which occupy this leaderboard. It's not all bot laners. It's not all top laners or mid laners. And so to me, that kind of at sometimes points to, the way that each team might index into different carries. Of course, you do have 2 G2 members up there, 2 Machi players, plenty of groups left to come our way. So I'm sure we'll have some more shuffling going on in that Minion Champion leaderboard. Now, if you watch a new champion take the lead, you can win a drop. So keep watching on watch.lolesports.com to make sure you have all of those opportunities to pick up that sweet, sweet loot. Next up, we're talking G2 of the LEC. They squeaked out in position number 2. I'm sure they would have liked that 1 seed because it sounds like seed 2 in this tournament is going to be scary, but they still managed to make it happen.
Yeah, and I mean, G2 is one of those teams that they have such high highs. The quality of gameplay that this team can bring on any given day, especially with their flexibility within draft and how they are able to attack you on Summoner's Rift through multiple roles, makes this team a nightmare, honestly, for any Seed 1 team to now pick up because they are still considered one of the top 4 favorites in my eyes to be able to take this tournament. But we also saw kind of the flip side of G2 today, and that is when this team is over-aggressive, diving in between turrets, that they can be punished by a well-coordinated team that is on point. And I think that that is what we saw in the back-to-back Suning victories. So I do think that G2 has to temper some of that aggression. They need to channel it into some more calculated plays. But at the end of the day, when it works, it looks just so damn good. They blow you out of the water so quickly.
I mean, they play really on that knife's edge, but as you said, I think it's about finding the calculated aggression. The first Suning game, to me, was the most egregious one, with the bot lane going, I don't even know what it was, like both 0-4, both 0-5, around there pretty early on, going for this mid lane tower dive when you're monstrously behind, Kalista ulting in a Senna. Like, those are the types of plays that they're just not going to be able to get away with against some of this top level competition, because I do agree that they still have those incredibly high highs, but they have got to clean it up because they are going to go up against some incredibly tough competition. You're the 2nd seed. There's a high chance of drawing probably Dom 1 or top based on current level of performance, and those teams have looked even a cut above Suning, so they have really got to step it up and play their absolute best games if they want to be able to take down a team of that caliber.
I mean, the good news is that I think that the best of ones is the hardest part for G2. Going into a best of series, they've shown that they can have some mental resilience unlike any other team. So I do think that even in these top matchups, they probably have the mindset that if we're going to go all the way back to finals, it doesn't matter who we have to overcome, whether it's down one or top esports. So I do think that this team is only going to get better, and that they got out of groups is already where they just needed to be.
Yeah, without a doubt, one of the most resilient teams. Let's hone in on a couple key players for this squad. We're going right back to the top lane. No wonder he might be the best defense the West has up there in the top lane against the heat that the East is bringing.
I think he is the best Western top laner, bar none. This guy is really, really good. He has an incredible amount of flexibility. He can play weak side. He can play strong side. You know, he can counter blind pick. He can basically do it all for you. And I think he's one of the only Western top laners that has consistently been able to perform at that level against the very best around the world for, you know, quite a few years now. So I do think he is the best chance the West has to stand up against some of these monstrous LPL and LCK top laners that you're going to be facing in these knockout rounds.
Yeah, and I think it is that flexibility and versatility that he is going to have to lean on, because that's what makes G2 a dangerous team, right? This guy tweets out that, you know, he's the best Silas on the team over Caps. He has some Shen games in there that any tank top laner would be jealous of. I think that you have to be able to throw multiple looks at this guy if you are an opposing team in a best of 5. And I think that this is just a very dangerous player when he's in form.
When you were talking about him tweeting, I thought you were going to say he tweets out that he's the best WoW player, because I feel like I see a lot of those tweets from him.
No, the best WoW player is on the screen right now, my friend. And he goes by the name of Zale. All right, Mickey X in the bot lane. So we're hopping to the other side of Summoner's Rift. What do you think about this player here, Crumbs?
Okay, well, first off, I duo with a friend that plays Senna support, and the fact that Mickey played Senna support and ran it down with it really helps my duo out a ton. So now we can pass that. So I think Mickey is a really impressive player for G2, but the drafting around him has not really allowed him, at least today, to shine, to be a playmaker so much. A lot of it was Tom Kench, the Senna, so I think it's the same formula that worked for Team Liquid in the second half, which was just put these playmaking supports that have gotten you so far back on the champions that allow them to find you the opportunities to win the fights before the enemy engages on you. So if we go back to that Mickey, and in a best of series, you know you're going to get a few games of that, I think he's going to look much better.
Yeah, and I think that his performance the first time around when they were playing Suning and they were able to pick up that late game victory was largely, you know, credited to how well he was able to play the Bard in those team fight scenarios. So this is definitely another one of those pop-off players. I mean, G2 just have 5 of them, so it's very easy to go top to bottom and say, you know, they're dynamic and versatile. But I do agree with Crumbs that this guy does appear to need to have an aggressive look. Even thinking about his Tom Kench performance, like he was just eating people on Machi and like completely dominating the laning phase, right? So I think that, you know, he's playing at his best when he is unlocked on the map. I think that Perks does mean that he has to play a slightly more backseat when Mickey is playing that way. But I certainly think, you know, playmakers abound right now for G2 in the best of 5s.
Again, bringing it close to G2's group stage. They do come out as the second seed. We'll take a look at some of their team statistics. A reminder to everybody that on these graphics, those rankings there that you see in parentheses are only among groups teams. So that's across all 16 of our groups teams where they rank within the bunch.
I mean, obviously a very active team, you know, very high combined kills per minute. They are a team that I think does have a very strong early game, kind of represented in some of those stats there. G2, I think, is going to be really exciting, and you know, I'm just kind of interested to see what they're going to change going forward, if their drafts are going to look different going into the knockout rounds, or if they have any sort of a different take or preparation on how to approach some of these real monsters from the other groups.
Yeah, while I'm certain they would have appreciated coming out as the first seed, I do feel personally that G2, of all teams that might come out in second, is one of them that is most liable to upset a 1 seed, regardless of who they get paired against.
And I mean, they could get someone from Group C, right? And I would actually think that they would be probably pretty favorably looked at against almost anyone who could come out of Group C. You know, everyone is talking about Damwon and Top because those are the real terrors, and I would put JGG probably in that bucket too. But I think everyone from Group C is pretty manageable, at least from what they've shown thus far for G2.
All right, well, to get a word from a member on the team themselves, let's hear from Lore, who caught up with G2's Caps.
And thank you very much, Dash. Lore here, joined by Caps. After last game against Sunny and Caps, I want to know, everything didn't go your way today, although you still make it out of groups. How do you explain the last 2 games against Suning?
Yeah, I mean, the last 2 games didn't go that well. I feel like we were, to be honest, is like not playing that great. I feel like we, I think both games we actually got ahead early levels, but then we kind of just threw it. We took like some bad fights. So yeah, I'm not really sure what went wrong exactly.
Okay, tell me more about Suning, because it's a rookie team here at Worlds, and except the support, we didn't know the players before they came here. So what is your take on Suning as a team as they move forward to the knockout series?
So I think Suning is a really strong team. I mean, obviously the LPL team, right? Usually LPL does really well. I mean, I'm just kind of like sad that we lost. Obviously, we lose first seed, but also just like it feels kind of bad, like denying TL the chance of making it out. I think, I mean, at the end of the day, Suning played really well these 2 games, but I also think we did a lot of mistakes that were kind of weird.
Okay, I think now is the best time to just focus on those mistakes and things you can improve on coming in series. So talk me about G2's inconsistency, because that's been a word that's been used a lot when it comes to G2 at Worlds this year. So tell me what you guys need to work on to come in ready next week.
So I mean, I think we've been vocal a bit about it, but like the meta at Worlds and like a lot of the, especially Eastern teams, was very different than the EU meta. So we were not prepared for it. But now that we had like a few weeks of scrims, I feel like we were getting more comfortable in this kind of environment. But yes, obviously today we can see we still need some work. I'm just really grateful that we managed to make it out of groups, so that we at least have 1 more week to practice. And hopefully next week we will show up like a contender and not just like barely making it out of groups.
Yeah, I can't wait to see you guys in best of 5 series. But I mean, you know how Worlds go usually. You have this meta that is very specific to group stage, and then things tend to evolve a bit when it comes to a knockout series. So do you have any expectations on new picks that could show up next week when you will play best of 5?
I mean, so there's always like, yeah, different things that can show up, especially when it comes to like certain matchups. Certain champions might be better or worse. But I think more than anything, it's just hard to predict before we actually know who we play against. And obviously, I don't want to give away too much information either. But
sure.
There will probably be some new things showing up.
All right, understandable. You keep your secrets, but okay. When it comes to opponents, you know what this means, the fact that you got 2nd seed. You're most likely to face teams like Damwon, maybe Top Esports, or the 1st seed in Group C. Any first impression when you think about those teams that you will have to face?
I mean, all these teams are strong, but I think we knew that coming into Worlds, and we want to go all the way, so... sure, we might get a harder quarters, but at the end of the day, semis and final will probably always be difficult. So, yeah, I mean, it doesn't make the biggest difference. As I mentioned before, the thing that feels worse for me is just like they're knocking out Liquid in a way, right? And also Broxer. So, I'm sorry for that, and I hope that we will show up regardless if we play against Top or whoever we play against in
I gotta say, Caps, it's very appreciated that you would take the time to think about the Liquids fan and the team when you just lost a game and also qualified. So thank you very much for that. And also thank you very much for the interview. I wish you good luck in the knockout series.
Thank you.
And back to you, Dash.
Thank you so much, Laura. Thank you to Caps. I will echo the sentiment that Laura shared there. I appreciate the kind words from Caps and the fact that he is already thinking about the NA brethren there united in rivalry. But I will say this as an NA representative, Caps, you have absolutely nothing to apologize for. Just go win the damn thing, all right? If you just go win it all, then you got nothing to apologize for. Azale?
Yeah, I mean, I just thought it was really sweet. I think it's really kind of touching that it does remind you that there are these huge rivalries, but, you know, these guys are often friends too, right? You know, Caps and Brox have played together on Fnatic, right? You know, that was during their time. So, you know, these guys obviously have friendships that transcend the game and transcends the regions and the rivalries. And I think that, you know, that's a good reminder of that. And, you know, he seemed genuinely very sad about, you know, not getting TL to have a chance. And it's like, that doesn't affect your tournament. That doesn't affect, you know, how you do. And I just thought it was, you know, very, very telling of you know, how nice of a guy he is, that he seemed more concerned about costing TL a chance at a tiebreaker than he was about costing himself for a seed. So I just thought that was very cool.
Spawn?
Because that does mean there is another LPL team that's now still in the mix. And all I'm saying is they don't seem to have the best track record against LPL teams in the best of 5. So as NA fans, I love that you guys are taking this at face value, but maybe there is something a little bit more. Another LPL team going from the tournament could be good things for G2.
The Cap stock is rising.
Yeah, that's true.
It's funny that you have players that are sentimental about their friendships and all of the people they've met along the way, and then you've got other players that are just like, no, CS, gold, jungle Caps. That's it.
Yeah. Well, mad respect to Caps for giving us that interview and for qualifying through to the quarterfinals. We're going to step away, but on the other side, there's more Worlds Cooldown coming at you. Welcome back to World's Cooldown, presented by State Farm. We're talking Team Liquid as they go 2-1 on the day, but fall just one game short, Azael, of making it through to the knockout stage.
It's heartbreaking, man. This time it was kind of the inverse of the NA curse. You know, we had a great week two. It felt like TL really ramped up, actually were able to adapt. And, you know, traditionally in the past, it has always felt like the only NA team to be able to actually adapt to the meta at Worlds and fix their picks and fix their issues has been Cloud9. And this time, TL, I think, did an incredible job of that. You know, when you look at how they played and their drafting in the first games, you know, against Machi and Suning compared to the second time around, I think they played it incredibly well. I think that the Malphite plus the set mid lane was really, really smart against this really kind of like low damage, mostly physical style team that Suning was drafting. I think they really got a big draft advantage and they played to their play style, and you know, as a result, they have an incredible showing against Suning.
Yeah, and I think this is a team that kind of had to play against their tendencies slightly, right? When you have a look at how they want to play, they are a controlled late game fight, heavy around objective style team. But we saw when they played at their best during this tournament, it was when they were going for level 1 invades, trying to support Broxah and trying to up the tempo of the game. And I really respect coaching staff and players that are willing to take that risk on the biggest stage. And I think it's something that isn't talked about all that much. This is a guy that's playing against his tendency. He's playing an up-tempo style, not a control style. And I think that they had a really great chance of being able to get out of this group in the end. Obviously they miss it by the game. It was out of their control after they lost to G2. They had to rely on another team's results, which obviously suck. But, hats off to everyone that's involved at Team Liquid because, you have to kind of respect the shot they took. And this is a team that didn't come in as like a first seed or a second seed. They had a stacked group because they did come through as North America's 3rd seed. So to be able to go 3-3 in their group, I think is like an above par result for the North American 3rd seed. Like that, maybe that's just my opinion on the rate of the meta, but they're against PCS1 as well, which is obviously LMS, and to be able to beat them out in the standings by a couple of games, I think that's a really great result for North America.
I share the same sentiment you do with the coaching staff being able to make such a big turnaround, because in the regular season for Team Liquid, the times where they added little kinks in their draft, like the set mid or Malphite, like these kinds of picks that were not in the main rotation for the players, never really looked very good. But when push came to shove, when they realized, hey, we need to actually change the way we play now or else we're not going to have a chance, they were able to pull the trigger, switch things entirely, and actually have good games on it. I think was a really impressive thing that maybe gives the team some more confidence in their ability to change the way they play instead of sticking to a set style.
Yeah, 9th place in spring in our regional split, all the way to a 3-3 record at World's group stage as the 3rd seed from North America. Spawn, let's talk about a few individuals. In particular, I want to focus on the bot lane, both of them, but let's start with Core JJ.
Yeah, and I'm convinced this guy is just completely world-class, and if you put him on any top 4 team in the world, he would not look out of place. Core JJ is just that damn good. His versatility in this tournament as well, I think, was out of the world. I think the ability to be able to take him off lane bullies like Lux and, start blind picking things like Set, hook it up with Kalista in the bottom lane and be able to flip the script on what was the style historically, I just think is, insane. And whenever I hear comms from Core JJ, I think he's, a very intelligent, well thought out player. Everything I've heard about him behind the scenes is that he's the best teammate possible. And I mean, just the stats alone, from the support position for a team that didn't make it out, that to me says the world. And I have nothing but respect for this guy and think that he's truly world class.
I think he should be in the conversation for best support in the world. I think he's absolutely incredible. And I was really, really impressed with how he performed at this event. And you said it across a variety of picks, right? He had an incredible set game. His Bard is really good. The Pantheon game was one of the best support games we've seen from anyone this event. I really do think he has been incredible. And alongside a rookie AD, some NA talent coming up, I think it's so exciting to see Tactical getting to learn from Core JJ, who has played also professionally as a bot lane player, right? And then swap to support. He understands the lane incredibly well. He understands the game incredibly well. He's a world champion. There's no one better that Tactical could have to learn from. And I'm really excited to see more of these guys going forward.
I was going to say, I feel like in some senses, Core JJ's performance is amplified by the fact that he's doing it next to a rookie AD carry. But at the same time, Crumbs, I don't want to take anything away from Tactical because this guy has impressed us time and time again throughout this year, not just regionally, but the way he has stepped up big, both in play-ins, making a couple big flash plays early on to get TL rolling and make it through that play-in stage, but also here in groups holding his own.
And what's important for me about Tactical is that he didn't have to do any of this. He actually had the perfect excuse to underperform, to troll, to run it down, because you're a rookie, because nobody's expecting much.
Maybe not to troll.
Well, okay, not to troll, but nobody really
excuse to pick Ghost Flash Nunu.
I've never played at Worlds. I've never played at Worlds before. What do you expect me to do?
Yeah, right. But the idea is that he doesn't. There's not a lot of expectation out of him. So being able to deliver the performances that you can with Core JJ. Yeah, the bar was very low. And so the fact that he is giving us these performances that, hey, we don't often see from NA AD carries at Worlds is important. It's the fact that as a whole, of all the ADs that go to Worlds, he has plays that can make the top plays that we've made. So I think that counts for a lot for a rookie.
Yeah, and I kind of agree with Crumbs here because he's actually in a group with a lot of AD carries that would be known for their teamfight prowess. You know, you have a look at Huang Fong, you have a look at Perks, and these guys are no strangers to the big dance when it comes to team fighting, and he definitely didn't look out of place. In fact, the Callista game where he had like one item, but he was just whacking people, his positioning was so good, it was like, just give the man 3,000 more gold and actually allow him to carry. So I think, you know, he's certainly a bright future, and as the LCS continues to evolve, young, budding superstar players in carry roles are going to be so important for the region and championed well by Tactical down there in the bottom lane for Team Liquid.
Well, as we sunset Team Liquid in this World Championship, today's State Farm assist of the day does go to Core JJ for his aggressive Pantheon plays versus Machi.
He was just absolutely incredible this game. You know, level 1, helping to find that kill. They forced the cleanse on the follow-up play. But to me, it was about the extension of this play, because anyone could have done, you know, this first little sequence. It was about the fact that he had the confidence not only, you know, to push off Wolves here, but prior to this, he actually solo pushed Gemini off of his blue buff and then re-invaded, attacked him at his Wolves, and then re-invaded and found the kill with Broxa. And then he's diving mid lane. He is everywhere. And at one point, he was 1,000 gold up as the support on the enemy mid laner Mission, who is the key carry on Machi. It was just an absolute destruction. It was one of the most dominant Pantheon games I have ever seen, and it really just exemplified how well this guy knows the game, how to make the most out of any advantage you give him. You know, you give him an inch, he takes a mile.
And that was first time Pantheon, by the way, I believe. Like, I don't think he's actually locked it in before. Like, correct me if I'm wrong. I did this quick stat check before I made the comment, but I don't think he's played the pick. And all I'm saying is solo queue players take note. When you first time champions in my game, play like Core JJ. Like, stop doing the crumbs and just, you know, maybe have a carry performance for once every now and again.
Oh, there it is. There it is. Called out.
Hey, it's true. What can I say?
All right, one more squad to hit, and that's Machi. Again, unfortunately eliminated. Did manage to go 1-5 here in the group stages as the 1 seed for the PCS.
I think the thing that made me a little sad about Machi was that their opening game against TL was never really able, like, they never hit that same high again. And that high was really a lot about their ability to farm and unite Gemini and Mission together, and it only worked once.
Yeah, and I mean, when you have a think about, you know, Machi as a team in the region they come from and represent, the PCS newly created region, with some of those players from the LMS and the Garena Pro League coming together to try and, you know, get their region back to what they were, with TPA winning the World Championship. And you have a look at the gusto these guys play the game with, and they play a conflicting style. I really do want to stress that League of Legends at the moment does seem to be about playing 3 lanes, getting as much farm as you can onto your carries. You saw Wonder's farm numbers, but this is a team that will early group around objectives and try and force you to play their style. And I think that they had moments within this tournament that Crumbs is talking about, where they caught people off guard. You know, that 12 or 13 CS per minute game for Mission certainly springs to mind, but I just think that they're playing a conflicting style in what does seem to be an uphill battle right now, and they just fell short of that mark a couple of times.
Yeah, I mean, you know, they were the weakest team in this group, but I would give them a little bit more credit than just saying they only had that one game against TL, because, I mean, their first game against Suning, they were able to, you know, kill off top lane a bunch of times in a row. They were competitive in that game. Yes, they did lose it. You know, against G2, they fell way behind, but they were able to kind of scrape back in and make it competitive. You know, I think that they had some glimpses of what this team could be. I do think, though, that, you know, despite some really strong performances from some players, I think Mission and Bruce, you know, stood out to me. I think PK was pretty heavily outclassed in a group with some very experienced, you know, top laners like Wonder and Impact, and a dominant rookie like Bin. And I think that, you know, given some improvements, they're not that far off, right? You know, I think this team was actually more competitive than I was expecting in a lot of ways.
Yeah, I think if you roll the patch back a couple of times, because I thought Gemini actually was pretty rough this tournament as well, but then you have a look at what he's trying to do. He's playing Volibear, Lee Sin, gank-heavy style junglers, because obviously that's what the team is like about. And I'm sure if he all of a sudden swapped to playing farm-heavy Nidalee stuff, it would be like, just play your old champions, you know, go back to playing your style, which is why I appreciate the way that they play the game. But I do think this team got hit by patch pretty hard.
Yeah, we saw that. A Mission graphic, again, just want to call him out as an individual star performer for Machi throughout this tournament. Here, a little bit of a recap of how they performed as a team amongst all of the group teams.
Yeah, and I mean, that stat tells everything, right? You know, average first strike time is so low. This is what this team is all about. Force you to play towards the major objectives on the map. And I think that they really did try and impose their will on the game of League of Legends. I really appreciate what Machi was doing from an analytical standpoint and how they do set up for those objectives. I think they're quite good and smart about how they go about it. But ultimately, credit to G2 Suning, especially, who didn't fall into their trap of that and, continued to play that, get ahead farm style League of Legends.
I think with your point about the meta, the problem with trying to enforce your will on the opponent is that you miss jungle camps doing so.
Alrighty, well, today's Was Asleep, Didn't Watch is going to Azael. Azael's going to give us his 1-minute summary on the importance of the level 1. Azael, it's your time to shine, baby.
Well, as we saw today, the game is so much about early aggression. We saw so many teams deciding games at level 1. There was pre-planned strategies, pre-planned drafts where you have really strong level 1s revolving not only around champions like Lilia, that we've seen a lot, but also around Graves, around Set, around some of these champions that really can dominate, even the Pantheon Senna game from TL. And we have seen teams, with this calculated aggression, if you have a jungle advantage, you can fairly safely invade, and if your execution is there, you can get game-winning advantages. Almost every time, it felt like when there were these level 1 fights, the team that won the fight was the team that then went on to extend their advantage and take the game. So I will say, for teams going forward in these coming days, you have got to pre-plan your level 1s. You must have either a strong defensive stance where you can prevent and ward out these invades if you want to avoid them, or you have to draft for and be ready for these level 1s to counter them, like we saw Damwon doing against JDG when JDG tried to go for these types of level 1 Lilia invades, and they got absolutely shut down by a 5-man Damwon squad.
I mean, I completely agree. I'm dying inside here, Dash. You remember at the start of the year, we made a whole segment about the importance of level 1s.
Yes, we
all
did.
Year long, we were saying,
yes, we did.
When we go to Worlds, we're going to face level 1s. We have to be ready.
Run it back. Run it back. Run the segment back.
and it's kind of funny, right? Because level 1s historically have kind of been treated like a dirty word. It's like, they cheese their way to a victory. Like, they dared to, kill us at level 1. Like, why are they doing these things? It's like, well, the game starts as soon as you walk
I was going to say, I never understood that. Why a play made within the first 2 minutes is cheese, and then as soon as it becomes 201, it's legal? Like, what's going on
there? A remake over here? Like, they're in our jungle for some reason. We can't figure out what's going on. But I do really credit, and the creativity, because it's not like, I like the points around, the Lilia and the Raptor camps, but we've also seen just, 3 random people show up in top lane level 1. And, the top laner just walks around the wall to see, whether it's going to be a leash top, and then they just die as well. Yeah, I really do think that it is one of the more underutilized, and I'm a big fan of set plays. And I don't know what your guys' thought of this is, but if there is just something you can send your team into the game to do, level 1, this is your job. I think it gets great alignment and gets 5 players on the same page, and that's half of League of Legends. So I think that is an underutilized tool to build momentum throughout the game, because if you get it right from the get-go, even if you don't get that kill, if you just get some form of small advantage, it starts that snowball of playing the team game well.
Not only getting you on the right page, but there is a good chance that you throw the enemy for a curveball. If they're not expecting it, you can split the map and suddenly the game is over within the first 3 minutes, like we saw Suning against Team Liquid, I believe it was 2 days ago, where the Nidalee Draven just zoned Twitch off from the first wave. So a level 1 play can just win you the game right there.
You also hear so many coaches complaining about how they don't have enough effect in the game, right? It's up to the players. The level 1 is the only part of the game the coach can truly dictate and truly control. So if you want to have more of an impact on the outcome of the game, that's your time.
Well, continuing on this line of, prep, planning, strategy, I want to look forward to tomorrow's set of games. We're going to Group B. First, let's get a refresher of the standings. You got Damwon up there, 3-0, undefeated. Still JD right behind them, 2-1, 1-2 Rogue, and PSG Talon still hunting for that first victory. Again, this is one of the groups that I feel like, the world at large expects Damwon JD coming out at the end of tomorrow.
Yeah, and I think that a lot of people would be expecting that, and Damwon looks to be maybe the best team in the world right now, especially behind their jungler Canyon, who, if you just watch Worlds year to year, has seen such a sharp intake of improvement. Listening to the LCK commentators, they really do credit Split 2 to being able to do that. However, I'm looking for Rogue to play spoiler. I'm getting in a little bit of trouble because people are saying I'm memeing it too much, but I think that this team is kind of doing what Machi did, where they're setting Finn up for success in picks that we haven't seen. Malphite as well as the Gangplank, that allows them to actually play the style that they played within the LEC. And if they can play spoiler in this group, remember, they only have to upset one team, kind of similar to what Team Liquid was able to do today to force tiebreakers. And no one wants to be playing tiebreakers against an unorthodox team. So, you know, I still have hopes that this group could get spicy as the day progresses.
I mean, I think it's going to be spicy no matter what, because my eyes are on that last game of the day. I think even if everything goes to chalk, you know, very well, you can have tiebreakers forced by that JDG and Damwon rematch. And Damwon dismantled JDG through their preparation, I think, the first time around. And I do not expect the game to look the same way in a rematch. And that could be an incredibly exciting set of games.
Right, even if it isn't... Oh, sorry, Crumbs, go ahead.
Even if the games do go as expected, I think just getting to see Damwon play, it just excites me. If they're being honed as the best team, or at least the best-looking team at Worlds thus far, I just want to see more of them regardless of whether they stomp or not, because I want to have my barometer ready for what the teams in quarterfinals are going to look like.
And I know this is normally Das's job, but like, surely, like, you can just chalk them as the best team in the world right now. Like, in form-wise, right? Like, how they've played the game. Like, has anyone on Summer's Rift
Spawn,
a better team?
Spawn, that's my job. Spawn, I have one job, and you're going to try to take it from me? No, but I like the question, and I think it should be talked about, especially when we look at tomorrow's schedule. Based on everything you guys are saying, not only that last game that you talked about, Azale, whether it's a battle for the second seed and getting out between maybe Rogue and JD, or a battle for the first seed between Damwon and JD Gaming. I'm looking at games 2, 3, and 6. Rogue versus JD, Rogue versus Damwon, and then JD versus Damwon to close it out.
And I mean, I think I agree with you, Spawn. You know, I think the reason is, to me, Damwon has showed an incredibly high level of play, but they have showed best of 5 preparation for best of 1s, right? I think that they look like the most prepared team, the most respectful team, which oftentimes you actually see some of these elite teams come in and be like, well, who cares? We're going to cruise through groups, you know, maybe we don't have to prep as hard for this. And then they really bring out the bring guns for the best of 5, but they came out the gates swinging, and I have been constantly impressed by their preparation.
Well, that's going to do it. Group A is in the books. Group B is coming at you tomorrow, 1 a.m. Pacific. You can do the math for those of you in Europe, because I don't have the brain power to do it right now. But that's going to do it for us here on the show. For myself, the cast of the remote broadcast crews all around the world, thank you so much for watching, and we'll see you next time for more Worlds.
7 p.m. in Australia.
There you go. There's
deep in our Compton stone, like the tide.